lunch. She can be at the gym.
What do you use?
Even listening to him reply would be like a total waste of time. All right, we're going into JB's room in Anonymous. Here we go. Oh, shit. My Anonymous is up.
Please. If you was to go and look at your favorite artist, behind your favorite artist, you're going to find a Jewish man. Let's go down the list. Biggie Smalls, who is managed by Puffy Combs, who was garnered and groomed by Clive Davis. Or we can look at Ice Cube, who's on NWA, who's Ruckus Records. Who's the owner of Ruckus Records? Jerry Heller. Or we can look at Eminem and 50 Cent, and we can end up at Jimmy Iovine's door. Or we can look at Jay-Z and Rick Ross, and we're going to end up at Rick Rubin, or we're going to end up at what's the other boy's name? Leor Cohen. Leor Cohen's door. Exact. So I love that shit.
Yeah, but you're gonna definitely have to send some care packages to the tribe. God.
Gotcha.
Yeah, cause some shit I tried to grow up here. It was ain't turned out.
One of them spaceships, I think.
Yeah, I changed the title to "Do You Think God Is the True Devil?"
Well, folks gonna be mad today.
Hey, you know. But that's the thing. See, we all talked about being trapped. We always talk about the government doing this, but folks want to never talk about how religion done did niggas into. They want to skip over that.
When it coming up.
When it said killed, it didn't mean that God killed those people like that. Nigga, murder is murder. What the fuck is we talking about? They always got an excuse when you be like, look, God was jealous. God was evil. No. And then they want to pull up verses. See what had happened was, pretty much God had to get in his bag because niggas was trying him. Like, whoa. Pause, my nigga. Pause. How, Sway? If I'm the knower of all things, creator of everything, then how the fuck is some shit finna do me in? You get what I'm saying? That don't even make no sense. Like, what? Yeah.
I think that I like dick. That's what I think. I think that there's just something about dick that drives me insane.
God wouldn't want me to do that. I just never understood how people can have something outside of themselves and give so much precedence and value to it. You know what I'm saying?
Give that motherfucker invisible shit more value and respect and regards than to their own fucking self. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing.
More troops on the border and saying, I think with Canada too, I believe, because of the whole because
they
China
always talking about he
is doing what they can. I think China deep down, and just like you said, the ruckus.
And when I hear niggas say that, I just be like,
they're trying to kill us as much as they can. All these countries are. We want to be number one. So
because if I'm gonna personify something outside of myself, then I'm gonna give that much love and reverence and praise and admiration, and it's gonna be a motherfucking woman. It's gonna be a feminine nature.
But I remember being on the phone with my husband. Let me tell y'all a little bit. There's no possible way jet fuel could heat up.
Shit start making.
And it would have had to been an inside job. Even if So what I'm saying is, even if the planes crashed into the buildings, the fire would have been isolated to those levels. They didn't crash down until they were blown up, because you could hear the explosions on the phone. Now, of course,
I was just wondering if why there were two anons. That's what I was wondering about, actually. You know, the people with the sunglasses.
Oh, okay, no. There's an anonymous mode on Clubhouse now. You pay like $5.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay, interesting. Cool, I didn't know that. That's pretty. Yeah. So they can get you to pay, I guess. Trick.
Yeah, there's that. So you could be in spaces. I think you could even be a blocked person and still be in those spaces.
Wow. Insane.
As soon as you say it, one of them leave.
Yeah. It's like the pedo mode, like if you don't know who's watching.
That part is scary. I think I don't know. I get clubhouses. They gotta obviously
Yeah. The money. No, but they went full on like psycho mode with this patch, I mean, like, you don't know who's in your room. Like, what the hell? Like,
that part is a little cringe. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh well, it's a crazy ride. This evolutionary clubhouse ever changing app. Like, well,
How do you feel about this Palestinian genocide? How do you feel about it?
Oh, me, I'm against war. I actually believe that this is from a movie, but I think it makes most sense to me. He said the movie is Bullworth, but Warren Beatty, he says at the end, I think, he says, like, we should all fuck until we're the same skin color. So, I mean, in the end, we're all just humans, right? It's just, we have, like, different cultural backgrounds, So, I'm for, like, the good shepherd, take care of the land, take care of the people, alright? Like, no war, like, stop killing each other, it's fucking dumb, yeah?
Where are you from, Kiku?
I'm in Germany now, but
okay.
I am most likely going to go to France either tomorrow or on Tuesday.
Are you a German?
Yeah, I have German citizenship. German is my mother tongue. I guess to some degree I consider myself as somebody who has inherited the German culture.
That's cool. Now let me ask you this question: Are you a white German or a black German or?
Well, so my grandpa, but this is from my American side. Like, so I have dual citizenship. My dad is from Seattle, and so his dad was half German, half Chinese, and got together with a woman who was half German, half Irish. So I have like a little bit of. I don't want to say I don't want to say I look weird or anything, but I look more like a Native American, you can say. Yeah. It's like German, Chinese, and
That's a heck of a mix, brother. That's a heck of a mix, man.
Well, like,
Spicy mix you got there.
But like, I think I also might have some, I don't know, Hispanic, maybe, because so my mom's dad from a German side, he is from North America, but like specifically Texas. So, but his last name is like Ibrahim or something. No, but like, I don't know, what's it again? Ibanez, I think. So I might have some, a little bit of Spanish inside as well, or like Hispanic. I don't know, man.
Did you ever take an ancestry DNA test?
No, I have never gone that far, to be honest.
I think, if they're not using
data for different for nefarious things. I think these things are actually pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
You know, those things are pretty cool. But I think more people should know, like like where their lineage is from. I mean,
But does it really matter though? I mean, in the end, like for reals, like I mean, is it really gonna sway your opinion of a person? Like it's just like.
No, I mean no, not I don't give a fuck if somebody is white or black or English. I don't care. That's you know what I mean. But I'm talking about like just for you personally to know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For yourself.
Mr. fucking Anderson.
That journalist. You know what I mean? Like
he's obsessed with me.
So.
Fucking
I guess you could want to learn about different histories, but if you have like some DNA
so a few days before this corridor officially opened, because it was decided to be open in 2023. In October 2023, Turkey and Iran, they activated Hamas.
There's good, there's bad, but what you can control is what you do in your life, you know what I'm saying, to make it better, you know what I'm saying? Even if historically was good or bad, you know what I'm saying? You could be the better,
I mean, Turkey proved in all the ways that they are an evil power. I'm not sure why still they are helping Turkey. This is a shame, really.
They are part of NATO. So something like this, a lot of people get that. So this is interesting. I find these tests, that a lot of people when they take them, it's like, okay, so I have 50% Ashkenazi Jew inside me. That's kind of neat.
That's just that. Like I said, that's history. You know what I'm saying? Like that's history. But I don't know. Would it say Ashkenazi Jew? I mean,
yeah. It says that. But
if somebody took a DNA test, would it say that they're Muslim?
No, I don't think so.
They're Christian?
I don't know that either.
The funny thing is, the Palestinians can trace back their ancestry 4,000 years ago, the current Palestinians, right, who lives in Gaza and West Bank. They can very clearly trace back their ancestry 4,000 years ago. Just because they converted.
How do you know? Has it been tested?
Because Israel bans ancestry testing in that region.
No, it's not banned. It's not banned. No, but have they been tested? Is my question.
They haven't banned DNA testing, but they've.
It's not banned. Sir, it's not banned. We all tested our stuff. It's not banned.
It is banned.
Sir, I know. I'm there all the time. We're all tested.
Let me complete. Let me complete what I was saying. So basically, the claim that it's not a problem of Jews or Muslims. No, it's not. Palestinians has continuous ancestry there for the last 4,000 years.
But they haven't been tested, so you're just saying that, right?
No, let them go.
Yeah, so it's a settler colonial project. The Zionists, the European Zionists, came down and they invaded, killed people, stole their land, and created a settler colony there. So it's a settler colonial project, just like United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. It's a settler colonial project. Europeans come down, kill people, steal their land, and then claim that, oh yeah, we were the ancestors. Nobody cares. You do a DNA test. I'm saying you do an ancestry test on Ashkenazi Jew from Poland and do a DNA test on a Gaza Palestinian and see who has more ancestral, relevancy to that region. It will be a Palestinian people. It doesn't matter whether it's a Muslim or
you haven't tested them. You're just saying.
Just because they converted their religion. So Palestinians were pagans. Palestinians were Jews. Palestinians became Christians. Palestinians also became Muslims. So just like any region in the world, Palestinian people also have converted into different religion according to the political change that happened in the region. Right? Any region has this change. People change religion.
When did they first start calling them Palestinians?
Just because people just because people change religion doesn't.
Come on, bro. I mean, it's crazy. we disagree on so many things, right?
And he's going on and on, though. I mean, let's just have a conversation here.
Yeah, but part of the reason why he's going on and on is because you keep on interrupting, and then you take him off his point, and then he kind of veers to a whole different point. So I think a lot of the times, if we allow people to speak, it'll be more succinct. You could have been speaking right now, bro.
Well, he was already going on and on when I asked him a question. I'm done, normal. I'm done. Excellent. Sorry, so I'll respond just very briefly.
Hold on. This is for everybody else. Look, guys, this is a case study of exactly what I was talking about. And possibly why I need to have a lot less, Middle Eastern conversations, man. You get a lot of this.
So we're a tiny country. One of the tiniest on the planet. We're indigenous. Somebody tells somebody something about Poland. Poland has nothing to do with being a Jew. It's sort of a weird way of denying our existence. There isn't any question that Jews are from Judea. The Jews are from Israel. There isn't any question about that. Never has been questioned, except by those who know nothing. The same idea that it's illegal to test your DNA, also nonsense. The term Palestinian wasn't used before the late 20th century. But okay, there are people there. That's fine. The only reason there's a war there is because they attacked. If they didn't attack, there wouldn't be a war. Not only did they attacked and they said they're going to keep doing it. And they don't care how many of them died because they want to use this lie, genocide, to justify killing us. Under no definition of the term genocide, which we created. I'll say it again. The Jews created this term and gave it its definition. It was created by Raphael Lemkin after we were wiped out in the Holocaust. There is no definition that suits what's going on now. It's a war. They can end the war with one phone call that says we're going to give you back our hostages and we surrender and we're never going to kill you again. That's all they have to do. All they have to do is be peaceful and then have a beautiful life. But they don't want that. They were offered a stage 10 times. They say no every time. They don't want a state. They want us not to be there. They want to kick us out. We didn't steal anybody's homes. We live there. We're from there. They want to fight. We can fight. They want to talk. We can talk.
Daniel.
But we're not going to allow them to kill any more of us. That's the line in the sand that we have drawn. I'll end it there.
All right, so let me ask you this question, though. So, do we agree Hitler didn't want to kill all the Jews? He wanted to move the Jews. Can we agree to that?
False.
All right, talk to me.
False. You've heard of death camps? That's where they killed the Jews. They enslaved us. They enslaved us. They worked us to death, and then they burned our bodies in ovens. That's what they did in the 20th century, in the lifetime of our parents and grandparents. That's what they did. Yes, they wanted to kill us, and they did. They wiped out 6 million of us, which was half of the Jews on the planet. And he would have done the rest. He collaborated with a Palestinian guy named Haj Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. They tried to do it in the Middle East too, and they failed because they lost the war. The only reason they didn't do it is because they lost the war.
Let me ask you a question. So, is it true that those camps, were those camps, what do they call that? Transitional camps, like where, they were gathered, like the deportation camps, like where they were gathered and then
They were work camps with killing chambers and ovens to burn the bodies.
And there were also Hawaii agreements where they were deporting Jews.
I don't know what he's trying to say.
So the Zionists and Nazis also had Hawaii agreement.
I don't know what you're trying to say now.
He's talking
No,
about
you can Google it. What is Hawaii agreement? Hawaii agreement.
I don't know.
Come on, let's be respectful. He's talking about the Hawaii agreement.
You can look this up. It's like
He's aware. He's talking about the
I
deal
can.
that the Jewish people made with
The Jewish people.
Okay, Lonzo,
the deal made with the Nazis.
Yeah, who made the deal with it? I know that Haji Husseini, the leader of the Palestinian people, was on the payroll of the Nazis throughout the Second World War, and then came to Egypt and created a Nazi force, a cyber commando force. This is the leader of the Palestinian people, who was on the payroll with the Nazis. Now, you're talking about some agreement. I don't know. We may have tried to make an agreement that some of us don't have to die. Yeah, we tried to do that. That makes sense. The way somebody would try to ask the people who are killing them, please don't kill us. Yeah, that happened. No, that's not the agreement. The agreement is that I don't know what agreement you're talking about. Nazi Germany will ship people to Israel for the settlements.
You
mean to say they're...
Hey, mods, do me a favor, yo. Because I feel like I tried like maybe 10 times already, and I think I was maybe too graceful.
Lonzo.
Just send anybody that interrupts to the group. I don't.
Lonzo, shall I ask a question to you?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you have the full capacity strength for taking a decision. What will be the one and forever decision in your mind to solve this Palestine-Israel issue? Just tell me. Once for all decision to solve this Palestine-Israel issue.
A one or two state solution would be the only course correct.
What two-state solution?
Right? I don't think they want it. They kept saying no, Lonzo.
Hold on. I think.
Then, next question coming.
Give me 1 second. Let's one at a time.
1 second, Lonzo. Lonzo, 1 second.
Bro, I want you up here. And you can't interrupt me. You know. So to answer his first question, it would have to either be a one or two state solution, where a Palestinian's right is as much as an Israeli's right. That would be the only way.
I think we have that now. We have that in Israel.
No, because
I think we do.
There's two different laws. There's like the Palestinians are governed by a military law.
Where is that? Where are they governed by a military law?
Come on, stop. Normal.
Where? Tell the room.
Come on, stop, bro. I mean, it's you know what's sad, man.
Lonzo, but I'll stop. We'll answer the question. Where are they governed by?
I'll bring you right back, right? Because you're incapable of having an adult conversation without interrupting. And it's like you're too old for that. You're too old for that, bro. You could be somebody's grandfather in this room. It's sad.
Can I say something though, Lonzo? I get emotionally triggered which shows my emotional immaturity. As I age or as I age on this app, because there's some people their worldview is just in oppositional to yours. And I mean, in relationship to, for me, is in relationship to what is just between this thing they call human beings, or even national groups, and they're unapologetic about it, But at the same time, we try to be universal, and we try to claim ourselves to be compassionate as individuals, and even our historical group, and it challenges me, right? And the Palestinian or the Jewish question, which may be two different things, in my limited understanding, because the Jewish question in relationship to power, influence on states, and a particular group of Jews, because all Jews are not the same. I mean, based off of my limited understanding, there are different groups of Jews, and they have different power relationships as it relates to nation states. So, and when individuals seem to take the big, which they have the right, but they're, not necessarily, being honest in relationship to how they're interacting. They're not interacting for exchange. They're interacting, as agents of a ideological thrust. Well, that's my perception. And it becomes difficult to when the people do that, and regardless, that, at what point are they doing it and being abusive while they're claiming they're just trying to be intellectually honest? And that's where my emotional immaturity comes in, because it's hard for me to make that distinction.
It's so crazy. I think most of it is abuse. And some people, and I'm to the point in my life where I'm like, all right, some people just don't know what they don't know, right? And so you have to give some people grace, right? And then there's the other groups of people like that fully know what they're doing is wrong, and yet they still do it, and yet they still spew it,
Projecting.
Because of your lifestyle. They talk trash about you.
Let her have her meltdown. We know this is the routine. We need content. Let her be the content.
But you don't get attention where you go.
I know it sounds crazy, but I'm enjoying it.
Oh yeah, I'm the one who sounds crazy. I haven't said a lie yet.
Keep fueling the flame.
I haven't said a lie yet.
Just say what
I haven't said a lie yet.
I don't know how she gets perpetually
Where your friends
triggered
at?
every day, and then
Where
we
your
do
friends at?
We do this every
Where
day.
your friends at? Where your friends at?
Don't respond.
Where your friends at?
Why do you get triggered every day in this room?
Where are your friends?
Is this room emotionally a good place for you
Where
to
are
be in,
your
Sonny?
friends? Where are your friends?
You have the emotional bandwidth to be in this conversation.
Where are your friends? Address the question. You don't want to address anything real. I'm going to do the shot. So nobody.
Are you a mature adult?
Listen, sir, you will never.
How old are you? Aren't you 45?
You will not reach what I.
You
will never
this
reach.
is a
You will
normal
never reach.
response to this conversation? Is this a rational way to engage?
Can we get there? Do you think I care about what you think about me on any level? You're a trash individual. Like, I want you to not like me. I want you to think I'm crazy. I don't give a fuck. Like, you think you're saying something, you're not hurting my feelings. Keep crying.
You sound ridiculous.
No.
I can't recognize.
Listen, I avoided. Listen. Now.
No,
Wait, Sonny, stop. Just stop. There's got to be an end to it. Let's just end it here. And now the conversation is.
She's a child.
Listen,
you're fucked up, mother.
You too. When she tells you to shut up, that means you too.
I don't want to put anybody in the group because one person's going to think somebody's choosing one over the other. So if I got to do it to one, I'm going to do it to both. And I don't want to do that. We could just stop it here and get back to the conversation. The conversation was simple with how people are voting and them voting in their, I guess with their interests, but not understanding that their interest also impacts them as well. And we're sticking to the facts here. Going backwards is not the key. Why do you want to root for going backwards? Backwards simply could just mean the fact that
an injured Russian soldier casually tosses away a grenade dropped by a drone as if he were throwing a rock. He looked into the eyes of the operator that he damns care about your weapon. As the grenade fell, he quickly threw it away, and it exploded safely at a distance. The soldier remained calm and unfazed, as there was nothing the drone operator could do. It's worth noting that he stayed composed throughout the action.
What makes you think that they want infantry to continuously get in? How did they get past the front line? When it comes down to democracy, if you understand anything about playing a sport and you're playing opponent, why are we playing Americans against Americans right now? Right?
Today is the day the point is made.
See, and then
my take is that the world needs to recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization and push it to step down, and the war is going to end. That's a very simple thing. It could have happened the first month after the attack. It could have happened.
Oh God! Oh my God! Oh God! Oh.
So, I mean, many people are not even claiming that they're a terrorist organization. They're just claiming that those are just Palestinians for some reason.
Let me ask you this question.
Hmm?
All right. Would you also have that same condemnation for what other groups of people will call a terrorist, team, like the Israeli settlers or Daniela Weiss, who's advocated to burn down the houses, steal or take the property, displace innocent people from homes that they've had for centuries.
Right. So unless it's ordered by court, I think it's illegal activity. Yeah. I wouldn't call it terrorism per se.
Wait, but my question is for terrorists, right? Because there's like hundreds and possibly thousands of Israeli settlers.
Right.
Maybe more.
Yeah. So.
Right. So I mean, but would you use the same type of format, right? Because something doesn't have to be ordered by a court, for terrorists to influence more terrorists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if Daniela Weiss, calls for a clearing of a space, isn't she a terrorist?
Well, that's one of the issues that this term is now so broad that everyone who's fighting a war can be called terrorist, right? Anyone who's bombing and civilians are getting caught in this in the war and in the fire or whatever. Every soldier can be called terrorist. So I mean that's one of the issues that you just take this word that has a very, very specific meaning. It is used to like killing civilians indiscriminately, taking hostages, demanding ransom for hostages. This is a very specific thing. And then broadening it to anyone who you just dislike, who you think is doing like criminal
Let me be his
activity
13th reason why. Let me be the 13th reason for that one.
Welcome back to another Sunday episode of Wasting Your Time here in Chillism with Lucky and Luhi and Knowledge. They will waste your beautiful Sunday brunch hour with their stupid hypnosis spam as they always do. Welcome back to another episode of Low IQ Dumb People Spamming and talking about nothing! Wasting all your fucking time!
Ops group is in a particular position. You don't care about the civilians that's there. As long as you're killing off the ops, yeah. Listen, when it comes to countries that you need something from, you're not just gonna bomb it like that. How come? I mean, I'm in Kenya, right? I'm from Kenya, and I've seen this happen multiple times. Countries that these outside countries, yeah, these westernized countries. When you know you're gonna mine something from these countries or get something from these countries, you're not just gonna bomb it like that. You're not. So you have to that's where you apply the strategy, isn't it? That the way you'll be like, we need to find these people strategically, not just bomb the place. Right. But you see, for countries like that, you just bomb. My point is this. For countries
Welcome
like that,
back to another episode of Clubhouse Spam, where Ludwig will waste your time with his low IQ opinions. Ludwig is a spammer and anti-Semitic Jew hater, and he's nothing but a fucking...
I think maybe he was drinking a little bit. Yeah, so, Bells, a terrorist is someone that uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, pursuing political aims, right? Mm-hmm. Daniela Weiss has a lot of friends in high places, right? She uses police some IDF forces. Right? She has protection. As she's, harming civilians, there's so many videos about. I can, tell you some of the things that she's said about the Palestinians. She's responsible for so many possible deaths of Palestinians. She's a terrorist. Do you condemn Daniela Weiss as a terrorist, Phelps?
She did kill people.
She is the reason why so many Palestinians died, yeah.
Well, did she kill people?
Did Saddam Hussein kill people specifically?
Hussein isn't a terrorist, is he?
Many people called him terrorist. When he was alive, many Israelis were calling him a terrorist.
Well, you can call anyone you want, but you can call him an idiot or whatever. The term terrorist is something that you have to apply very strictly to people, again, who kill civilians, as you said, for their political gain, take people hostages, send them in ransom for those hostages, again, for the political gain. Is that something that's just done?
That's one of them. That's one of the things. Unlawful violence. Is that something that she is responsible for? Like the burnings of people's houses?
I don't know. Did she burn houses?
She's responsible for the burnings of many houses in Palestine, yeah.
So she did it herself. She burned houses, so she ordered someone to burn it.
She's a cult leader.
Right. Okay, she's a cult leader.
Yeah.
But, I'm against cults. I'm against people who are inciting violence. But again, you have to be very, very accurate with your terminology.
I can say that with 1,000% assurance. She's a terrorist, a known terrorist. She has advocated for the displacement, the deaths, the property, stolen property, the harm of thousands of Palestinians. It's so interesting. Like, people throw around the terrorist word when it comes to Hamas. They throw around the terrorism word when it comes to many people that lead what many other people will call resistance forces.
From not becoming into a desertification, because those states right now are struggling because of
during the Holocaust, are you aware that there were Jewish people?
So it's all about survival, at the end of the day.
I'm not really sure. I'm asking a question. Hamas terrorist force, right? They call them resistance.
That is the best one.
Right. So, whatever happens when Hamas takes hostages and kills people, that's part of the resistance.
And my emotional thing gets involved. You ask a very specific question, regardless of the individual's knowledge base, right? Because now it gets into whether the questioning is questioning you in relationship to what is, to the simple question, do you believe? Whether the person knows or don't know the information that you know in order for them to make an opinion, if they have one, they have one. If they don't, they don't. But this here, what do you call, that's not answering the question. And it seems like, it becomes a tactic more than actually just being. Yeah, that's what, and you didn't answer. Yeah, and you didn't answer. You said, well, it depends on the terms.
Well, I did answer.
He asked you about a specific person, and was that act that they were engaged in, to the base of your knowledge, would you consider them a terrorist? You went into first the definition of what is a terrorist, and then coming back around. So I don't want to get them back and forth, but I'm just saying the tactic. Now you're moved into Lonzo having to define and other an example of people, whether they were or not to your understanding of terrorists. But the initial question was to you. And you can say yes or no, or I haven't drawn an opinion, but you didn't.
I did answer again. I
question, though. That was not the
I
question.
wouldn't say that everyone who incites,
No,
who
that
says
wasn't the question.
things, or who's the leader of a cult, is necessarily terrorism. I wouldn't
No,
say that.
yeah.
And that's the way to understand if we actually have the same terminology.
Hey, Lonzo, maybe I'm, and this is what I need you to jump in and, correct me if I'm wrong. No, because other than that, it makes it seem like this person, and I don't want to generalize it, but it seems like these particular actors, they have a clear, defined opinion based off of what they do know. And in the exchange about what their position, their ideological belief or whatever it is, they can just be straightforward. But it seems like it don't want to be straightforward. It wants to go into histrionics. It makes no comparison, generalization to other people on a specific question that is really personal. It's a personal answer.
You know what? Sometimes we have to understand that even though they know something is wrong, they can't say it, because what happens is, like, I'm sure America, we have like CIA or FBI that goes into like different apps and listens to what their citizens, how their citizens feel about certain things. They know that even though the citizens realize that, things that maybe we might have went to war for, which is like bad reasons, bad rationales, fake, manipulated. They want to hear about, what their citizens are saying. So no different than Israel, right? I think there's like, is it Havara? Not Havara. There's something called 1800, right? Where, it's like Israeli intelligence, right? Where they literally like employ or deploy different Israelis or Jewish people to go to different, and they pay people, and they pay them well, right? To go to different apps and, just stick on one side. Even when they know Hasbara, right? Even when they know, you can't be a good human being and not know what's happening is wrong. I'm at that point. But I still try to give people grace because, these people are humans. And then sometimes us as humans, we make bad decisions. Or, we just haven't come to where the rest of the world is coming to. So there were some Germans that they thought that they were on the right side of history during the Holocaust. Now, these are otherwise good people, but they were just on the wrong side of history, mistreating innocent, also Jewish Germans, their brethren, their sistren. These were their cousins, these were their friends, these were their neighbors. And just based off of manipulation, they decided to kick them out the country. And when they didn't want to get kicked out of the country, I keep on going back to, I don't know if it was like November 11th, 1938, when like a 17-year-old
1738
Jewish assassin.
Like, you wouldn't say, there's no way that you would win against a fight against me. I'm sorry, but there just isn't. No. Oh, let's arrange this. Let's arrange this. Come on. Yeah, you're going to come here and I'm going to... I will happily... everyone from Clubhouse would pay to see this shit as well. That would be... I mean, I have an older brother, I have a younger sister, and we spent 20 years fighting each other. I was in a gang, Sally. I was in a gang. I don't think we're the same. Well, half my school was, but I'm not. Okay, right, Danny, let's arrange a fight, okay? Let's me and you arrange a fight somewhere in Manhattan. You can rent out an arena. And people could donate to watch it, and we could make like $800 each. If we said on Clubhouse, if we get to this amount of money, we'll fight each other, people would definitely pay to watch. You're so dumb to think that me and you fighting would only net us $800. Like, what? You're thinking small. Okay, come on then, let's go. Yeah, especially if we make it like we're wearing like white t-shirts. Like, how cool are you?
People are cheated. How do you get a U.S. citizenship in 2 years? If that's the case, everybody would be over here.
I'm
To get my second passport in Argentina. In Argentina, it takes 2 years. I'm doing an investment visa because what you don't know is that you can spend $4,000 and get it in 2 years, right? So that means I'm a full naturalized citizen in Argentina in 2 years. I did the same thing in Brazil. If I get married in Brazil, I get it down to 1 year. That's a South American kind of thing. That's not an American kind of thing. It takes a long time to be citizenship here because everyone wants to come here.
If you have
Argentina has been in a financial collapse since 2001. You understand the economy has dropped. If I take $100 over there, it's 100,000. It's like Zimbabwe, okay? So that's what's going on in South America. That's not here. Everyone wants to get over here because they know that not only is your money 10 times where they're coming from, the opportunities are endless. Especially we're not even going to start talking about those lobbying groups that you started talking about because that's a whole nother conversation. And the remittance banks where they take $100 billion, they tried to shut them down, but they were taking $100 billion tax free and sending it back to their families.
Okay.
It's another major threat.
I'm not talking about South America and Black.
No, I'm just saying the South American culture. If you have the money and if you have a plan, you can quickly become a naturalized citizen. And the Caribbean too. There's many places in the world where you can become a citizen of a country. Dominica. Look at Dominica or Grenada.
Sahar.
A citizen of a country in 1 or 2 years. So for her to sit here and talk about America like it's America or Grenada is crazy, especially people that know the process.
Okay, I'm not going to put my business up there, but I'm telling you I know the process. If you are a U.S. green card holder and you've been here for 3 to 5 years, it is infinitely easier. Infinitely easier. They know everything about you from the time you were born, this United States government. Infinitely easier to get naturalized citizenship, and it's definitely not done 9 years. And if somebody's had a green card and they're saying 9 years, it's because they haven't applied or they haven't completed the process, done the paperwork, or what have you. But I'm telling you, if you're a U.S. citizen, U.S. green card holder, and you've had that status for 3 to 5 years, it's much easier and a much shorter time to apply and be granted U.S. citizenship. And it's definitely not 9 years. If somebody's done that in 9 years, they either haven't paid the lawyer, they haven't completed the paperwork, or it's some other thing that's going on. But it's not standard practice if you've been here in a green card holder for 5 years or 3 years to have any long time 9 years. I don't know any law like that. There's something going on. That's not standard practice. And I'm not conflating this with South America, Caribbean. I'm talking specifically about the United States.
What I have done for some of my students who are international is you write a letter about how talented they are and they use that to help them stay in the country and get their first green card. And I don't know if you guys already talked about that. So, right. Yeah, and I've had students and that has worked for them, and that's how they start out. And a lot of them have gone on to become citizens. That's the first step, though, after they graduate. But I guess they're going to muck that up now.
I have to take with Christian county administration. They got these commercials. Christine Elm's face. And maybe that's the reason for this. I don't think it is. They got Christine Elm's face. And she's like, you want to enjoy American freedom? We need to have a thank you to Donald Trump. I'm like, you wasted taxpayer dollars to manufacture an advertisement that just talked about how awesome Donald Trump was and put the secretary's face in nice makeup in a ad that went nationally. And the more I see this ad, the more irritated I get. Number one, secretary. She's not that important. Cabinet secretaries, I mean, they are for you get what I mean. They're really not that important at all. It's just ridiculous. Like I said, the more I think about it, the more irritated it makes me. Like, we wasted money on this shit. Like, we made you a cheerleader video and put it on national TV and get stopped for it.
That's not paid for by the tax dollars. It's paid for by the campaign. It's a $500 million workshops right now.
No. These are not paid commercials. These are commercials written and produced by the Department of Homeland Security, in which Christine Young praises President Trump for shutting the border down and then talks about enjoying American freedom. Like, she didn't need to spend Homeland Security's money to make an advertisement that said thank you to the president. Thank you for what? Doing the bare minimum? Like, why should we waste taxpayer dollars on that when, like, we want to save money? That doesn't make a lot of sense, Matt.
There goes my husband's Christmas bonus. Thanks, Christina.
I don't understand why we are paying taxpayer money to hold people that are deported in other countries like Panama and hold them in like hotels. Why aren't they just deported and just let go? Why are they being held in like essentially, and we're paying for their housing? Why don't we just deport them and just set them free? I don't understand why we're paying for their housing.
I'd like to just point out, I put a Rolling Stones article in there. The very beginning of the department, click the X. I did, but I can't read it because I'm going to read it to you so you don't have to do shit. Sit down, please. Yeah, okay, good. You're learning. The Department of Homeland Security has budgeted up to $200 million to run anti-immigrant ads in the United States and overseas that repeatedly thank President Donald Trump for leading an immigration crackdown. Literally. Why are people fucking lying for guys that they call their fucking daddy? We're done. Apologize to the room for fucking lying. I apologize to the room. I'm so sorry from the bottom of my deep black cold libertarian heart. I was wrong. Going on. Else.
The Department of Homeland Security is allowed to spend as much money as they want. They have a limitless budget.
No, they have a limited budget every fiscal year. Congress if they want more money, they have to go ask the appropriators for more. So, say like she runs through.
But she has been ignoring that. That's why she was called in front of Congress. And
she was called in front of Congress because she spent 83% in a matter of 100 days.
Exactly.
She got told. Yeah.
So she's blowing through it. So spending 83% in 100 days would be blowing through it, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if taxpayers paid for those fucking lip fillers that she has.
I can't. I think she was requesting for a plane as well. This lady is like, I don't know, the Botox is going to her brain. She's not having judicious oversight over the purses of her department.
We're so concerned about all this fraud and waste and government spending, and yet we get stupid shit like this.
What about the cost of the military parade?
Another almost $100 million pissed down the fucking drain.
That's essential to our survival and praise of Donald Trump.
And yet, you know what? Instead of spending that money on things, we are cutting SNAP benefits. We're putting kids in zip ties. We're cutting Medicare for millions and millions of fucking people. And yet, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on commercials from the DHS that thank Trump and for a fucking military parade. That's who these people voted for. That's why I call them Philly.
we had a ketamine addicted fucking psychopath who now has the information of every American.
Go mad.
At his disposal. But that's okay. We still love Trumpy.
But April, he said he's not taking drugs. He's not on drugs.
Okay, Lavon. Sure. Clearly he's not.
Don't forget.
We've seen videos. He just rolls his head around just when he feels like it with his eyes going a different direction.
April, don't forget job. Hey, don't forget Job Corps. That shit is so sad.
Brooklyn,
oh my God. I went down the rabbit hole of Job Corps and how they get literally kicked out. That shit is so sad. I'm sad because I know kids that went to high school with me that was in foster care that, they left the high school to go to Job Corps, and Job Corps basically was a home for them. Like, this shit is terrible. I can't believe that Trump did that. That is just horrible. How do you explain that? Like, what?
They say
Trump supporters
trade, right?
Wait a minute, what happened? What's going on?
They closed Job Corps. They cut Job Corps.
Under what? They paused it because they don't have enough funding. The Department of Labor is they're lacking funds for jobs, so they cut the program indefinitely. Like, they paused it indefinitely, literally kicking kids out. Like, literally, I almost cried because they was leaving out of the buildings with trash bags, and they literally just found this out like 2-3 days ago.
They were telling them if they didn't have flights back or how to get back to their cities. This is how Trump.
I can't believe that.
Yeah,
I can't believe that.
We can go get an article for you, but I know you don't. You're not that way. You need the information, but this is how Trump and his felonious bunch, the felon and his felonious bunch, are destroying the country. They are starving funds from programs that they don't approve of, which are programs that help anybody but them. And this is what part of what's happening. I meant to bring that up yesterday, Brooklyn. I was in a tizzy with Matt, but I'll go get some information.
That shit made me sad because they was on the news like it was kids like a nation.
You don't feel anything when you see the pictures from Gaza?
I don't feel anything. Scream.
Strictly פעם אחת. נראה לך שחנה תלך להפגנה?
למה לא? למה לא?
אני שואלת. למה? מאיפה אני יודעת? אני שואלת.
אני חושב שכן.
וואלה.
Wait, but sorry, you're saying you can't PayPal meal either?
Correct. I can accept the payment and then
What
I don't know, what do you
is that?
in case there's a meat intermediary person?
No, but you're not willing to PayPal anybody.
No, that's not true. There's certain people I could PayPal. I probably would be willing to PayPal Sully.
Right, and then maybe Sully could send Sasha or something.
Yeah, Sam, you should check out that Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy article on contemporary use of PSR Section 7 when you get the chance.
Yo, can you post it? I want to go through it.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I understand that question. I don't know that either. But the funny thing is, the Palestinians can't trace back their ancestry 4,000 years ago, the current Palestinians, right?
Israelis believe in the greater Israel.
Very minor. Sure.
Now she says that most Israelis believe, lie and say exactly what you're saying. That they don't want that. Do you want that?
Well, greater Israel?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that the price is worth it.
Do you want it?
The price is not worth it. Again, I mean, if those were the deserted lands, I wouldn't be against it if people in those lands would agree that Israel would extend its sovereignty. If it will be a peaceful process, why not? I mean, again, I know we can bring democracy to this part of the world. That's the only democratic country in this part of the world. So it would be a good idea. But I mean, if they don't, we're not going to fight them. We're not going to conquer them. That's not what we do. We actually give more land than we conquer.
You can't give land that's not yours.
Yeah, that's what we did. If you know history, that's exactly what we did.
Okay, how long is this going to take? I mean, he's full of nonsense. He will never answer a question. He has never heard of international law. He's full of shit. He's not like Mom. He's not like a boomer who will go on and on and on. And I'm talking. There's no need for you to talk over me, even though I'm obviously insulting you. You gotta live with that. But there's nothing coming out of this conversation with him, honestly. I mean, I know Norm is looking in the Google, waiting to get on stage to do his thing, but this is a very nonsensical back and forth. I'm not gonna lie, because he's not going to answer any question you ask. He will deny anything. Every statement he made is more or less false. Of course, outrageous, but it's mostly just false.
But you know, Black, what's shocking is the Palestinians didn't kick them out and send them to the world like Danielle Louise is advocating for. She said to the world, that's where these people should go.
Yeah.
She wants what allegedly happened to her people to happen to the Palestinians. She's advocating for the same type of illegal expulsion that allegedly happened to her people. It's like, damn, some people just don't learn. And if you do have a gripe, shouldn't your gripe be with the Romans? Aren't these people now the Italians?
No, Italians are not Romans.
Who are they?
Romans are long gone. The same as Greeks.
Wait, you think the Greeks are gone too?
Of course. The original Greeks, the Greek culture, of course, is gone. What are you talking about?
All right. Let me ask you this question, Vels. In school, do you get taught this type of is that what they teach you in school?
What are you referring to?
To not answer certain questions and gish galloping.
Like which one? Which question did I not answer?
I'm saying, gish galloping. Is that taught in school?
Which question did I not answer?
No, my fault. My mic was kind of low. Gish galloping. Was that taught in school?
I have no idea what it is, so I probably never studied it.
Right, ordinary sister, Amy.
Amy just came up. I think he had something to say.
What's up, Amy?
Nancy, how you doing, brother? You good?
What's up, bro? Chilling.
Yeah, it's a long time. I think our time zones are preventing us from discussing more political issues. How's our ministry?
It's crazy. I haven't spoken to him. I shot him a message. I hope he's alright though. But I suspect.
Check in on him. That's a golden brother, man.
Yeah.
He's an asset to the community.
Yeah.
Philosopher. That's a good one. Yeah.
I'll give him a call later, actually.
Give him a call, man. Yeah. Check on him. Yeah, guys. I just want to come up and I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. I think all the podcasts and all the people and everyone's discussing it, American first policy, British, the laws. The Jewish question. People need to really understand that. What does it mean to be a Zionist? Now, before someone tells me, you have to differentiate between Zionists and Jews. They don't. It's a Jewish state. They tell you we are ethnically Jew, even though they're European. They, the Jew, refuse to tell you that do not separate me from my ideology. Zionism and being a Jew is all in one. Now, I don't hate Jews per se, right? I think I get along with them in the real world. I know a couple of Orthodox ones that are against the genocide. But I want to expose to you a concept which is very well documented in the Talmud and how they operate in the world. Mind you, they have been kicked out for 106 countries for 2,000 years. Self-awareness is quite important. They infiltrate, they take over the media, take over the banks, charge interest, and they enforce the usury on the Western world, even though Muslims and Christians despise it and hate it. They own all the pornography. They own all the degeneracy. If you think offline, when it comes to news corps, right? Who owns all Fox News, CNN? It's them. If you go into how they started as well, I'm not talking conspiracy, you connect the dots. Once you start to notice, you can't stop noticing. What's the hashtag for that online? Historically, they have constantly been involved in subversion, intimidation, assassination. Every war that has been initiated in the Middle East has been them. The lobby in America, known as the AIPAC lobby, and in Britain, they have enormous power, enormous influence, and they will emotionally blackmail you with anti-Semitism. You will call it anti-Semites for what? For anything. Now, the irony of all this is, the war in Palestine, the war currently, the Gaza war, has massively exposed the consistent lying of the Zionists. They are liars by nature. They subvert, they intimidate. You've got countries buckling to them. Netanyahu telling people what to do around the world. It's because of the influence within the corporations, the banks, the organizations in which they own. How is it that 2% of the population is 50% of the billionaires in the United States? How? If you're in America, you believe in, let me ask you, if you're American, it's your First Amendment, it's your first given right to believe in free speech. How is it that there's a law now being introduced not to criticize Israel or Zionism? I mean, it's a fallacy. It's incredible. This war did not start on October 7th, wherever it was. It started with the King David Hotel bombing. It started with the first Prime Minister being part of a terrorist organization which was considered that we involved in the King David Hotel bombing. Check it out. Then he got the USS Liberty, in which he deliberately tried to start a war between the United States and the Six-Day Arab War, all the countries on the Six-Day Arab War, right? Yom Kippur War, whatever you want to call it. Even 9/11 is a bit odd. They dancing Israelis, still Muslim, wins out a insurance policy plan, right? More than 4,000 Jews in the country that day. What's happening now with the pages? Have you guys got what they did with the pages? With Lebanon? That's sophisticated, fair enough. Very sophisticated, that is. Had they known the nature in which they plot and plan and scheme, you come to the realization that these people are not a joke. They are very committed to their self-preservation, and rightfully so. But upon what? They depend upon American funding. They can't exist without the Americans. It's like a colony state. And its savagery and its merciless approach to anyone, and non-Jews, not just the Palestinians in Gaza. If you look at the black community there, all the managers in the music industry, it's them. All the people pushing open borders, it's them. All the people that are trying to pop pornography and degeneracy amongst the youth, OnlyFans, Pornhub, all spaces, it's them. They own everything. The quicker people realise is that they...
Is it me or?
Yeah, I think he went out.
Hey, Alonso, just quickly check your back check.
I know that
Great
you
little
are
point
saying
theory, the
that
whole thing is
you
not
guys
white people.
understand
They
trans
want
rights
white ladies
them to have delusions,
to interact with black men, or vice
which
versa.
are
They want
obviously
race
false
mixing.
beliefs that
That's
are
their belief.
not based in
Yeah.
reality, but they also have
But see, in order to destroy the Anglo-Saxon or the Roman, and to dominate them, and to subvert them, is to have them drown in debt, destroy the institutional system. 2008 crisis, all the bankers were Jews. Wall Street is Jewish. Hollywood is Jewish. Wait, how is that a conspiracy? The numbers add up. 2 plus 2 is 4. These are the only people you cannot criticize. As it famously said, if you want to know the one who controls you, who oppresses you, is the one you cannot criticize. This is a protected group of people that you are not allowed to criticize. Even though their actions are overtly monstrous and diabolical. The whole world has to see it now, what they did in Palestine, in Gaza. Murdering the babies. We need to be advocating to rape, literally. We need to be advocating to rape, literally. And to let that sink in, they advocated for the rape. They've come out, more than 60% of Israeli society now believes, kill everyone, kill any babies, kill everyone. Their life is meaningless. They are an extreme nation.
I was in here anonymously. About Job Corps.
I think Rico thinks I was talking to him.
Rico came in?
Yeah, he was sitting down there until I said, come up here, and he left.
Why did you do that? I'm going to try to Rico room then. Rico.
That's why he left, because it's not a refurb.
What should we put? Rico.
Pat May started White America. That's so funny.
And that bitch isn't even white. It's so sad.
You sound good.
There you go.
Maybe if you just titled it etiquette class or whatever, let's talk about etiquette, people would be more open to listen to what he has to say.
It hit differently for me yesterday. Pause. What should I eat today?
Oh my God, what is today? It's Sunday. Let's have Yo, what happened?
Long story short, this was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and this black guy, I guess, was he ordered some drinks, was not going to pay his tab, and that was like a biker bar.
Should go by the
And so they were like, pay your tab. And as you can see, he's like a big ass dude. He was bigger than all of them, and they ended up just beating the shit out of him. They, like, one of them said, "Beat that N-word," while they were like pummeling him. I mean, I maybe he just didn't know, like, if you like, that was a 1%er club, the Outlaws. Like, those are legit, basically gang members. Like, they're gonna, they will, yeah, they're not really people you'd want to fuck with.
Why didn't he want to pay for a simple drink?
I have no idea. That part would.
Damn, I hate when they always leaving out details. Shit.
But, I mean, I would just for my own health just been like, yep, okay, I'm paying my tab. I wouldn't be fucking with
No, it says he groped some.
To extrapolate from this.
He groped some biker's girlfriend. It's not about the tab. Did you read it or look at it?
Well, who says? Are people just making up stories? Who says?
Click the link. Read. It's called reading.
The link, yeah. Whoever.
No, I'm not talking about what people are saying. I'm talking about what actually happened.
John, asking him to read is a microaggression. Just letting you know.
Just asking a question.
So in the video, you can see.
Yes, tell me about the video.
Yeah, in the video they're saying pay your tab, and he was refusing to pay it. So a bunch of them surrounded him and said pay your tab, and he tried to walk away, and they turned him around and said pay your fucking tab. And then, you know, like, he obviously wasn't going to do it, and then that's when they all jumped him.
Okay, now that's what we do know. Now that's a fact, because that's what you can see. Now all the made up stories, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about touching a woman, I have no idea if he did something beforehand. I have no idea, or if they were treating him rudely. Like, I do not know. I only know about the video.
Well, why the fuck would this guy go to a fucking racist white biker bar and fuck around and find out? I mean...
Dude, of all the white people you don't want to fuck with, it's just like, you don't want to go to like a 1%er biker bar. Like that's like me going to like a Crips bar or some, if there's such a thing, and be like, no, I'm not paying my fucking tab. Like, you're gonna get dealt with. You know, it's just stupid.
Actually, Crips won't do that because they got more smoke for black people than they do for white guys. They probably think you was a cop.
I don't know, Pepe. You're pretty racially ambiguous. I feel like you could probably get away almost anywhere. But y'all just lied to him, a Mexican. Honestly, is this guy Latino or is he Italian? Or he could be like other. Like,
well, anyway, how bad did they beat him? Actually,
the police said he was in fair condition at the hospital. I guess that means like he's not in critical condition. So I guess I don't know what fair means. Like, does it mean that he's like broke a bone, or did he pay his tab? I think they left before the cops got there.
Did anybody get arrested?
No, they all left. The guy was contacted by the cops. He told the cops that he was afraid that he was unwilling to you know, give any to say who attacked them.
I watched the video. Don't know what happened, but it's cowardice to jump someone. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was obviously not appropriate. Those are outlaw bikers. I don't. And you should pay your tab.
Dude said that's what I'm getting ready to talk about. You said he should have paid the tab. So you think it's justified that he did that? Would you keep that same energy if it was the other way around? I just asked.
Yeah, I think everybody should pay their tab. I mean, generally speaking, we shouldn't do vigilante justice, and you should let cops. But man, people are really annoying. I've worked at restaurants, and people who like wouldn't pay their tab are just like the worst people to deal with. So I don't have much kind of sympathy for him. But no, it's not. I wouldn't like endorse it. Yeah, I wouldn't endorse it either. But I just wouldn't go to an outlaw biker bar, and I go to Applebee's. I would not disrespect anybody. I'd be on my best behavior because I understand that an ass whooping is only like one disrespectful word away. Like, just would not do it.
So did these dudes actually look like bikers?
No, they were. Oh yeah, they had their rockers. So maybe you don't know this, but it says outlaw. So the Outlaws is one of the big four in America.
Yeah, I know. Once I see MC on the back of that, did it say MC on the back of his jacket?
Yes. So it said Outlaws, MC, and then it said forget which state or region it had, but it had a bottom rocker. So that is, which generally that's you either got permission from an outlaw club or you are an outlaw club. But since they're the big four, they're definitely outlaws. So these were full patch members. So these are like legit.
Where do they manufacture these patches? Is there like a patch industrial complex for gang members? It's amazing.
No, you just get them made. You go to a patch place and you get them made.
You can probably get them made on Redbubble.
I'm gonna start the first Pepe Outlaw Biker Gang. Pepe, you will be our logo, the essence of our gang. It'll be a frog with Mexican frog. Cell phones everywhere, live social audio. Former, Bang Room creator.
Yeah.
You and Mon, legends. The legend continues.
The thing is, though, is every time I've seen like outlaw bikers in the U.S., like in real life, like they're usually like pretty big individuals, and like I'm just gonna say I wouldn't be wanting to get in a brawl in between them and another biker group. Probably just not built for that.
So how's everybody spending their Sunday? I mean, this news article only has like a 10-minute shelf life, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah, I know. I was just bored, making a room. But no, maybe that dude was drunk and he just like didn't know what the fuck he was doing. I was in a room yesterday with Otis engaging on the "Is Judaism a Race" discourse. With who? I think Otis. I think his name's Hurricane now. Oh, a few other people. Wait, is that why he made the room?
I think so. Well, no, I entered. He was in another room when they were talking about it, and then I entered his like response or reaction room to that. So I wasn't part of the first room, but I was trying to make a case for it in a better way than it was probably done before.
Gotcha.
Fun topic. Dude, it's a bad month for happening. I'll say one funny thing from it though. Of like we were kind of talking about it and going in a little bit circles because I was saying like it kind of is, it kind of isn't, and like and I even kind of like use their language for like their understanding of race, kind of like the left wing academic understanding of race, and I'm kind of working within that framework. Without summarizing my position too much, at a certain point in the conversation, I was like, I don't know, maybe it's one of those things like just like you have experiences as like black people that I really can't understand. Maybe like you can't really understand this kind of aspect of like the Jewish experience, and they got like super offended at the notion that like they couldn't understand another group's perspective. It's like we understand everything.
You guys are an ethnic group?
Yeah, that it's a race as well as an ethnicity and religion. Or at least, I mean, my position, like more specifically, is at this moment in time in American society, it's not really a race like most Jews are considered like a subcategory of white. But generally speaking, when people are persecuting Jews, it's as a race, and there are certainly people in the United States, like anti-Semites, who view it as a race. So it's like it's kind of complicated, It's not like really like a yes or no, in my opinion. Like when the people in Charlottesville were saying Jews will not replace us, they were not speaking of people who identify as or people of the religion. They are talking about it as a race.
True.
I don't know if you agree with that.
I mean, yeah, they're ethnically Jewish, I guess. So, I mean, I don't. And yes, Anon guy. Yeah, they could hardly maintain that dude. You're correct. He was a big black man, and that black man, which is probably a good thing for him. Imagine if he was like an average-sized guy. That guy would have gotten beat up pretty quickly. But he was big and strong.
Is that how people generally like to spend their Friday nights in like bars that you'd absolutely never want to go in to begin with? I didn't see like any attractive women. What a shit fucking bar.
He was wearing like a construction like reflective vest, so at least we know this black man works, and he maybe he was just like, hey, I'm gonna take it easy tonight, have a few beers, maybe he just
Yeah, I mean, have you ever been in a bar with biker gangs? I immediately generally leave right away because I'm like, oh shit, this is a takeover and it's not fun, and there's no hot young ladies here to have any fun with, so I'm leaving right the fuck away. Bye.
Rape them.
I went out last night, it's June 1st. There's just so many beautiful college girls in town having fun, and it's just like, wow, like this is where I want to be, around beautiful young people, looking amazing, perfect tens everywhere. I don't know, that's just me. I like, that's the kind of bar I like.
Yeah. We should start a GoFundMe for these bikers.
Yeah, that would actually, I guarantee you that probably would go viral. I mean,
Don't cancel this gentleman for punching that dog.
That piece of shit guy at the park that was filming that white woman with her children and she called him the N-word. I mean, that's like the perfect example of essentially how cell phones, you either capture somebody being a total piece of shit or they film themselves being a piece of shit. And, it's really just the piece of shit who generally gets exposed when the camera is on them. It's not the other way around.
I think we should start a GoFundMe for these bikers, and yeah, I mean, since these motherfuckers still want to, with zero evidence, say that Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. But since they want to still say that Carmelo Anthony was not guilty and that the victim was actually the perpetrator. And they wanted to give him a whole bunch of thousands of dollars. Fine, I'll give these guys. I'll donate to these guys.
And that's the consequence of it. If they want to act foolish, then fucking roll like that chick who, called that little boy, the N-word out in that park, which normally would be fucked up. But if you guys want to play stupid, fine. We're not going to let you ruin that woman's life, and I guess, she doesn't have to worry about working again. It's not like it's a reward, but if you guys want to be fucking foolish with this Carmelo Anthony thing, then fine. We'll lift up people too. But I think the bikers are on the right, dude. Like that dickhead. They invited him in that bar. If they're racist, they wouldn't have done that in the first place. But if he doesn't pay his tab, yeah, bro, it's not going to end well for you. A lot of people are going to want you to go away. And if they're like-minded individual, they're going to beat your ass.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he knew, maybe he didn't, like, what those guys were about. I mean, I would have known. I would have honestly just left the bar.
It said outlaws on the back of their fucking jackets, dude. They were outlaws. It was really the outlaws biker gang. And yeah, I mean, like, they're nice to a point if you're respectful, but you try to walk out without paying, dude, and, you will get your fucking ass kicked or worse. So, he didn't get beat too bad. I mean, that guy he was just kind of tapping him in the face with his boot.
Yeah.
Well, the gang's all here. Pepe's gang has formed. It's like the old times. Wow, it's the old school clown house. The Howard Stern, Robin Quivers gold that we all came to love.
Yeah, but it looks like they people have black fatigue now, and it looks like they found some people that were a little too fatigued in the wrong place. Yeah. What do you say?
Well, yeah, I think people are, the world is healing, thank God, with that shit, It's nice. I think that we need to start calling it out, like, it's just starting to get to be too fucking crazy, and there's definitely lots of black people going on. I probably shouldn't even be talking about this, but hey, whatever. That does, unfortunately, it does attract a lot of scrubs. Not saying you guys are, but
I sure hope these white gentlemen don't go to jail for beating up on a black guy who wouldn't pay on his tab. That would suck.
Yeah, but I mean, did he throw the first fight? Like, how did the fight actually technically evolve?
Oh yeah, the bikers threw the first punch.
Was it really for not?
I doubt it'll be a hate crime. Well, that's where a hate crime, but they definitely beat his ass.
I'm trying to zoom in and see what's going on.
If you have the sound on, they all keep on telling him to pay his tab, and he tries to walk away and like they're again like telling him like pay your fucking tab, and that's when they ended up beating him up. But it's not a hate crime if you say it after the fact. Like I think it's only a hate crime if you you have to be able to prove that it was racially motivated. Which it doesn't.
It definitely doesn't seem like it, because if it was racially motivated, they wouldn't have allowed him in the bar in the first place. I think that it was just like bikers don't put up with a lot of shit from anybody, dude. They tend to like to fight. If you disrespect their normal place or their hometown bar, they're gonna be the first ones to start, putting their hands on you. It's just I'm seeing it. It's the truth. You don't want to give bikers reasons to fight because they like it, and there's a lot of them. So that's just the problem there, is that you want to just be respectful and pay your tab and shit,
But would they have beat up? So the bikers were white. They beat up a black guy for not wanting to pay his tab. Is that what it is? And
yeah, but they wouldn't beat up
if the
anybody.
guy were white, do you think they would have beat him up?
Oh yes.
You think so?
Yeah,
especially if they're wearing their colors.
I've seen people get. Well, I haven't seen this particular incident, but I've seen. Like I'm telling you, so I'm up here in Montana, and I've been exposed this a lot. There's the Banditos, there's the Hells Angels, and there's also the Galloping Goose. around here, and yeah, dude, like it's a known fact. Bikers have a short fuse for anybody. Like, and if you disrespect their bar, that's not racially motivated. They like the fights. They just like it. Especially there's a lot of them. You know, like there's a lot of them.
It's every thing with them, and so like they have their jacket on, and you disrespect. It's just a whole different level because like if they can't let themselves be disrespected while they're wearing their patch vests or jackets.
Yeah.
And so if you disrespect them or they're just not a group. I mean, they're basically like fucking gang members. I mean, they're not people you'd really want to fuck with. They will fight. So it's not a question.
People have gotten killed. I mean, many times. I mean, and mostly white guys. If you look at all the starters fights and stuff and all the gang-related fights, 90% of them are white people unless it's against the Mongols, who allow like Mexicans and you know, different groups, but and blacks, you know, but I mean, a lot of them are
Isn't it mostly stabbings and, you know, that's the difference. It's mostly fist fights and stabbings. That's the difference with biker gangs, right?
They do have, like, there was a big ass gun battle, you know, and stabbing, you know, because they've had them in Vegas, they've had them in Texas. They shoot each other. Yeah, they're literally trying to kill each other. And the name Crank is actually the name Crank is methamphetamine that's been stored in the crankshaft of a biker's. Like, that's what they do. They'll put it in there. They'll seal it up, the methamphetamine, and then open the crankshaft, like the crankcase of their fucking engine, and put that meth in there, and they can run it across the country, and it'll still survive. And that's where the name Crank came from. And that's what they really run, is methamphetamine and probably fentanyl now. And yeah, they play for keeps, dude. They're dangerous. Like a lot of these people. And yeah, Matt, the Galloping Goose, they're like a 1%er gang that is pretty dangerous, man. They're small, but the smaller ones tend to be hyper violent. They're almost like a cartel of America, to be honest.
Ain't nobody scared of bikers but bikers. Other bikers. Stop it.
Really? You've never walked into a bar and seen 100 bikers take over that bar, and you're like, holy shit.
I'm quite sure if you get caught in some hick town somewhere, you know what I mean? Yeah. But come on now. I don't know one person in the city that's scared of no goddamn old ass bikers on a fucking bicycle.
I mean, you have to go out of your way to fuck with them for them to do anything. But these are people that are if you think about like criminal gangs, like at least for white people, pretty much mostly what there is, it's going to be biker clubs, and you know, these are guys who, you know, are in and out of prison. You know, they have weapons on them. They're just a whole different. But you know, for the most part, they're not going to go out of the way to fuck with other people either. So. But I mean, you saw like what happened in Waco, Texas. Like when shit happens, they all start brawling, stabbing each other, shooting each other. Like that's what they do. Yeah. And black people should learn something. You know, they ended up rounding up like 200 people, and like the charges against nearly all of them got dropped because all of them refused to snitch and they all refused to testify.
And they complied.
Yep. Oh, and the reason the cops didn't shoot them, yeah, they complied.
Get the fuck out of here with this.
No, I mean, that's true. I mean, there's discipline in this.
Look, a kid just got murdered. A kid just got murdered again in a car. The sheriff looked in the car, saw him, and shot him and killed him. He complied. The rest of his friends ran off. They didn't get caught and they didn't get shot.
Oh God, is that the one where the guy pointing the gun at the cop? That one? That story?
No, I'm not talking about. It's another story that just happened actually, which is crazy because this kid actually stayed. He didn't run and got killed.
Okay, so you found one?
Found one, bro. You know this shit been happening, man. What are you talking about? Found one.
Matt.
Oh, Normo, you should come up because I think you're somebody who could. I want to ask you a question.
I do too when you're done.
So El Normo, there was these outlaw motorcycle club members, and you know, they were at their bar bar, drinking, having a good time, and this big black man, big old black man, ended up ordering drinks and refused to pay his tab. And so, after asking him many times, please pay your tab, he didn't pay it. And so, they beat him up a little bit and called him the N-word and stuff. And, I want these nice gentlemen, I want to, if there's any legal troubles, and I also don't want them to get canceled, I want to set up a GoFundMe. Do you think you'd donate?
Listen, I understand you're doing white supremacist performance art, but please, I'm not a part of the performance, Pepe.
Alright, can I ask you one more? So Big Cat, like a month ago, was claiming you had cancer. I hope that's not true, dude. And if you do, I hope you're okay and stuff. Hope everything's going well. That's
Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. I have not, God has not given me that affliction.
Alright, good. Okay.
El Normo, what do you think about El Pepe's room? I mean, is this kind of what Lonzo does, but another aspect of hate speech?
To be honest, Lonzo's much worse. Everybody knows that Pepe is just doing performance art. He's kidding. But Lonzo, I think, really believes this shit.
El Norma, are there any Jewish biker gangs?
Yeah,
I thought that was like, there's Jewish biker gangs? There are?
Yeah, sure there are. I've ridden with Sonny Bar. I have to go and look it up. I forget. But I've ridden with Sonny Barger of the Hells Angels. And I celebrated his birthday with him. And I did a piece about him.
He used to live right
near. What's screwed up about the Hells Angels, what did them the worst was they had like really convincing cops that were, infiltrating the Hells Angels and were able to do a real damage to that group. Like 2 or 3 times, I think.
I think it's happened to all of the big clubs.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But I sort of used to live near me in what do you call it, Cave Creek, Arizona.
Yeah, I've been there. That's where Sonny lived.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was there at his house. And I rode with him on his 66th birthday.
So did you go to did you go to any of the bars or anything there in Cave Creek?
Yeah, we did what do you call it? We did like a bar crawl.
Yeah, because they have like Arizona Bike Week and everybody goes through there.
Hell, normal bar crawls with the Hell Angels? I've heard it all now.
That's correct.
There's a whole lot of people that do it. There's like, most of the bikers are not like 1% clubs, or even in a club, but you have, there's going to be some that are. It's kind of like Sturgis.
I was going to say, Sturgis, is there always like violence there, or are they pretty well contained there? I didn't check.
They're pretty contained because they're not allowed to wear colors anymore, like patches, I guess, in a lot of places. And it used to happen regularly. Like when my mom was pregnant with my sister, there was a shooting in Sturgis, like in the 80s and 87. And it was really close by her and stuff. And that was commonplace, but they've got it pretty heavy now and kind of an agreement that they're not allowed to wear certain patches and like colors, I guess. And even though it is crazy though, because like I worked for Michael Ballard for the Full Throttle for 2 seasons. I just got lucky. I went over there and asked the lady when they were recruiting if they had any room. And I became a bar back the first, like the first season and the second season. I worked in the liquor room, Michael Ballard, and they were, telling me all about it and stuff. And like, it's just crazy because you'll see, a bunch of different biker gangs that, are in the same vicinity, that normally hate each other, but they kind of have an agreement to chill out there, because they're so heavy with police. It's just crazy heavy.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd rather be in a biker gang than like the Crips.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Oh my God, Matt. Have you ever heard of Cook's Corner?
Yeah.
Right. I'd rather be in Cook's Corner than in fucking Long Beach.
There we go. You got it.
What's cool about the bikers, bro, is that they're like the last free people in a way because they very cheap, to run across the country. You're kind of running under the radar, but that you're official. They know the police know you're a gang, but you still try to operate under the radar. It's just kind of weird, like it's
the cops kind of let you do what you
want to do. Where if you're in the Crips, they're looking.
Here's a list of stuff your car insurance company does, but is actually illegal. Number one, they
do the whole business they do to you.
But Matt,
they'll do giant charity events like the Hells Angels.
Would you tell them?
They'll do
I came out
charity
of prison
events for
to
children.
make things right with you.
Different things.
You gave me $1.50.
Like literally they'll.
You just tell us what all the chances we would take.
Yeah, we did. We knew the chances we would take. It's not what they do. Have you ever seen that shit? They'll do giant charity drives and charity events. Santa Claus events.
You ever heard of a guy named that bullshit too?
Yeah, that's kind of what they do to try to act official, but at the same time, they got people running drugs and definitely getting murdered.
I'm sitting here doing a live for that drum rock cop. I'm telling you right now, Ernest, you can't handle any prison, boy. You're better off telling them what you know for your sake, for your family's sake. For your pleasure. You know something, you're as dumb as a washboard. You know that? Oh, yeah, you gonna be yapping first chance you get, huh? Like, Parkers, it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault that you got to call me, dumbbell.
you didn't give me shit.
One of them does something else, got a whole plan. I'm gonna talk to him, make sure you ain't a part of it, because you're sick of thinking the head. He always said he was thinking the head. This is the plan. I'm sitting here because of his plan.
Exactly.
Ernest, you're a good man, aren't you? Yes, sir.
Look, have you ever seen smash and grabs done by white people?
You suppose so. Are you, aren't you?
Never.
I am, sure. I am. You love your wife and children?
Why don't we see that? That's a good point.
Yes, sir. You served your country in infantry, and I don't think this is how your life was meant to turn out.
With the bikers, because they do mess so heavily, I would never mess them up. Because everybody deal with meth typically doesn't have a problem with
I understand hikers are cowards. Just somebody to believe it for now, dude. I wouldn't go that far. Arrest me, son. We don't need to do that. I'm innocent. Innocent as a newborn baby. Even more. You told me if I testified, I could see my wife. She all right? She doesn't seem to. So I'm gonna get a letter to her. I got a letter. When did you take Mr. Burkhardt? I'm going the other way for a while now.
I obviously had no interest in ever joining one.
Pepe's
been a motorcycle.
Pepe's gonna join. He's gonna break out his pink Harley. Pepe's gonna bring out his pink Harley like Tamar and the Real Housewives.
Clubhouse hate speech rooms are the new biker gang, and Pepe is the leader of a biker gang here in the social audio app.
What up, Craig?
Wait, what do you have in Arizona right now, Pepe? Who's the biggest?
It's a Hells Angels state. That's where Sonny Barker lived.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
The Hells Angels don't fuck with nobody, though. You have to go out of your way to fuck with them. For them to fuck with you. They cool. You know what I'm saying?
Pepe, the biggest gang next to you are Mormon housewives. I'm just letting you know.
We do have a lot of those here.
Exactly. Can we shout out to Mormon housewives as like the hottest women in America?
A lot of Mormon women are pretty good.
What do you think? They go to the gym every day and like sit out at the beach and suntan?
They definitely go to the gym.
They're like, so Mormons are like really big into like being healthy, and you have to understand, like, they don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't do any of that shit that, like, I guess will make you like age poorly. So they tend to be it's been my experience, because of like how their clean lifestyle, they tend to look pretty good.
They're not sexy at all. They have no sex appeal.
No, all of them look like Ann with a fat ass.
Oh, you don't think Anne has a fat ass?
She's got that Irish flat butt.
She's got a moon, what do you call it? Pancake butt. Nothing there.
Ann got a big old diaper Lebanese booty.
Have you ever had sex with one?
You're gonna get her mad. She's gonna come up here. Don't be careful.
With Ann? No. Ann, that would be incest.
Dr. Adams, you would never go in a biker bar, drink a ton of vodka, come on Clown House, start screaming at people, then get in an actual fight with a bunch of bikers.
Yo. Like I said, I brought up Cook's Corner. Like y'all don't know how many times I've been in Cook's Corner and been sitting up on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I love Corner. You never heard of it, Mom?
No, what is that?
You can't get
That's when you go in the corner and you start cooking.
I was
secret location.
from the river to the sea.
Oh, amazing.
Do you remember that scene in Pee Wee
In the
Herman's?
English second language, what the fuck was that?
He just came up to say, Frank was here from the river to the sea.
What do you think about Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure when he goes into that biker bar and then he does the song and dance? Was that a gay bikers bar? I can't remember.
What do you think about Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure masturbating in a movie theater?
Well, there's a new HBO documentary coming out about Paul Rubens, and honestly, it's supposed to be amazing. I saw the preview; it looked really good because he was such a huge success, and that brought him down. But he was so successful that it was basically his retirement.
I know the Pee Wee Herman song's playing in everyone's head. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I haven't watched.
So is black fatigue a real thing, Pepe, or is it just like spam?
If you have to live around them, yeah.
Yeah, but there's obviously an index. There's a percentage of every group that you would prefer not to be around, but then there's a percentage of the group that, you got no problems with.
I would say, I'd say in the online sphere, since the BLM bullshit, yeah, there's a lot of fucking black fatigue. It's kind of dying down. I mean, if we're being realistic, it's if you see you get. I feel like when white trash behaves differently from ghetto people, in a way.
You're right about that.
I'd rather live next to white trash than ghetto people, in my personal.
Well, I feel like if you're gonna
get me three.
If you get black, if you get ghetto black women, for example, they're the ones that are loud and obnoxious, get an attitude. Whereas white women, they kind of do the same thing, but they put their hands on their hips, and they'll just be a little belligerent, but they're just super passive aggressive and annoying. You want to punch them in the face too, but it's just white women. I don't know. What do white people do when they act like classless white trash?
They throw fists. I saw the cutest girls last night drunk at the bar throwing fists because some guy gets in an Uber with some girl. I mean, young people, when they're intoxicated, the whole problem is just intoxication. 99% of all these police domestic calls, it's always alcohol. Always.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty hungover today. Oh my god, I love white women.
Racist.
So Pepe, do you think there's a predisposition within the African American community, a predisposition towards violence, or is it just natural? If you go to the zoo and you see, Superior, a silverback with, his 10 female gorillas, and he's the physically dominant and most violent, but not the most playful, because I've witnessed and observed how animals are super playful, but then there is this alpha primate type of predisposition in the index.
I don't know. Gorillas are known to be a lot more gentle than chimpanzees, for example. A chimpanzee is way more likely to fucking kill you than a gorilla. But obviously, the gorilla is the way bigger
just saying it's like machismo or hormones. It's like fuck around and find out because from their perspective, I am the superior primate, and you're fucking with me. So like now you're gonna find out. Like that's you don't see that in maybe other groups. I'm just saying there's like a herd or a genetic slice of the pie that you fuck around, you find out with that pie.
Just spit it out, John. Just spit out what you want to say.
It's just there is a personality within every group where you can tell like this is somebody I shouldn't fuck around with because they're itching to fight. That's what I'm saying. You can see it. They take their shirt off, they act a certain way, they carry themselves.
I have a question.
Hold on, Adam. Hold on. What were you saying, Adam?
No, I was just gonna say you just said that there was white biker gangs itching to fight. I don't think there's any like thing right out the gate saying that a certain group's gonna fight. Just the things that they're doing. Yeah.
Matt, how many fights and brawls do you hear coming out of Cook's Corner?
Yeah, no, I get that. You're right. I get it. Yeah. I'm just pointing out, like, I mean, I know where John's going. I think we all know where John's going, but it's kind of like you gotta, regroup and really think about it a little bit better.
White people do not bang the same. Like, that's just what it is. Like, white people do not gang bang the same.
Like I said, for me, it's all context. And yeah, you're right. We all go about our different business. But if we want to, we will fight. It just depends on what the context is.
So let's go to a different group that experiences gang activity in California. Shout out to the Vietnamese, right? Let's take a little trip over to Westminster. Do you see smash and grabs happening in Westminster, Matt? No. Right. So, do you see liquor store robberies, smash and grabs, and the different types of criminal activity that exists in the Black America? Do you see that happening in Westminster?
Yes.
Garden Grove.
Thing is, though,
exactly.
You brought up the Vietnamese. They were violent. I was about to say they're probably more violent especially in the 90s. They were a lot more violent than the Black Vietnamese.
No, but we're talking about today. You don't see. You don't see anybody hashtag trending Vietnamese fatigue. You don't see that.
No, you're right about that. We're just talking about, somebody mentioned that the Vietnamese back in the day were like one of the most violent groups, you know what I mean? But I don't know what happened.
A lot of them, so when they first came over here, they were basically refugees. So, like the Laotians, Cambodians, and Vietnamese, when they came over here, they were like literal peasants that fled war. And they grew up really poor, and their gangs were they were just vicious. Even here in Phoenix, they were just known they killed each other a lot, but they were, other people trying to avoid them. They were a group that would just absolutely will not hesitate to kill you or kill people close to you if you fuck with them. And then the Hmong were probably the worst. I don't know. I mean, they definitely were violent.
That wasn't my experience with the Vietnamese people. Like, I went to elementary school, private school, in, Garden Grove. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of
school. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I went to
gang members in private school.
Do you mind me asking what year, basically, or because?
So in the 90s. So I believe when I finished elementary school was 2000. So I mean, for me, growing up in Southern Orange County and going to private school in Garden Grove, I went to Christ Cathedral. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Glory of Christmas. Like my school was actually pretty lit. We used to ride camels and fucking horses. That's a part of our curriculum. But it's one of those things where growing up.
Was that like driver's ed and sex ed on the same day?
No. So growing up in an area that is predominantly, at the time, Latinos came in, that was predominantly Vietnamese know, in the 90s, in that specific area, it wasn't the Asian people causing the problem. It was actually Latinos.
Yeah, I get on with that. I had both of those going on where I grew up. Like, we had a nasty Vietnamese gang. That's why when it was brought up, I'm like, oh yeah, I can totally relate to that. Because those guys were just, like, slaughtering people down in San Diego. So, and then, like, yeah, the Hispanic gangs were all over the place. So, both groups, at least in my era, were, like, going berserk.
Matt, do you think there's a lack of emotional intelligence? Is there a lack of emotional intelligence in these gang members, and is that why they have such a proclivity towards violence?
Matt, have you ever stole a candy bar?
Yeah.
How did it feel?
What the fuck? Who steals a candy bar? Like, what the fuck? I had a credit card at like 11. Like, why would anybody steal a fucking candy bar?
I was like in fourth grade.
That's whoever said why would anybody steal a candy bar? That's one privileged motherfucker.
I do it for fun when I was like 9 years old. Like, yeah, I just feel like a little toy car here and there, whatever, you know.
You fucking bastard! I thought you were straight, man. Damn, bro.
That was a clean white man.
Yeah, dude, what the hell?
Man, let me tell you something. When I was in preschool, I went to preschool in Huntington Beach, and there was like a little girl that gave me something, and I held on to it, just being like an innocent 5-year-old. My mom noticed that shit in freaking Rancho Santa Margarita, drove back over to Huntington Beach to have me go return it. Like, that's the type of values that I grew up with.
I had the same thing. I had to return it. And this, I'll be honest, that wasn't the first time I had done it before. And each time, you're right, Adams, we were disciplined, in our family enough to go, you have to go return that. And by the way, it made all things better because I didn't get any trouble. The people that I returned it to were like, okay, well, there we go. Where if I was to run out of the store and put up a fight, then that's a whole different story. You know what I mean? Like, and I wouldn't have done that, by the way. I would have just given it back. But, we're in a different era now where people are stabbing the people that are stopping them from, like, stopping.
No, we're definitely in a different era. Like, my aunt, for example, my older cousins, they're now in their 40s. My aunt literally took my older cousin and had him put in the Moreno Valley jail. Okay? Just to show him exactly what happens when you don't follow the law. He was literally, like, this was, like, before I was born. Like, he was literally, like, 10 years old, crying in the fucking Moreno Valley jail, right? Because my aunt took him down to the jail and wanted him to experience, like, it was like our own family's version of, like, Scared Straight.
I love that show, by the way.
I don't have so much.
My parents used to make me watch that shit.
I don't have so much black fatigue. I have more of Clubhouse fatigue.
Yeah, but you're addicted, fool, so don't even act like that.
Aren't they one and the same, John?
No, because, yes, there is Black Clubhouse, which is like 80% of Clubhouse, but, that's like unlistenable because it's such a waste of time. And so.
John, you curtail your own experience.
No, that's not true. I have more profiles than anybody, and I go into more rooms than anybody.
In real life, you cannot avoid black people. On this app, you can definitely avoid black people.
In the real...
You don't think we're exhausted with you?
You're exhausted with me? Is that what you're asking me? How did I exhaust you?
And you're in the black rooms quite often. And you come on stage and you say something goofy.
Well, I'm a comedian. What do you think comedians do?
But you haven't said anything funny yet.
That's just like your opinion that I'm not funny. I hear lots of laughs.
Really?
You're so delicate, Mon. You're just emotionally sensitive.
No, but John, she has a point. Like, you follow, like, British humor patterns. Like, nobody in the United States thinks that British humor is funny.
Well, I'm sorry that I'm not as a successful comedian as you would, prefer that I am. But I'm trying. And, I'm just saying I'm fatigued.
Well, you should take a community, a community college course on comedy and then come back to Clubhouse.
I think you're actually very funny. Last night was hilarious.
If you would do that, John, you would actually be more educated than the average black person on this app.
If I did a community college comedy course.
John is black and he's running for Congress.
See, that's comedy. That's what funny is. And unfortunately, you know and I know that there are so many crybaby people on here. If I were to declare that I'm black and I'm running for Congress, like it would. Thank you, Adams. I'm appointing you to my new campaign manager. I think your strategy could be effective in getting people to pay attention.
Don't encourage it. Don't.
I mean, Cory Booker is doing Heil Hitler's, doing, whatever that salute is called. I mean, did you see that video?
Not too much on Cory Booker. Not too much on Cory Booker.
He's fatiguing.
That guy sucks. Cory Booker can suck my...
Not too much on Cory Booker. Nigga, hell Hitler.
Yeah, well, I think Kanye is taking too much nitrous. Too much nitrous.
It had to be like low-key the dumbest song I've ever fucking heard.
That's kind of dumb. It is like, come on, rap actually, bro. Like,
So, have you ever heard of black people just getting a certain type of stage fright? When they reach a certain peak of success? Like, do you feel like that's what Kanye's experiencing?
No, I think that he literally is so egotistical that he thinks he's the main character in the video game, and he's wondering why things are fucking up for him.
So is Kanye really the victim? He bought a $60 million house, right? Ripped the shit down to studs, okay, and ended up selling it for $30 million. Is that the Jews to blame?
No, I really think he's taking too much nitrous.
No, I think that Kanye is taking too much Kanye. Like, for example, his mom wanted to go and get a bunch of plastic surgery, okay, at damn near 60 fucking years old, right? She ends up dying in post-acute care, and all of a sudden Kanye wants to blame the doctor.
Yeah, I mean that's
were the Jews to blame for his mother's black plastic surgeon that took her off this earth? Are the Jews to blame there?
Don't try it. Remember during Hurricane Katrina when that dumb motherfucker came out there with that white comedian, and it was like George Bush doesn't care about black people. Remember he said that shit? That's my first experience with Kanye, man. He's been nuts the whole night.
I feel like George Bush should have had a better press secretary in saying that Kanye doesn't give a shit about black people.
Yeah,
Kanye continues to say that slavery was a choice. Kanye continues to, date, white Armenian women that were implants from Hillary Clinton and the Clintons. He said this, right? Kanye continues to, overcharge black people for cheap Chinese sneakers, right? That we know as Yeezys. So, I mean, where exactly is Kanye showing up for?
Wait a minute, how do you know that Kanye said black people, slavery was a choice?
Because he said it on live television.
And you was paying attention, right?
Again, paying attention is not a choice.
So I think he did what he wanted to do.
Right, and it had nothing to do with Jewish people.
No, it's like Candace Owens going in on Jewish people too. She's throwing her career down the toilet doing that shit too, bro. I just think that it's not every fucking thing is because of the Jews. I'm just saying.
I mean, Jews.
I will say this: I haven't met a lot of.
Kanye has net worth more than the average Jewish person. Yet he's complaining about the said average Jewish person.
Yeah, I don't know. Here are my thoughts. As far as the Jewish people, I've never met like an actual Jew, probably in real life. But on here, 99% of them are unpleasant. I'm just gonna say. I mean, they just are. And for the black people, 80%.
How are Jewish people unpleasant?
I don't know. Most of them are fucking.
You might be projecting, Doctor.
Kind of a smart ass.
How exactly are Jewish people unpleasant?
Kind of egotistical, kind of smart asses, kind of. You know, and listen, I'm pro-Jewish.
But you sound like you're describing black people.
Egotistical, them on here are the same way. But I've met some really friendly, nice black people on here. But most of the Jewish people on here are fucking fighting, arguing. They're smart asses. We're talking about Steve, the atheist. We're talking about
most of the Jewish people I've met on this app are
Guido.
very kind, very humble.
We're talking about JB, the Guido.
Kind,
we're talking
very
about. I can keep fucking going, dude, about the Jewish people on here. I like El Normo. He's probably the nicest Jewish person on here. Maybe John, but John can be a dick too. I mean, like most of the Jewish people in here are edgy dickheads. Be honest.
Okay, so let's wait.
We're gonna name this room Sway John. No Jews backwards.
So I feel like El Normo and Monica probably face the most racism.
Monica's Jewish. That explains it all. Thank you. Okay, so
Monica is not. Stop. Monica is not Jewish. Okay, I was just going over who experiences the most racism on this app. Okay, Monica, Pepe, and I would say that El Normo, and probably myself as well. I would even like to throw myself in here as well.
By far, yeah, that's true. I don't know, white people experience lots of racism because we just exist on here and they can get a pass. Brother Adams told me the other day, don't let this crack out white pasty motherfucker in here. He's a racist. My lady, that's actually racist what you're saying. While you're calling me a racist, you're calling me cracker and pasty. I ain't racist. Like, bitch, do you hear yourself?
You just tell that fat black bitch to shut her fucking mouth.
It was Swan. Dumb bitch. I gotta run to the weed shop. Give me 5.
What's up, Musanda?
Yeah, what's up? Now, this thing with Congo's going, but like I was saying to Mr. Adams, who gives these blacks the power to insult all these white people? Somebody owns the media. Why aren't you so scared to mention it out?
Yes, it's a filthy fucking Jews. It's the Jews. Everybody knows it. I'm not afraid to say it. The Jews, when it comes to music,
Wait, Pepe, let me ask you a question.
Wait, hold on, let the guy finish.
Is Rupert Murdoch a Jew?
Adam.
No.
Oh, so now we're getting somewhere. Rupert Murdoch's not a Jew. Was Walt Disney a Jew?
No, but you have to look, if you go back to the 1970s, when it came just to, first of all, Hollywood was 100% Jewish in the 70s.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
No, it was not.
And then it was 70% of the traditional legacy news media, like the newspapers and so forth, was Jewish owned. So it was like,
no,
not an anti-Semitic trope. Yes, it was.
Hey, according to who?
There's many sources. You can even grok this fucking shit. In it depends on which decade.
Right. So you're bringing up
in the 70s. It really peaked.
Pepe, where was this is crazy. Pepe, this is literally crazy.
It's not crazy.
What are you talking about?
Do you know who founded Hollywood?
Oh my God, this is good. Have you ever seen the movie Chinatown? Oh, huh?
What does that have to do with
It's with Jack Nicholson.
Exactly. So, John, have you seen that movie?
The Jews literally fucking founded Hollywood, dude.
Roman Polanski.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did. What are you talking about? Even up until a couple decades ago, all 8 major studios were owned by Jews.
The Italians.
No, they didn't.
Okay. All right.
They were owned by Jews. This is... even up until a couple decades ago, all of the big 8 studios in Hollywood were owned by Jews. And most, I don't even meet Jews who contend with that one. They literally were the pioneers and founders of Hollywood. It's not anti-Semitic.
Well, what's your point, Pepe? Did you like all the movies?
Some of them okay.
I mean, what are you complaining about? You didn't even have to pay for any of it. You're complaining.
So he's trying to say that the Jews didn't like have control over the media, which extends it to
because they did
record labels, music advertising, traditional news media. Yeah, they absolutely fucking dominated it.
They absolutely did not. Nice try, Diddy.
Can we get back to hating on whites and blacks? I prefer that.
Yes, thank you.
I'm just saying, I've never seen a white person come up to a group of black people at a table in a restaurant on a nice patio and like throw shit at them and stab some shit in their purse, or it's like, why is it always black on white or black on black crime? Why isn't it ever white on black crime or white on yellow crime?
That actually happened to me in Tennessee when I was 10 years old. This fucking white cracker bitch came up to my family like, I was sitting with it was me, my dad, my little brother. She came up to me and she was like, "I fucking hate you niggers," and she like threw a pancake at my face.
You should have punched her in the fucking crotch and said, "I hate you."
Yeah, you should have.
My dad pushed her, and then we all got free meals.
Oh, so that bitch did you guys?
It's a happy ending.
Exactly.
Not in your favor. That's not a really.
Yeah, I've been called nigger twice in my life, and these are the two states. Once in Massachusetts and once in Nevada, and they were all driving, by the way.
Well, I stand corrected. I mean, that was a perfect example of white on black crime, and those are Karens.
Mm-hmm.
So I've only been called a nigger a handful of times in my life. Once was actually a clubhouse match. Do you remember that? The white lesbian woman.
Come on, that don't count.
No. The white lesbian woman that called me nigger no less than 80 times on recording. She ended up going back to the 7-Eleven and burning the shit down. It's crazy.
I've only been called a nigger by Mexicans. When we first moved to California, going to school, and it was the Mexicans, and I would go home crying and tell my mother, and she said, just call them wetbacks. But I've never been called a nigger by anybody white.
Yeah, I've only been called a cracker in person maybe twice, and it was one surprisingly Hispanic blonde. It's kind of funny you mentioned that, and one black person. So there we go.
But it don't hit the same, right?
Oh, you know what? I take that back.
It does, but it hurt. It hurt me a little bit,
Do you think
I take
about
that back. We moved into an upper class white area when we first bought our house, because when I was being called a nigger, I was living in Whittier. Most people over there were Mexican, but we moved to Orange County in an upper class neighborhood, and one Park, and
that's upper class.
it was back then. Go on mute. Good God. Anyway, so when we moved in, one of the neighbors said to the other neighbors, "Did you know that we have some niggers on our street now?" So, but we had the happening house. We had the best house on the block. It was in one of the magazines. I can't remember what magazine.
I'd be really mad if some moon crickets moved on my street too. I mean, to be fair.
I mean, my childhood home got sold off $1 million listing in Orange County. But I will say this, I remember.
It's all Asian now where I grew up. The whole entire neighborhood. They took the grocery stores, the Ralphs, everything is all Asian.
My neighborhood is all Asian, all Persian. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, but chinks are fucking annoying.
But my friends used to call my house the Persian palace.
Persians are tacky.
They are. You drive down the street and it's like single-story homes, but in the middle of the street, there's always some crazy-looking.
Persian palace.
Yes, and it just looks weird. And like, why would you put that house in the middle? Even if they added on 100 times over, and now there's a big gate, and it looks tacky. It looks retarded.
Tacky as fucking people.
That's racist. I love Persian people. The women are beautiful. The food is amazing. The music is intoxicating. How dare you say Persians are tacky?
No, I love Persian palaces. Amon, it's really crazy. I will never live in anything other than a Spanish and Mediterranean.
A serious question: when this is pertaining to the white people, when you hear black people or Hispanics or any out group call you guys a cracker, does it actually offend you?
I mean, just like calling somebody any word, like if somebody was like, and it also depends, are they singling you out? Like the context matters. Like if somebody, like I don't know, if you're like on a school project and you just so happen to be like the one white kid that's on it, somebody's like, oh, we have this cracker or something like that. Be like, it's not like you can help it that you were part of that group. But other than that, not really. I mean, it's just kind of like it's not much different from if somebody calls you like a fag or
No,
other name.
they're not calling you. They're not calling you cracker because they hate your skin complexion. They're probably calling you cracker because you did something to them. For example, if I get pulled over by police because I got a nice car, right? I'm like, this cracker motherfucker pulled me the fuck over for no fucking reason. That's a cracker, right? But I'm not saying it because he's white.
People don't pull people over for no reason.
I'm not sure if that makes any sense.
If I was a cop, I would pull over.
Well, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it because he didn't do anything.
Police have to fill out, when they pull somebody over.
To his point, though, like
hey, bro, I've been
to your point, Valencia, whatever your name is.
You know how to say Balenciaga. Stop playing.
Oh, Balenciaga, whatever.
Save the children. Save the children.
I don't give a damn. Arrest Balenciaga.
Oh, he doesn't give a damn about the children. Y'all are putting children in bondage. Okay.
Yep. I don't give a damn.
Adam,
hold on.
please. Go ahead, Matt.
Every time I've ever been called a cracker is exactly what you're saying. It's kind of like out of anger. I'll give you that. It's not like it's like joking around or anything. So yeah, it does come with a little bit extra heat when they actually do it. So I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Yes, they're not just calling you cracker because your skin is pale or whatever.
Well, that's like if it's like so that's where it's kind of like if somebody says cracker and there's already kind of like tension or like something's happened between like me and some like a non-white person, then the cracker thing doesn't like it's just like any I'm not even gonna really care.
Yeah, I mean I treat it like that too, Pepe. But I do know that they're using it not as a like a joke, like they're actually trying to like get you off your game or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't take it seriously like that, but like
There's like people
No, they don't. It's not just that. They call you cracker. They call you patient. They call you troglodyte. They call you, all sorts of fucking shit.
Mayo monkey. That's my favorite.
In real life, like it was, you would get like the
Snow roads. There you go.
You would get like the few.
Bleach demon.
Okay. You'd get the few like maybe Mexican people that they just did not like white people, and it was well known. Or and I can even think of like a couple of black people. Like, because most black people, if they like preferred, because like when I was in high school and stuff, people did stick with their own, but they were always at least like cordial and friendly with each other. But there's some that you knew they just did not fuck with white people, and I just avoid them. I don't really care.
If you ever want to, clap back at a Mexican person that calls you a cracker, say Selena was transgender. Selena was a transgender. That is John Leguizamo in a wig, right? So again, if you say that, I'm telling you, Latinos will get so pissed off, like it's like the second Mexican-American war.
Whites and Mexicans, at least I was growing up, we all kind of made fun of each other though. It was never serious.
You were cut down.
Like we can call them beaners, we could do all kinds of things. Like if you're, in a joking way, they didn't really care.
Oh my God, it's even more fun when you can speak Spanish.
I can't think of a better time to bring up a personal matter that I've been thinking about.
Are you getting deported?
Well, maybe. we'll see about that. Maybe I'll get deported somewhere that's reasonable. Matt, are you going back to Africa?
Oh my God, let him get his point out.
FBA, I'm going to be FBA officially at some point here. No. This is a serious matter. So, where is the line of, derogatory terms does the other N word land in? Do you know what the other N word is? What is the other N word? I'll let you think about it a little bit more. Keep thinking.
The N word.
There's another N word.
Nepotism.
No, that's another one.
No, I feel like that's more insulting when people call me a nepo baby as opposed to, the N word.
How about the Negro term? Because I am going to make a transition into something right now.
Negro. I prefer Negro.
So, where is that in the hierarchy of the other N word? Where is that like a second place? How close are we to that word?
Well, there's a couple different N-word variations, and in terms of the hierarchy of hate, the hard R is definitely at the far end of the spectrum. Now the grow, I would put it in the far left category next to the C word, which you can think about that. I don't want to say these types of terminology, but you bring up an index of hate speech, and I think it's an important topic.
Well, it used to be Negro was like the...
My little pumpkins, yeah.
Black people call themselves.
Oh, my little pumpkin, oh, pumpkin.
Nigga is
Oh, my
cool.
little
That's hip-hop.
pumpkin.
My nigga. That's cool.
You grotty little wanker, how are
You were in a gang, my little pumpkin?
That's my question, because,
Oh, you badass. I always knew you were in a gang. What was it, some kind of Muslim biker gang?
I was on a college
No, when I was younger, I was in a gang. Yeah, I was a teenager, but...
You were a shot caller?
It wasn't offensive. I just understood
No,
that.
well, I would tell you, but you're fucking recording me.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I do. You keep accusing me of doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm doing, so just stop accusing me. Just go with the flow. Be a part of the problem, not a part of, not any kind of problem.
Because I've heard him multiple times on stage say the N word. You guys give him a pass?
I need to go.
I wouldn't get offended off no shit like that. You gotta ask somebody else. That's stupid to me.
Yeah.
If I seen a white person rehearsing a rap song that got nigga in it, I'm not standing around mad as hell because they said it. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta ask somebody else.
Well, there's lots of black people on here get offended that, that a guy, that white people have said the N word, but not the hard R, just that word. They get all mad about it. Bro.
It depends on what group of black people you're talking to. If you're talking
exactly. If you them self-conscious.
Black people.
If you're talking like liberal leftists, and they get offended for anything.
People don't even know what stands on. They just fucking have emotions, bro. This woman doesn't even know what she stands on.
For the most part,
do you feel like black people complain too much about racism?
Adams, love you, Adams, but...
Wait, hold on. What color are you? What color are you?
Finish what he's saying, Adams! Who was that speaking?
Yeah,
That was you.
yeah, Adams. Wait.
All right, what were you saying?
But yeah, we can for the most part we can tell the difference between people who are being assholes and who are just trying to attune themselves with hip hop culture. They might not be saying nigga like to be.
If you like sweet.
They just thought it was cool. So most of us can tell.
Or some of them grew up in that type of environment too, though. You gotta include that too. There are some white people like considered white trash that grew up in inner cities and shit, and that was part of their lingo.
But aren't they if you grew up around black people, in I don't know, the projects, and I'm guessing they kind of treat you like maybe, I don't know. They think of you as kind of like one of them.
Which is weird to me because you admit that a white guy from the projects is white trash, but what are black people from the projects? They're not.
They just use the term ghetto. They just use the term ghetto.
Oh, we already have names for us. Trust me.
Yeah, but you guys embrace that shit. So
no, they call it. They say trailer rats. You know what I mean? All of that shit. I mean.
Well, I'm saying is you guys embrace the horror culture, the hooker culture, like Cardi B and the fucking Sexy Red, all this gangster bullshit, then you admit that white people from that same fucking area are white trash low down. What the fuck? I don't get it. Like, you guys admitting that you're trash and you embrace that culture, that's fucked up to me. You know? It's crazy.
I don't know what he just said, but
Wait. Cardi B is from New York. So you want to tell me that white people in New York are white trash?
Yeah, I think Cardi B is trash.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
No, what I'm saying is someone that is considered from the ghetto of the project, but they're white, they're considered white trash. And what are black people from that same area? They're not considered trash.
So this is where I'm confused. White people don't live in the ghetto. They live in trailer parks.
What I'm saying is, Dr. Adams, listen to what I'm saying. The white people that are from the hood, that guy just said back there, Valencia, he said,
yeah,
there fucking is.
There's no such
Yeah, there is, bro.
Yeah, I think there was, especially like Boston when I was a kid. There was white hoods, but they were called derogatory. They were called derogatory terms like townies, Southies. Like they were seen as like being low class white trash.
That is racist.
Okay, hold on. But they did have but it is correct that generally poor white people are going to be more on the far ends of suburbs or in rural areas, and blacks that are poor are more likely to be inner city. Not always. There's a lot of them in the south that are rural too.
Right, not always.
But calling people hood rats, ghetto, project hoes, like whatever, like they do have like the same link. They do call them names based on how some of them might behave and because they're poor. And you see some people embrace it in the black community, just like you see, like, there's people that are like proud to be rednecks and, all of that shit. So, I don't know.
So let me ask you a question, Pepe. Do you feel like, had black people understood the message behind white flight and not have followed white people out to suburbia, do you feel like black fatigue would be a thing today?
Well, I think people still are separated based on class, where a lot of the black behavior is going to kind of, low-class black people are not going to really be around, upper-class people or even upper-class blacks, but
that again.
But I think it's more like it when you hear black fatigue, it's more in the it's more having to do with like having to deal with them in public, like when you're at a store or that kind of shit.
And that's my whole point. Had black people not have followed white people out to suburbia, white people would have been left in peace.
oh my goodness.
No, but it's true. It's true.
Hey, look, if y'all wouldn't have bombed Tulsa, Oklahoma, we would have been left in peace, goddammit, because we had our own stores, shopping malls, hospitals, and some more shit.
We was kings. No, but Matt, do you not hear?
I hear that Black Wall Street shit. I don't know.
Matt, do you not hear where I'm coming from with this? If black people did not follow white people out from Los Angeles out to, Valencia and the Santa Clarita Valley and Moreno Valley to Riverside, Rancho Cucamonga, do you think that, race relations would be a little bit different in America had black people not have followed white people in their white flight? I mean, it's crazy to me. These same black people want to get so far away from white people, yet you keep following these said white people into suburbia. It's crazy. It's happening all over
Who wants to get away from white people? What are you talking about?
No. The safest place that I can live in is in the Jewish neighborhood. Thank you very much. Okay? Black people moving closer to white people has nothing to do with safety.
Wait a minute. White people are moving closer to black people. Do you know what gentrification is?
No.
Do you know that a lot of white people are moving to the city? Do you know they're moving to the city all over the country?
That's false. So even if you look at a place like Compton, California, for example, that was primarily a Jewish neighborhood. And Mascadon's neighborhood. White people. So again, white people left in a certain amount of time, and black people came in, tore up the whole fucking neighborhood, right? They tore that motherfucker up. We all saw that straight out of Compton. So again, when I go back to my point, maybe race relations would be a little bit better in America if black people would stop trying to follow white people.
Oh my goodness, this guy's crazy.
It's true.
Hey, listen, that's cool. That's cool.
So you don't think that white flight was a strategic event that had certain type of aims, outcomes, and implications as far as race relations in America? White people left the inner cities for a reason. If y'all want to tear this shit up, white people were taking our raisin potato salad and we're leaving, right? They went out to suburbia and black people followed them. So again, at the end of the day, okay, you cannot sit up here and say that the racial tension in America is solely predicated on the activities of white people. Black people have to follow. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Well, who created the system?
Black people.
Stop being so truthful, Dr. Adams. You're hurting people's ears and feelings, bro. They can't hear the truth.
You guys are so damn stupid. No, he's not. He's stupid. He doesn't know the history
Shut up,
of racism in America. Shut the
eyeliner
wearing
pussy. Shut the fuck up.
You own
Shut the fuck up.
codified laws.
You are a sodomizing queer.
Sodomizing
queer. Be quiet. Be quiet. Petting zoo. Petting zoo voyeurs. You're a petting zoo voyeur.
Shut up. You want to cook for white people so bad. White people are always racist, have always been racist, and there are the reason why there is systemic institutional oppression against.
So why are you fucking white men on OnlyFans?
Shut up.
Why?
Shut up, you dusty
Fucking
ass
white men on
bitch. You're a
OnlyFans.
fucking gay ass raggedy bitch that will never get a white
We
cock,
don't
even
think
if
that
you
you know
cook
who
for
you
them.
are.
Shut up. You want to be a slave master, bitch? You're a slave. Remember that. Remember that, bitch. It is all white people's fault, and I'll say it with my chest. It's all y'all's fault.
Jesus, that's a cognitive distortion disorder. That's an all or nothing thinking statement. That is so sick. You need help. You need therapy. You're ridiculous.
Free India from these dirty petting zoo voyeur ass.
Pumpkins back, my love. My little English rose. My beautiful little pumpkin.
Okay, so I painted a picture. I'm going to send it to you while listening to Santorum music. And I think it influenced because I ended up painting a Mithra. Look at your Mithra.
I don't know which one you're talking about. I've got so many accounts, my little pumpkin.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
What do you mean? This message in here. On this phone you do,
They have more intelligence than your dumb ass, bitch.
I'm busy right now, my little pumpkin.
Oh, well, that's fucking out of order, man. Right, I'm gonna go then if you're not giving me the attention I need.
Anyways, it is white people.
I'm gonna send Dolphy a Christmas ham, right? For his pork chewing petting zoo.
You're so damn stupid. You know Christians are
dirty Islamic,
the people who practice Christianity probably don't eat pork. Dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up. Swine. You're a fucking swine. You're a fucking swine.
Islamic.
You wanna eat animals that eat its own shit, dumb bitch.
You lost your virginity to a hoofed animal. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? We all know how you get down. If you don't get it from the front, then it's not considered losing your virginity. You dirty fucking petting zoo animal.
Matt probably sucks your cock at night. That's why he's like, expressing himself here. You dirty ass cocksucker.
Matt is my cousin. That would be incest. We don't get down like you dirty.
You guys are incest.
Dirty
Sweet
ass
home Alabama,
fucking
bitch.
Islamic.
Easy. Sweet home Alabama. Anyway.
Don't bring me up in your conversation.
Shut up, bitch. Then don't comment.
Dirty ass.
Y'all
go to a family reunion. Y'all go to a family reunion and swipe left and swipe right like a fucking idiot. Exactly. You inbred fucking dirty
Anyway, yeah,
ass swine.
400.
Shut up.
You were absolutely
Shut
correct.
up,
There are all
Sophie. You
these
wear
idiots
fucking
that
makeup.
have no lives and
You
no
wear
jobs
fucking
and
makeup.
are
You're a
bracketing
whole
on
fucking
here on this
drag
app,
queen.
just sitting here,
You're a whole
sitting in
drag
their
queen.
mom's
In your
basement,
shitty ass
talking about
university, getting called out on fucking YouTube. Exactly, Sophie. You want to talk about that?
So,
You want to talk about
I
that?
got called out, so
You went to
what
a
the fuck?
shitty ass school.
I
Like,
did
what are you
something,
talking
bitch. I'm
about?
about it in real life. I was literally clocked.
You went to a shitty ass university. You're a dumb, petting zoo humping monkey. Thank you. Thank you. You're a dumb, petting zoo humping monkey. Thank you.
Me, bitch. I would literally come roll up and your ass.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Your student visa is gonna allow you to just to pull up and pop smoke? Like, what are you doing?
Shut the fuck up.
What are you doing?
I'm not an immigrant.
What are you doing? You're one comment away from being fucking deported. You dirty ass fucking Pakistani. Shut the fuck up.
You can't do shit.
Shut the
you
fuck
just
up.
shut the fuck up. You are a Negro.
You are a dirty ass fucking Pakistani.
You're gonna get whipped, bitch.
You cook curry with your feet.
Before you
What
talk
the fuck are you talking about?
So, anyway, I'm done.
Cooking
I
curry with your
digress.
feet.
I digress.
Who the fuck are you calling the N-word? You cook curry with your feet.
Good
The fuck?
Welcome to another room.
I need to put a hijab on this motherfucker and stuff the ends up in his mouth.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, KP? Uncle KP?
What's going on? What's going on? I'm just hanging in here. What's up, Pepe? Matt, my homegirl, mine. Adam's my nephew. You know I love ya. Fuck off.
JP.
Miss Joe B. Just going through the list. Yay, what's going on with you? And the rest of you guys, I have not met you. But hey, yo.
JP, have you seen that video up top?
No, I'm gonna sit here and watch it. Okay, just give me a couple seconds. I mean, they went a little overboard. Little. Oh, brain coffee. You. Take another beer in your mouth. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they kind of went overboard a little bit. I mean, they could tell them, pay the tab, but to jump them, no, I don't know. I'm not there yet, but yeah.
Just a little, I mean, yeah, probably not the...
But Pepe, he probably did have some more for
This video was biased.
no self-control. Probably there's that element too. We don't, we didn't pick up on the video, but
I mean, if you had like an outlaw motorcycle club surrounding you trying to pay your tab, I mean, I just think you're retarded. If you're just gonna...
I mean, you can't take black people anywhere.
Who is this stupid person that was going at it with Adams? I don't know if they're a girl or a guy.
He wears makeup.
You got to be in the hallway, bitch.
yeah, they have an Adam's apple. We don't deal with those type here.
He's got a purse and a pants full of nuts. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not big into the unibrows. We gotta go.
Adams, where do you get your energy from, Adams? That's what I want to know. What do you think is responsible for the powerhouse of a personality that is Dr. Adams?
I go to the gym 6 days a week.
So you're saying going to the gym actually makes one more effervescent, healthy, gives you energy. And so do you think a lot of the people on this app...
When you like looking at yourself in the mirror, right, it invokes a certain different level of confidence than a lot of these wide back, big back ass, pimple faced fucking losers on this app.
So maybe what I'm suggesting is we have fatigue with those who are too fat to even get to the gym. I mean, I heard yesterday from Monica, she said when she lost weight, people started respecting her. Oh, I'm sorry, that actually wasn't Monica.
You're not gonna attack that beautiful white queen.
It wasn't Monica, it was what's-her-face.
Not too much on Monica.
I'm just saying that fat people are actually fatiguing. Not maybe low IQ racist. It's actually the fat people who are the most egregious in society.
I mean, Monica is the victim, right? I mean, wouldn't you say that?
Well, everyone is their own worst enemy, and so you become a victim of yourself.
What biker gang was that? Because I didn't see any stripes.
But that was Outlaws.
Outlaws.
Was that video posted by a black person?
I think it was posted by white.
It's just a scrape in a bar, okay? No bad. Shit happens in a bar. Wasn't that bad? And I hope you guys been in a bar, and especially, hey baby, them the old as I am. We done been at bars our age. We seen some shit if you my age. Especially mine. That was like
KP, they jumped him. That was pretty bad. 5, 6 men on one person. Pretty bad.
yo, you haven't been to a bar then, okay.
Alright, stop writing checks.
3, 4, 3, what?
I said stop writing checks, your ass can't cash.
There you go.
So, he accused, listen, I already heard your rhetoric, so I don't think we can have a conversation, Adams. I heard you talk already, you're not too put together right now. But,
and for the title, it says pedos. It says pedos, but they got a pedo.
You're back, my little pumpkin. Got a little bored, didn't you? You came right back where you belong. Comedy.
That's not even an English accent. That's like a retard accent.
It's all retarded. Anybody who talks like this, they can just easily speak not like this and just fucking talk normally. It was very easy. You could try to talk like an American. Can you do an American accent, my little pumpkin?
Yeah, I can do an American accent.
Let me hear you go. Let's have a conversation as if you were an American, please. Let's go. What are you?
Okay,
What are
I'm
you?
an African American.
No, I want a white
I'm
American.
just be asking you a question. I don't know why you trifling.
That's not very good. You're gonna have to work on that, pumpkin. Oh my God, Samo is here. Jean-Michel Basquiat. Same old shit. Jean-Michel. Hey, Jean-Michel. Same old shit, huh? It's just the same old shit. That's what's up, Samo. It's the same old shit.
I'm just so happy that you have defended me from Harry Balzac. I felt, and Jen defended me. I was so happy. And made me feel good.
I gotta get going to the hot dog fest.
Oh, by the way, I got my Santor.
Did you?
Yeah, I've been playing it at the church.
Oh, excellent. Are people hypnotized?
Yeah, the old ladies really liked it. I think it was giving them like ASMR or something.
Mm-hmm. That's what it does, yeah.
Yeah, they were like, relaxing, like reclining. I can imagine in ancient Mesopotamia, you'd be like in a big room with loads of pillows, smoking opium and playing it and just stroking each other's hair. That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be cool, right?
Yeah. I actually had a dream that I was a mistress inside an ancient Mesopotamian, I can't say it, Mesopotamian, big stone building, and it was a really good dream, but unfortunately my lifetime was really short because I died at like 23. Mm-hmm. But that lifetime that I dreamt of was fucking awesome because I got the most luxurious feasts. And I also had a girlfriend in that lifetime. She was a member of my harem.
Cool.
Something awesome.
That's so cool.
I think that was one of my lives for sure. What do you think about Harry Balzac?
I think he's a young kid, you know, he's exploring who he is. I don't know. Maybe he's a little immature, yeah. Samo wants to say something.
What's good, bro?
Same old shit?
On Clubhouse? Yeah. That's why I had to change my name to Samo. It used to be Lone Wolf, but now it's like, you know what? Since like everywhere I go, it's the same old fuck shit. So I was like, I'm gonna be a great example for Clubhouse. I'm gonna be Samo. I tell people, y'all are on the same old shit.
Yeah. It's the same. It's the same old industrial complex.
Yes, bro, and I love art. So my canvas painting is gonna be how some people on Clubhouse do the same old shit, complain about the same old shit every fucking time. I actually leave Clubhouse, they'll come back, and guess what?
Same old shit. Same old shit. Every day, all day long.
I had to be the example, bro. I had to be the example of, well, same old.
It's pathetic, is really what it is.
It is pathetic how people can't change. So, you know what? I'll be the guy to carry the flag and say, y'all need to wake up and stop being on the same fuck shit every fucking day on Clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Complain about the same shit every fucking day. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a waste of your time.
It is. But some people can't wake up, bro. They don't know how to be a philosopher of love. Mm-hmm. They don't know how to be a philosopher of good energy. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to be kind. They're always trashing each other.
Yeah.
Always talking shit.
Yeah. I basically think it's I think it's pretty much actually just comedy.
Yeah. What's so common about trashing someone and making someone feel like shit?
It's like a form of fucked up comedy, but I mean, you know, comedy they roast people. So I technically think it's like a roast app.
I try to be as real as possible on here, bro. I try to be real. Try to expand people's mind and wake them up. A lot of things I realize, a lot of people come on here, I guess they get away, maybe. I don't know.
No, people are their own worst enemies. They just, they're too stupid to know that they've had the same conversation 1,000 times.
In different rooms. I love you, man. I love you. You get it. You get it. They literally have the same conversation in different rooms, and they complain and they bitch and fuss and say, fuck you don't know what you're talking about. Like, bro, I was just in another room where you said the same fuck shit.
Yeah,
it's like everywhere you go, it's the same thing. You don't even try to change the conversation. You just care about the same old shit. So I said, you know what? Salome will be same up. Every time people see me, they know I'm gonna call them out for the same old shit.
Same old shit. Okay, listen to this. This is the same old shit.
Right now, like, did you ask him?
Did I go?
I would say what's
Adam, wake up. Breakfast.
Yeah, I would say what was likely is that you see that the black guy, he has like this big, bright, like reflective vest. Like he probably just got off of work.
Right.
And then, you know, I don't. Maybe he drank too much and he was saying like offensive shit. Maybe people were being rude to him. I have no fucking idea. They did call him. Somebody did say beat that fucking N-word. Like at the end of the video.
As they should have. That porch monkey was chimping out.
You sound trigger me. I'm not gonna listen to this fucking cake monkey. You a monkey too, you know what I mean? Bet off in a cake, you know that, right?
It's like grown people talking about children. Oh, someone did
I saw it now.
Cake monkey, I never heard that one before.
I saw it.
What is that, a crusader talking?
Well, this is what I would think.
Is that a porch monkey asking?
The zookeeper came in and cleaned the gate.
Watching ants in a glass box, bro.
Because
Yeah.
it's a zoo monkey.
I think life is actually very much like an anthill.
Shit like that.
It is. Everyone's scattered out, going crazy.
You would get the fuck out if you felt threatened. Like, okay, I'm out.
Yo, Augustus!
This ain't black and white. I'm not gonna sit here and talk shit to a whole biker gang. You gotta be out of your
Hey, how's it going?
Right.
I'm listening to a Pepe room. I'm listening.
Somebody's like, what I'm saying and make it disgusting.
I'm listening to a Pepe room about this biker gang fight, but I'm actually about to go work out and go to the hot dog fest in my neighborhood.
See, at least you know how to get off this app and live life for what it is. That probably.
Sorry. Samo, I have an X stream going. Augustus, I have a room open called Comedy, and Samo is in here. Jean Michel Basquiat acolyte.
Yes. Yes.
What are you doing today?
Just working.
Well, oh,
Yeah.
How's your campaign going?
It's going. I don't have as much time. I wish I had like secretaries who I could say, because apparently if my if the incumbent does an interview with a media outlet, they are legally required to also conduct a similar conversation with me. So, in terms of like doing more press and media, it's difficult to find the willpower to manually do maybe reach outs myself. But I think going the Kennedy route of trying to get onto podcasts to talk about issues, the debt, the Federal Reserve, and term limits. I mean, there's a lot to try to get exposure to, but you got to be your own press agent. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, do you have a website yet?
No.
You gotta get a website up and then put a form on the website for volunteers to come and volunteer for you, and then you got free workers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
That's one thing about the Kennedy campaign that was really special, was that they had like 250,000 volunteers, more volunteers for any campaign ever, like in history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a real political movement.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need 250,000, you need like 25.
Yeah.
That would be a big win.
Yeah, I agree. Let me send myself some notes.
Yeah, write that down.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing Eventbrites, like in all the towns, that are in the district, and then trying to organize basically MAGA Maha Eventbrites, and create, like basically social audio experiences for people in these towns that are disgusted with the crony Rhino Republican Darren LaHood.
I think that's great. Really, I think that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's like the whole media component to running the campaign. So I think the more digital media experiences that I can generate is like a great way to draw attention and yeah. Volunteer, yeah. Any other social experience events you can think of, or other marketing tactics or strategies that I should do to get out the vote?
Yeah, you need to have a fundraiser event.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, have a fundraiser event. Bring. Your goal should be to have like 50 people show up.
Mm-hmm.
And at the event, you should have like silent auctions going on, and basically like raffles, like even doing like a 50 and 50 or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called? The 50 and 50?
Yeah.
Where they like buy a raffle ticket and they get 50% of the winnings or whatever, and then the other 50% you put towards your campaign. Just simple fundraising techniques like that will get you some coin to start to actually like build out what you need to be building out for your campaign.
Yeah, that's what Max Rice kept telling me. I've got the bank account, and I'm gonna do like Give Send Go, Patreon, and he says silent. What did he say? Yeah, let's raise enough for signatures because we start gathering signatures in August for the petition for the ballots, and so I want to have some money to actually hire people on the ground in these towns to get on the ballot for the primary in March.
Is Max consulting for you?
Yeah, I mean, we just text. I mean, I'm not paying him or anything. We're just friends, and we, text and, have conversations. But his dad is also running for Congress, so um, his campaign, he's doing a lot. He has a lot of like public events. Very uh, typical content creation of shaking hands with veterans, and you know, that's what they do. I mean, they have a momentum of content, and it's all spam, but you know, basically it's a way to never talk about any serious issues.
Mm.
Deflect and maintain power. Um, yeah, there's other things like I also want to do just like screen recordings of his social media and do analysis of it. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think focusing on volunteers and fundraising is like the primary concern. If I can't start actually networking and organizing people, the campaign doesn't stand a chance because then it's not like an actual real movement.
Yeah, you got a good idea of what to do. Just get to it.
Yeah. How did that Matt Gaetz interview go?
Oh, thanks for asking. It went well. We talked about Epstein. We talked about politics, like what to do for like people like yourself that are running right now up against like rhinos. Because I had my brother-in-law on stage as well, who's running up against rhinos right now for state assembly in New Jersey.
And it's from the island.
So I gave him some good advice. That was pretty cool. He spoke like kind of like to the general public about about running and stuff. Encourage people to run for office. And then we started to talk about like the UFO phenomenon because when he was a congressman, he was like one of the top congressmen that were like investigating the UFO phenomenon, like on a government level. So that was cool.
What do you think about all these chemtrails? Because like I see chemtrails, every day of the week, and I'm just wondering, like, if Kennedy or Trump or they're gonna do anything to stop this. I mean, that CIA director Brennan's, there's that speech he gave where he says it's his most exciting, technology to combat climate change and shit like that. So, and I've seen the videos of what the actual technology looks like when they do the essentially spraying, and it's just like, damn, they're doing it in every major city. Like, how much is the fucking government spending on this? Like, this is a Doge type of, transparency audit that we need to see. It's like, oh, we're spending $50 billion a year to spray major cities with chemicals. What in the fuck are we doing? It's the same thing as the vaccine, but up in the sky. It's fucking crazy. There's no transparency. It's right there in front of our faces, and it's like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, I'm not, dummy. It's like, here's a video of showing actually what that plane looks like up in the sky, and why is it doing this? Why are we spending our taxpayer dollars to do this? It's a climate change hoax.
pretty sure he's like trying to stop the chemtrails. But bro, like to be honest with you, like the bureaucracy behind a lot of these things is just so fucking enormous. It's enough to make Elon Musk go like, what the fuck, I give up. You know? He just left Doge. And like basically being like, I can't really fucking help you. This is terminal cancer, you know?
Yeah. It's really fucking bad. With the Matt Gates interview, I just have a quick question.
Yo, it's hard to hear you.
Oh, it's hard to hear me? Hold on a sec.
Can you hear me much better now?
Yeah.
With the Matt Gates interview, did he talk about like the drones at all?
I don't think so.
Like what do you think those drones were?
I have no idea, bro. Like, sometimes I think that they were UFOs, and then sometimes I think that they were like just man-made and sent there to run like a psyop on people.
I agree. Like, yeah, like partially. Like, I'm starting to think that it's all like test to like see how we would react to like there actually being like drones, or maybe they're gonna do a false flag and like they're trying to like test and see how would people react to things in our airspace that we don't know what it is, you know?
Yeah, you gotta remember it was like under the Biden regime, who basically was like they're trying to create panic in the public for them to take your rights away. You know, like that's what they did with the COVID era. That's just what they do. So
yeah, that's what they did during the Patriot Act.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was like just a stunt being pulled to try to put fear into people in order to take your rights away.
I agree.
Did you see?
That's a good question, though.
Did you see the article that said that Elon Musk's black eye was not from his son Little X, but it was from Scott Bassett or whatever, the head of the Treasury? So, I mean, Elon just burns himself out. Like he is Adrian Dittman on X, and last night he was live for a couple hours, and I don't know. You can really get to know somebody's personality when you listen to them on X, and you can see how he's maybe not the highest functioning individual in terms of like relaxation and peace and chilling out. Like he's just burning himself up. He had that surgery on his neck, and he's overdoing it. You know, like there's just too much communication, and you become your own worst enemy. It's like taking care of yourself and protecting your own well-being is essential. And like if you start neglecting that and you start trying to do everything, but he's exposing it. I mean, he set up the groundwork for Doge. I mean, it's not just him, it's a team, and it's in all agencies. He's got Doge AI tracking on every agency. So it's like he's all about automation and taking things at scale. So it's like in 6 months he has essentially uprooted government fraud, waste, and abuse. Like he has left a platform to essentially, hopefully, expose a lot of the fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah, I read something like he was on drugs a lot during the campaign.
Isn't he like a ketamine addict, or is that all just like liberal like propaganda? Would you think?
I don't know what to make of it.
No, he's definitely on ketamine. I mean, on X Spaces, he's hyper verbal. He stays up all night, plays video games. I mean, it's like, dude, go to the gym, read a book, stop playing video games all night. I mean, it's driving your brain, in a loop. It's like, I'm the number one player in this. It's like, dude, really? It's like, don't you have 16 kids and like a compound and like
And
hundred
he
billion dollar
fakes
business?
that too. Like he's not actually good at video games.
Who cares? It's like a troll to say that I'm the number one. It's ridiculously stupid. It's just spam. But, you know, it's like if you're worth $800 billion, it's like I would drop out of society. I would to go to every measure to not be connected in a way. I mean, you want to be left alone. You want anonymity. But anyways, I'm just saying that, you know, he's not out of the administration, but in a way he's doing public relations work by saying, "Hey, I'm stepping back, and now I got a golden key, but I'm not actually involved anymore." It's like PR. It's a PR strategy to alleviate a lot of the pressure on him.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good take on that, honestly.
Low key though, like I'm kind of mixed about how I feel about Elon Musk. Like I don't think he's like a full end like conservative. Like he definitely has an agenda to be doing this stuff. Like I'm not putting no chip in my brain. I'm not like he like I like what Steve Bannon says about Elon. He's definitely a globalist, you know.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts, Augustus?
I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to talk shit on the administration or anything like that. So, he's a good dude. This is like a recorded space and everything. So, he's a good dude, man. Like, I don't want any beef with Elon.
Yeah. I'm sorry for doing that then. Like my view is like I think he's done a lot of good stuff, but I also think that like a lot of what he's done is like I really don't want anything to do with, putting chips in my head and, merging with AI and stuff like that. Like I think that's a little bit sus.
Yeah. I can see on how you think that.
I'm not trying to like cancel you or get you like in trouble with,
It's all good.
No, he's always in the news. I mean, it's just what it is. But like, I don't think, his plan is like some big plot. I mean, I think it came. I think his activity came out of like necessity, but also like the goodness of his heart because the woke mind virus, all this trans stuff, all the abortion stuff, all the debt, all the media and the content. It's so toxic that in his position, he made a huge risk buying X, and if Trump didn't win, X would have been deplatformed, or he would have had to sell it. Like he would have been canceled. So the censorship industrial complex, the Democrat industrial complex, the deep state industrial complex. I mean, he subverted it, but it is so powerful that it's like step out of the way of a moving train. I mean, look out. And so you do have to take care of yourself. I mean, you can't just let yourself be a punching bag your whole life. The rest of your life. It's brutal.
Yeah, there's no way, I'm gonna get a chip in my head or whatever.
Yeah. How do you feel about like automated cars? Like, do you feel safe in like automated cars or not really? Because like a lot of like the data is like coming out and like they get in a car accidents like quite a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm more of like a drive your own kind of car kind of guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I only ever get in Teslas like through Uber.
Yeah. But if the person was like driving autopilot and just like not driving, I would kind of be sketched out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be sketched out too, bro. If you get into an Uber and the Uber's just like driving itself.
Yeah.
Did you see the $6,000 Japanese electric vehicle that a lot of people are buying? I think it looks cool.
Yeah, I did, like those taxis.
No,
I don't think the technology is there yet, though, for like it to be like legal and safe.
I'll give you one thing, Vital. You always ask good questions.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you for always asking me good questions. It's nice.
Yeah, I was on like a space with Rick Doty and I asked him one and he like took a second and he just like wouldn't answer it.
That's cool.
Were you on that space or nah?
Nah, I blocked Rick.
Oh shit, yeah, didn't you have beef with like Rick and, what's his name? The guy, his handler, Mr. Dulce?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I just don't trust these people, so I block them.
Yeah. I just join your spaces and I just ask hard questions and I don't know. Is that like dangerous for me to do or not really?
No, not really. I think it's a good thing.
Like, I'm sorry I asked if I could join like it on the Matt Gates thing, because I would have probably asked him like kind of some hard questions and I don't know how well that would have went for you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the you know, enthusiasm.
Yeah, well, like
This is my friend John, who's running this space.
Yeah.
He's running for Congress. You should give him a follow.
Can you give me a follow?
I'm sure he'll follow you.
Yeah. Augustus, can you follow me?
Yeah, sure.
But yeah. And he's like, I kind of like your spaces. Like, they're kind of interesting. Like,
I appreciate that.
Augustus has been doing this a long time. I don't know, Vidal, if you know him that well, but on Clubhouse, he was organizing what's called the Preservation of the Human Race. And during the COVID-19 lockdowns and this scamdemic, I mean, you know, he was organizing, you know, significant amounts of listeners on that platform. And he's, you know, I consider him, what he did, he like regime changed the U.S. government. Through Kennedy. So, you know, he's achieved a significant accomplishment. I mean, in a way, he like saved America, him and his wife.
I was thinking like maybe because you have like all these connections to like politics and stuff. I was thinking maybe you could like have like these spaces and like have more people like ask politicians like actual questions rather than like the left-right narrative. You can bring back transparency to our politics. Like, I know that that's kind of a lot to ask, because that's kind of difficult to pull off, but like, honestly, like, it would be really cool if you could do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a goal of mine, honestly. That's actually a goal of mine, but it's definitely difficult to do, bro. So I'm just taking it one person at a time, taking it a week at a time, and trying my best to keep it, you know, keep it real.
Yeah, that's really cool. And then like when you run for Congress, you can like use like you can like if you build up a big enough campaign and like you fund it and stuff, like you can go on spaces and like you could probably like get really big if like you could show that you're like transparent, John. What district are you running for Congress in? that's cool. I'm not that far from you, actually. I'm from Wisconsin.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people in Wisconsin and Illinois. They do, political activity because they're so close. But yeah, I mean, transparency and like that Open Secrets website shows you exactly who contributes to the congressperson's campaign and how much money they have. The guy that I'm running against has like $8 million. He's basically like a kingmaker now because he has so much money, and so it's very clicky. These, in politics, and it's a lot of scumbags. So that Open Secrets does show you transparency, and like who you're lobbying for as a congressperson.
Can you send me a link to that? Can you send me a link to that? Is it a website?
Yeah, just go to your district. Like what district are you in Wisconsin? Do you know?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, first just look up your own district, then look up your local congressperson, Democrat or Republican, and then type in, their name and Open Secrets, and you'll see exactly which corporations have sent them sent them tons of money.
I'm in Wisconsin's 8th district. I'm represented by Tony Weed, a Republican.
Yeah, just type in Tony Weed Open Secrets. It'll take you right to the Open Secrets page, and you can see exactly which corporations are funding his lifestyle.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to even register to run against that person, because it takes 15 minutes to file on fec.gov to run for Congress, and just with the Open Secrets data, you have a fucking hammer to smash these people because they're voting essentially, for freebies and huge handouts to these corporations. They get 50,000 here, 100,000 there. They get it through a PAC. They get it through the corporation, and then they're voting on a new omnibus bill for $5 trillion, and they're allocated, 600 million. So it's
He got
it's
500K. He raised 500K. Is that a lot? Is 500K a lot to be raised?
It's a nice chunk of change. You can do a lot with $500,000.
Yeah. The Democrat that he ran against ended up spending $2 million though. So there's that. But yeah. Like I'm in college right now, or like I'm about to go into college. Like, should I like get into politics and stuff like that? Like should I like start like volunteering and stuff like that? And like, where would I start? Because you said you know a lot of people from Wisconsin and stuff like that. And like currently, like I was gonna like volunteer because I wanted to get into like pre-med and like do stuff like that. But like I could also like explore like the political route. Like, where would you recommend like I start?
Yeah, I would try to get involved locally and then just get on social media, and start creating content about your local political situation. Basically, be an investigative journalist, a news reporter, and go that route because that's a form of politics. And by doing that, you'll start building an index and you'll start doing, research on who these people are, and you'll form relationships, and then you can determine who you think is part of clown world and who do you think is a liberator who wants to, save America. So just be politically, there's a saying, it's like be political, be social. A lot of people are political, but they're not social. And a lot of those people are on the far left, and they have no fucking idea what they're talking about because they live, in a vacuum. And so, I don't know. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah. I don't have a journalism degree, and I'm not going to go for journalism like into college because where that typically leads. Like, how would I like find like where to start doing stuff like that? Like, is there like YouTube videos that can like teach me like the format of how I should like conduct myself?
I just be yourself. It's all social media. All these politicians are content creators, and all these bills are automatically generated. So the best place to start is to be a social media content creator, and have create political content. It could be a roast of your local congressman. I mean, it could also be a puff piece of your local congressman. I mean, it's basically you're getting into the spam business. Now, I know you want to have like a professional career, but this is like a hobby type of thing. You know, this is communication.
No, like I don't want a professional career. I just want to explore the route and see if it would be something I'm interested in. Like if like maybe I'm interested. Like you know how like people like job shadow, they like test the waters and see if it like. Because I'm still like trying to figure myself out. Like I'm kind of young.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't really know myself yet. Like who knows? I could be into politics.
It's a journey. It's a journey. Look, talk to Augustus. Augustus will tell you it's a journey. Like he's an artist who got political. So it's a transformative journey. I'm just saying that, you know, no matter what you do, politics is not going away. It's a political industrial complex here to stay. And the sooner you get involved in it, the sooner you can start transforming it. Your whole future depends on it. You know, you'll be taxed to death. The country's broke. If patriots don't stand up now, I mean, chaos will only continue, and it's just going to become hyperinflation, and eventually the dissolution of America, or you know, our birthrights taken from us, stolen from us, ripped out from underneath our feet without us even realizing it, and it's already there. I mean, the country's already been sold out, you know, 10 times over. So, Trump is the response to that carpet pull, and you know, I thought for sure Kamala and Waltz were going to win by deception and voting manipulation, but the majority of America was finally shook into its core and said, "Okay, we have to go with Trump. Otherwise, you know, you might as well just sink the ship."
I'm not trying to like sink your ship or anything, but I don't really like either of the political candidates. Like I don't like Trump or Kamala. Like I think there's good things Trump has done. Like I'm not gonna disagree with that, but like I still don't like think that he's like the guy. You know, like where would I start if I'm like an independent rather than a Democrat or a liberal? Because like or not a liberal or a conservative, a Democrat or a conservative. Like where would I start? Because like. You think independent like thinkers like could have a voice in this stuff or not really?
Yeah, a lot of people who voted for Trump are independents. They're libertarians, and they just and Kennedy brought Augustus and Kennedy camp brought a huge voting bloc. That was a big merger. That's really what put Trump over the edge, because Kennedy was extremely well organized nationally, and so he brought millions and millions of voters, and probably swayed that margin. And so, if you're independent, the place is to start with yourself, not with Trump, not with Kamala, not with anybody else but yourself. I mean, you know, again, this is like a self actualization, self improvement process where once you get political, it's like an awakening, you know, and it creates synergies or synchronicities. And so the sooner you start communicating and being social and being political, the sooner you'll start learning more about who you are. And, you know, it's all about creating, you know, the environment that you would prefer to have as opposed to having the environment tell you who you are, you know. It's so again, it's an experiment. You're conducting an experiment in a way when you get political and you get social.
Can I like shit on both sides? Because I know Fox News is like completely right wing and like CNN's like left wing. Like I think it would be a better idea to just expose corruption where corruption is, rather than like toe one side's like party line. You know.
Yeah, but 10 years from now, you may choose to become a Democrat. I mean, it just you can flip flop. It's a game. It's a communication game. That's really what it is. And Fox News, CNN, it's all spam. So, you know, you're competing with a huge mind control psyop.
Yeah. Yeah. Augustus just left. I'm sorry if I scared him off.
No, it's Sunday, man. People got shit to do and real lives to live outside of social audio chat.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool though. Like, yeah, like the thing is like the Democrats and the Republicans like are constantly changing. Like it went from like what like the conservatives are now the like liberals like policy wise like from like the 1960s like the anti-war party, And like I could be wrong on that. Like it could be like earlier or later. I don't remember the exact year, but you know, like their policies are always changing, which is really confusing. Like I've always been kind of confused with politics.
Yeah, it's supposed to confuse you. That's why people get into power, is because they just distract and spam and deflect, and nobody challenges power, nobody questions authority, and nobody thinks for themselves. So you have to essentially know that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And that's what they do to you. So just know that you, as yourself, are, if you take personal responsibility, you know, you're the center of your own universe. But until you have that perspective, um, you may not, you may be wasting your time. That's why I say it's like an experiment. You have to essentially plunge yourself into it and see what happens. It's an amazing alchemical experience. You know, people, if you sign up to run for Congress, you know, in your district, you will be, you people will start reaching out to you because now you're political, and you know, chances are you're not going to win, but nonetheless you are changing the network by integrating yourself into it. So it's one way to look at change, which is primarily communication.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool to think about. Um, yeah. I just hope that like I don't even know like things are just like really weird like politically like I don't know, because you have like neocons, you have like, you know, conservatives, stuff like that, and it's like it's kind of hard. Like I don't think that it's now like a left right thing. Like I think that it's all embedded like within the system. Like there is like a deep state, and it doesn't matter whose party they are. Like there's corruption on both sides. So it's like I would much rather like expose like the shitheads for being the shitheads that they are. You know?
Yeah. Just expose the shit in each party. And the Republicans have a lot of shit. Democrats have way more shit. But you know,
Yeah.
running as a Republican, you have no idea how much infighting there is and how much internal politics there is. And it's fucking,
Yeah.
it's so cringe because you have leadership shitting on real patriotic people to maintain their power and control. And they are the biggest losers in you know, they're Republican heroes, real world zeros. And it's literally like becoming a knight. You're like fighting dragons. And
Yeah.
that's, you know, I was you know, raised or trained to be like a fighter. So you know, it's a manly thing to do to get into political combat because you will see the zombies, you'll see the vampires, you'll see the clowns, and you're just like, damn, damn, because there's a lot of really
Yeah.
great people out there, but then when you see the leadership, you're like, oh my god, like, so, you know, the leadership in the political apparatus is terrible. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's really bad people in.
That's what I've realized. That's what I've realized just from an outsider point of view, you know?
It's very, very. It's just crazy. Like, we go to work every single day, and we have the worst political leadership imaginable. It's like, if you don't stand up and fight, these people, like, it's just a horrible realization to know that you were living in clown world for so long, but didn't take action against it. And chances are you won't really actually be able to stop it. But people don't if people don't keep trying to stop it, I mean, it's just not worth the game anymore. You know, so it's like, get involved. That's what I could only encourage you to do. Is just, no matter what you're gonna do with your life, be political, be social.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, obviously, like if I had like a huge company, I know like it pisses me off when like the company chooses a political side though. Like I would honestly just want to have like the best product possible. Like I wouldn't have all this Pride Month bullshit or, you know, like the conservatives do it as well. Like not with Pride Month, but with like other like ways of doing it. Like I just think that like playing politics in business is weird in my opinion. How do you feel about stuff like that?
It's just one big communication game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have other rooms open on Clown House. My friend is here in the campaign to elect John Kitover. But I'm gonna wrap this room down in like 4 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Zach, what up? This is Vidal here. Vidal, this is my friend Zach. Nature boy.
What's up?
How's it going, Zach?
How's it going?
I'm chilling. Sunday afternoon. I just went and like bought a burger. Just chilling, smoking a cigar.
Nice.
What about you, man? What are you up to?
I am sick with a cold.
Oh,
Sick with a cold.
shit. You don't got COVID, do
just,
you?
Resting.
Oh, yeah. Rest up. You don't got COVID, though, do you?
No COVID. I thought it was allergies. It might just be very extreme allergies because I do always have allergies this time of year, but this is a very extreme case, and it feels like a cold. I sound sick, right? I mean, my voice is all fucked up here.
I'm allergic to everything, so I'm always sick. And like when I'm like I have allergies when I'm trying to sleep, I like choke, like I get like sleep apnea from it. It's so bad.
Yeah, sleep apnea sucks. It's scary when you hear somebody stop breathing for like 60 seconds and then they go. You're like, holy shit, you almost just died there.
Yeah. I'm so used to it happening to me too. It happens a lot. Like especially like during the summer, during the winter, it's like I'm chilling. Unless if you turn the heat on in the house, like then comes the dry air, like that fucks me up.
So Zach, I was talking to Augustus on here on X, and this is how I met Vidal, and I had some notes about tactics and strategies that I'm going to implement for my campaign. Do you have any, or Vidal, do you have any ideas on how to activate the voter audience that I need?
I just thought of a good campaign slogan. I think that you're right. I was listening to you talk with Vidal, and I think that you're right. You got to get involved. You got to be political. What the hell else are we doing? There's a lot that's worth fighting for. And the political slogan that I just thought of, I don't know if you like this or not, but I think you might consider John Kitover back to normal. Because I think a lot of people want to go back to normal. I think that a lot of conservatism in general is about holding on to what's normal and not going too fucking crazy with anything. Back to normal. Life is good, fundamentally good. Let's go back to normal. So what do you think of that campaign slogan? John Kitover, back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I feel like we can't be normal, though, because we've had such abnormality. We have to be, like, hyper vigilant in terms of course correcting at this point. I don't think people really. The big thing for me is the fiscal and national deficit crisis. The funded debt is 40 trillion with 100 billion a month in interest payments only going up. The unfunded debt is 205 trillion. So we have an impossible fiscal crisis that without some type of resolution, debt forgiveness. This was a slogan. There's only two types of people: those who forgive debt and those who don't forgive debt. And unfortunately, debt here is perpetual. We are living with bankers and organizations that do not want to forgive the debt. I mean, just think about your local college student loans and that debt forgiveness. There's a lot of people out there that are fucked with their bullshit education. But we are fucked as citizens. They say we each owe over $105,000 to the government to pay the debt. But it's probably much higher than that. It could be $600,000. I mean, if you don't have $1 million now, in 30 years from now, you will basically be impoverished if you look at the statistics. Anyways, Vidal, what's your, I know you were talking about transparency. What were you going to say, Vidal?
I do a lot of like spaces and like like engage with like the community and like hear what people have to say. Like also like when you campaign, like don't just like because a lot of like politicians, like I feel like a lot of that shit's pre-picked to like make them look good and stuff like that. Like actually like engage in like the people, like the voters. I feel like that goes a long way with politicians nowadays. Like most politicians feel like they're so out of reach and they're so out of touch and like they just say what you want to hear, but like if you actually like engage with the people of your district, I think that'll say a lot.
Yeah. I think organizing these digital events is like the first step to making like actual in-person visits to these towns in the district. Um, yeah. The thing that shocks me is that our whole lives are dependent on this political industrial complex, but yet no one actually like the percentage of people that vote or are even politically involved or know who is the leadership. There's no transparency, and it's basically it's a very small percentage of the population that are involved in politics, but yet it plays the most important part in our lives in terms of taxation, social, cultural, um, many other issues. I mean, everything. Property taxes and income taxes are the biggest issues. My house here, the property taxes are over $1,000 a month. The water, $500 a month. The electric and the gas, 400, 500 a month. It's like no one can retire just based on the costs of utilities and taxes. We're forced into perpetual work, and we should have a surplus. We should all be born with $600,000 in the bank. Instead, we're all born, negative 600,000. So we can, you know, correct the ship, but I think we should be drastic about it. Ron Paul says we should end the Fed. We shouldn't let the Federal Reserve and the Congress create this financial, moral, um, unsound moral activity of essentially hyperinflation and borrowing. I don't know. I'm not like a nationalist or a fascist, but I don't know. There's just so many topics to contend with. Even the price of capital punishment and imprisonment. It's like, well, where do we start cutting money if we're going to pay down the debt? How are we going to raise revenue, and cut spending? I mean, because technically, if we want to pay the debt, you got to start sucking at all the population and draining money from them to pay it down. But I just wonder if all of this is actually just not like a linguistic spam game where in the future they'll just issue a writ of notice saying, oh, by the way, we've shaved off $5 trillion from the debt. And, we've all agreed to delete the debt. It's like, oh, okay, well, then all of this shit that we're arguing about is a total waste of time because in the future they're actually just going to delete the spam anyways. I just wonder if that's like an accurate way to analyze the fiscal crisis. Because if it is, it's good news. Because that means it's not perpetual debt, which is basically enslavement.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're into UFOs and stuff. Like, I think UFOs are a scam, like climate change. I don't think UFOs are real, or aliens
That's
are real.
fine.
I mean, if it was real, like it would be so game changing, meaning that there's actually inter universal or universal travel or something. It would be like, what are we arguing about money for? What are we arguing about anything for? It's like,
Yeah, like this can pay off the national debt, like 0 point energy type of like
yeah,
the technology.
yeah. It would be amazing if there was some type of liberation technology that gave us free energy. I mean, I would say solar is probably like the closest thing, but it's like
Or
impossible to
fusion,
even integrate.
like nuclear or fusion, like nuclear energy could solve a lot, but nobody wants to build nuclear power plants.
I don't know. That whole fusion shit is like another Bill Gates scam. It's like, how do you create a surplus of energy, from the same energy input? It's like impossible. I mean, even if there's like a negative, see, that's the thing about the sun. It's just, it lasts forever. That energy is just not going away and it's just constant and you can get your averages. So much of CERN and all these things are basically tax scams for what you could call the science industrial complex. The biggest thing that has ever changed mankind is our cell phones. And look how much money, yeah, look how much money we pour into all this other technology and shit, which is all just R&D, which is all just taxpayer debt. So, I mean,
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I also think that like a lot of the money does go towards like our government. Like, you know, you've heard of like the SR-71 Blackbird, right? Like they definitely have the next generation of that, like that's kept secret, you know? But I think Lockheed overcharges for a lot of it. It's what like $53 million for like a jet that we pay them like to buy one, but like how much does it cost to manufacture and how much are they actually putting in development for stuff like that, you know?
it's insane. Jamie Dimon, head of Chase Bank, said yesterday that we should be issuing guns and bullets to the population. Like if we really want to be free, we have to empower the population. And I mean that's
I'm surprised Jamie Dimon would say something like that.
you know, this is the craziest thing about bankers is like you can have a negative sentiment towards the banking industrial complex, but some of these people are actually like good people that have never heard a fly, and they are patriotic. And so it's like so easy to hate on the elitist bankers, but many of them are like ultra MAGA American patriots who want to preserve our way of life, and they're not out to just like, you know, scam us and rip us off and then go to the Caribbean and laugh. I mean, a lot of these bankers are very patriotic people. Um, but when you see the waste, fraud, and abuse through the Doge woke spending cuts, etc., the bankers are also pissed off. And everybody's pissed off about how they were or are spending the money. So yeah, I mean, transparency is the way. Clarity, visibility, openness. I mean, really seeing what's happening, like which is actuarial accounting or forensic accounting. You know, it's like fuck. It's fucking shocking. It's like 2025, and like now we're seeing screenshots from procurement that the government's been doing for like the first time. Like the public just is not in. The voters have no transparency to what their government is doing with their tech, with their dollars, with their votes. Like the system is not interconnected. We have no transparency. We the people are literally ruled over with no transparency as to what, you know, these thieves are doing to us. It sucks. I mean, everybody should be super angry. It's just like it's there. Like just go to Doge on X and you're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And it's just it's, you know, it's very upsetting. It's like because now it's like you realize you're like, oh fuck. It's like you could go on the rest of your life not knowing that you're the patsy. You know, you're the fool at the table, at the poker table.
Exactly. I had a friend, I'll just tell you really briefly. I had a friend, this is what I consider to be a relatively good friend, but I'll tell you about how I know him. It's a 16, he was 16 the first time I met him when I was probably 30. And he used to come to my classes, my nature classes, when he was a 16-year-old kid. And that was years ago because he's like 22 or 23 now. And I've hung out with him a few times as he's gotten older. You know, I don't know if you had a relationship like this, but when I was 16, I had like an older man friend. And so now I'm like in my 30s and I got this 16, 18, 19-year-old friend who I always kind of looked at as, you know, like a little brother almost, like he was a child kind of, and I always was conscious that, oh, this is somebody's kid who I'm hanging out with, and I was conscious of how he looked at me and how I was maybe an influence on him or good or bad. And we used to have a lot of political discussions, and he is gay or non-binary or whatever, and he's very concerned about Trump. He hates Elon Musk. He's very upset about how they're raiding the piggy bank, and he thinks that, he's backwards on Israel and Palestine. We have a lot of arguments about Israel and Palestine and blah, blah, blah. And this is something who I've known for a long time, in a relatively positive way. I mean, I've had many interactions with him that are positive, and then we talk online about politics. And he sent me a message the other day in response to something that I posted online. He sent me a message in the back channel that said, "This is classic, typical, victimized Jew behavior." He said, "Classic, victimized Jew." And man, I heard you laugh. Like, I wanted to go off on him. I wanted to say, "You fucking F word, F word, F word." That's what I wanted. F word, F word, F word, F word. And I wanted to say, like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You make me sick to my stomach, you little brat, you little piece of shit." But of course, I didn't say any of that. I just said, I'm disturbed by the level of hatred that has been developing, that I have seen growing inside of you, basically. I would have called him a little F word, John, but I would not have been proud of myself. And you know me well enough to know that when I yell at somebody and have a crash out, I am never proud of myself. And so I did not crash out on this kid, and I'm glad that I didn't. But, I guess the reason I thought of this was because you were talking about how you could have gone your whole life without knowing that you're the patsy. And I feel like this kid is the patsy. And I was the patsy too. And I'm still the patsy. But at least I'm aware that I'm being made a patsy. And, I get being progressive. I get caring about gay people. I get caring about trans people. I get caring about Palestine. Palestinians deserve justice. Yes, they do. I think Palestinians deserve justice. They're human beings. They deserve justice. But what I don't get, and I don't get saying, something hateful and meaning it. I get joking around with you, N-word, F-word, jokey jokes, black people, nigga location, But I don't actually hate black people. And I don't actually want to scream at a black person and be like, "You dirty fucking N-word." But it was very disturbing that this friend of mine revealed that inside of his heart, he thinks I'm like a typical little Jewish victim. And it was very disturbing when he said that to me.
Yeah, I think everything is just for a day, though. Meaning that when you wake up tomorrow, everything you were angry about today pretty much goes away. Like your system does a hard reset, but it does take like a cycle to essentially, purge it from your psyche. Um, but yeah, I mean, communication is this like political game. So I don't know, dude. There's gay people out there. I went out last night and I'm friends with, a gay guy and his friend Michelle, my friend Michelle. I'm friends with people, that go to bars that are locals and everybody's different. And, but they like to laugh. They may say, just like people here on Clouds, they say, "You're not funny." And I'm just like, I'm trying to be funny, uh, but
Did you say something offensive?
I was talking about like how an orgasm is agnostic to whether or not you call yourself gay or straight. Like an orgasm is an orgasm, and trying to essentially say that the whole gay movement and like you said, protecting gays, that's still like a political component of the voting bloc. It's a spectrum of politics, gay politics, black politics. Like everything is political. So the problem with that is when we're $40 trillion in debt, we're still acting like children talking about this political discourse component, but it's not actually fiscal. So a lot of businesses also have these political activities like in June with, all the LGBTQ stuff. To me, that's all essentially deflection and spam from the national issues, which is essentially the fiscal crisis and the fact that we are going to have to pay taxes out of our ass for the rest of our lives. So it's like, let's talk about all your stupid political bullshit, but let's never actually talk about how to liberate ourselves from our own system, which is eating us up. Like all your political bullshit is bullshit. Like the system is going to destroy us because we have destroyed the system. So let's do real politic and stop with your racial identity politics or your orgasm identity politics. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
I mean, it's like any
You
business.
got my vote.
Yeah. But see, everybody is actually just too hyper engaged in the spam to get to the nuts and bolts and say, "Oh shit, this is all bullshit," and you're gonna be the patsy forever. If you don't fight back, it's just like it's so boring to be a patsy. You know, it's so fucking stupid to be a patsy. So I'm without my friend Max Rice, I probably never would have actually filed to run for any office. But once you file once and you realize how easy it is and how all these fucking dummies are in political positions of power, and it's just a simple filing, you start to depacify and you say, fuck, like I can play this game because this game is being played by idiots. But it turns out they're not like idiots in the way that you think they're idiots. A lot of people are very smart because they are intentionally idiots. I mean, that's what's in Zen philosophy is there's a wisdom to being stupid. But these people are playing stupid and they actually are stupid. So, but again, it's like you throw your hat in the ring, you don't win, and you're like, well, why aren't I winning? It's because they're better organized than you are, and they've been doing the game a lot longer than you have, and it's a clique, and you're not in the in group, you're in the out group. But I'm telling you, politics is fun. It's like it is a great game. It is a lot of fun, and so many ways to play it. But I think there's like this whole psychotherapeutic and self improvement, self actualization component to it. Like with most things, as you know, I'm a self actualization comedian. So politics is the place to be. And patriots are real people, real things. I mean, you know, it's a love of your life in a way. I mean, it's your culture, it's your language, it's your environment. You love it. You want to support it. You want to embrace it. You want to expand it. You want to keep it around for future people because you enjoy it that much and you think it's that good of a game to continue perpetuating. But I don't know, since 2020 with COVID-19 and really going back to 9/11 and that whole scam, like that's to me 9/11 is like the beginning of time. Like everything else was insignificant up until that point because the debt in this country has exploded since then. And they can't even figure out why we don't have hyperinflation already. They're like, well, inflation isn't that bad. Things are holding together, so stop complaining. It's like, how is it all holding together? I think it's because the rest of the world is, the base of the mountain and shit rolls downhill from the largest central bank on the planet. So we have this huge buffer zone, which is what has prevented societal collapse. And thank God we have it. See, it's so easy to hate the Federal Reserve and Congress, but without it, like, what would we really have? That's why I say maybe all this shit is just spam. All the dollars, everything, it's all just communication spam. I'm complete.
Well, I was in another room, they were talking about eating ass. And then I was in another room, Lonzo was talking about the war in Ukraine. Very intelligent analysis from Lonzo.
Yeah, he's a real dummy. I went in there and I was like roasting him, saying, oh, here we go. Wasting a beautiful Sunday with hate speech all day long, like always. And then eventually they kicked me, but I like fucking with people's minds, that I don't like on this app. It's like dropping in to punch them and then quickly leaving without getting a scratch yourself. It's like I know I just lobbed like a hand grenade in their brain and then I ran away. And it's not a cowardly thing to do. It's like it's me playing the game.
Well, some of them have become a catchphrase. For example, if you're talking about nonsense on Clown House and then somebody says, welcome back, you know what's coming next. Welcome back to another edition of Low IQ Dumb People talking about, well, it's nothing, and wait, I fucked up, but you know what I'm saying.
You can't fuck it up. You can't fuck up the line when it's time to say the line. You gotta say it.
So this is the coolest thing about the brain is that whatever you throw at it, it absorbs it, and it's impossible to deflect. Once you hear it, you can't not but absorb it. So that's one of the funnest things about communication. And on this app, when there's a public room, you can come in and just like throw a ton of shit against the wall, and it sticks because anything you throw against the brain will stick. That is one of my that's one of the coolest things about communication I think that I've discovered is that spam gets absorbed.
Spam works.
Spam works. You can't shut up your brain. You can't close your ears and you can't close your eyes. It takes whatever is thrown at it. And I don't know, that's the coolest thing about the brain is it's like a sponge absorption system which cannot once it's exposed to the prompt, like it takes it. I don't know. It's like a living, breathing computer that unless you create roadblocks or boundaries, it's gonna get in you. And I think that's one of the funnest parts about doing what I do is like you know basically basically spamming people in the same way that they're spamming us. Anyways, my X space is winding down. This has been the campaign to elect John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Peckins, and 10 other towns that I've never heard of. And I've lived in the state of Illinois my whole life. So there's millions of people that are underrepresented. They have no involvement in the political sphere whatsoever, but yet people consistently maintain their power over them in these districts because nobody challenges them because nobody gives a fuck, and it's like basically an awareness issue. The more self-aware you are, the more aware you are of your environment, and so I believe in the words of Marcus Aurelius: "Be political, be social." If we were all doing that, we wouldn't be where we're at today in this country because people would be too involved. I mean, it's not just about your personal checking account. It's about the state checking account. It's about the federal checking account. And that's the thing that just blows my mind. It's like we've all been living our lives like this with no transparency, no real connection to our tax dollars. I mean, every fucking dollar you put in, you should be able to log into some website and say, okay, 0.00008% of my dollar went to this. There should be, tracking and labeling and transparency. I think Doge and Treasury are like, going that route, but even then, it's like it's all private. It's a scary system. I don't know, Zach. I don't know what the future really is going to be, but I would be willing to bet that it's similar to what it is right now. That we don't actually see any significant changes over the course of our life. Things will probably stay good and remain on average. So part of politics is creating fear of the unknown, and that's like a negative vibration. Um, I don't know. Politics is like an interesting exploration into communication theory and how to influence and persuade. But at the same time, if you don't have an audience, you're not influencing, organizing, or persuading anybody. And that's why Meta, Google, you have to have dollars to advertise your spam. Otherwise, you can not achieve political power without dollars and advertisements. So, part of my to-dos and takeaways from this morning conference call has been to essentially create like a sign-up form for people in the precinct that want to organize for change. And the Tao Te Ching is all about change. That's why Saul Dialinsky in his book talks about the Tao Te Ching. I don't know if you've ever read that Saul Dialinsky book called Rules for Radicals, but in the beginning of it, it goes all into Taoistic and Buddhistic philosophy and how it can be a medium for political change. So there's real power in change. I mean, look at Barack Obama's messaging: change, change, change. Anybody got any change?
Yes, we can.
I went out last
It's
night.
funny. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
I went out last night, and oh my god, dude, June 1st. It's like all the girls come back from college, and it's just like I saw so many perfect dimes last night. I was just like, it's just amazing seeing a beautiful woman. You're just like, wow, wow, like that is definitely the coolest thing in reality.
When you live in a cold weather place too, just like me, I think that when you live in a cold weather place, spring, summer, it really hits different because it's almost like you forget what the female form looks like.
Yeah.
Because you're so used to seeing them with their coats, and then they like somebody's walking down the street in a dress, and you're like, holy shit! What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, last night was just like, wow, 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 wow. I just love beautiful women. I like nice, beautiful women, but I don't like pretentious, egotistical, materialistic, beautiful women. Those are like just as unappealing, but still more appealing than fat, ugly women who are also materialistic. But the point is the perfect 10 is like the perfect personality mixed with the perfect beauty, which is friendliness. But man, I'll tell you, you put some alcohol into some of these girls, they were fighting last night. Fist fighting. I was like, holy shit, these alcohols, can create the party and it can spoil the party. What are you doing the rest of the day? I'm about to hop out of here.
Nothing, honestly. I'm just eating. I'm probably going to go back to bed. Kind of sad, but I'm just
You're
taking
sick.
a quiet day here. I had actually 2 events today that I had to cancel because I just can't talk and I'm like blowing my nose all the time. But I had to cancel my events, unfortunately.
Well, you're like Madonna, you sold $800 tickets and you're like, I got a cold, everybody. Can't do the show tonight.
Exactly.
So around the corner from my house right now is called the Windy City Hot Dog Challenge, and they had like a battle for like the best Chicago hot dog, and it goes on for like another 7 hours. But I'm about to go for a jog and then go walk through it and get some lunch.
Nice. Sounds good. Well, have a good day.
Okay, you two take care.
We only have intimacy with the wife.
Lied to them, and
he told them they were gonna have so much meat that it was gonna be coming out their nostrils for weeks.
Where did it say they're gonna have so much meat it's gonna be coming out of their nostrils?
Okay, you want me to? So you don't? Okay, I'll read that. You don't know your Bible.
Just tell me to me. Tell it to me. I want to hear.
I'm trying to just summarize it for you. I mean, if you don't believe me, tell me where I'm wrong. Do you think I'm wrong about this?
Make your point.
Okay, my point is that I think it's an interesting read, and I wondered what your thoughts were. Why would God lie to his favorite people and then murder a bunch of them? Why would he do that?
He never lied to them. That's your imagination, figment of imagination.
Are you sure?
Okay, so then show me where he said they're gonna have so much meat it's gonna overflow the nostrils. Or I understand not literally word for word. I understand that part, but show me where it said they're gonna be over abundant with meat.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see here. You will not eat Lord will give you meat and you will eat it. You will not eat it for just 1 day or 2 days or 5, 10, or 20 days, but for a whole month until it comes out of your nostrils and you loathe it because you have rejected the Lord who is among you and have wailed before him saying, why did we ever leave Egypt? Okay, that's where it says it. Remember now?
Where did you get the verse? What's the verse from? Chapter and verse.
Numbers 11.
Yeah.
Verse 18, 19, 20. So here's the point I'm making, dude. Ready? All I'm doing is showing you how you're going to justify it, right? And my point is that, to me, it shows that God is dishonest with his people, and the only reason he fucks them over is because in the beginning, instead of just blowing in quail from the sea here and there to give them some protein, which we know is actually better for people than just eating manna, right? So he could have done this all along. Because they start kind of like going, hey, where's the melon? Where's the onions? Where's the garlic? And he provides for them and then kills a bunch of them with a plague. Now, that sounds fun. And I'm sure you have good reason why this makes sense to you. And it teaches, hold on, I'm still talking. It teaches you a lesson and all this stuff. But when I read it, I just go, this just sounds like fantasy lark. And it's not even like, it's just kind of dumb.
I realize that you suffer.
Yeah, I think you might be taking some things. I've read Numbers 11 entirely. I know the story.
You're not looking at the whole story. He was going to immediately bring them into the promised land. Immediately. I don't think you're doing this. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So he was going to immediately take them into the promised land with Moses. But they didn't have faith. They didn't believe that they could take the promised land. So they said, cool, now you get to roam in the desert until this faithless generation dies off. So what he was doing is testing and culling out the herd. So the people that got killed from the manna program were the people who were slothful and lazy. They don't let manna too late in the day so they get sick and die. He's calling out the herd. These people are, overeaters. Like, cool, man, I'll give you some quail. These people get sick and die. So he's basically calling out the herd. He's creating his chosen people to take them.
Is anyone still on here?
How much money do you want?
Nick, money. Oh, I didn't run out. I couldn't read it for a while.
All right, good. So he's calling out the herd because...
Are you still here?
Why are you doing that?
Nick,
Wait, you're not doing Judaism.
He reads what he wants to read.
You're not doing any to Judaism. He's a troll. He doesn't want to learn. So I don't think that's something that deserves attention.
I think, to be honest with you, I think it's a relevant question why the meat was supplemented by the manna, which just contained, like bread that came from heaven that contained like coriander seeds or whatever in it. What was the nutritional value of that against the meat that was from it?
It wasn't about the nutritional value. It was about the
it's about all this other stuff, dude.
Can you please just shut up when
you sound like a alarmist.
You don't want to get it.
You guys just do this all day long.
No, please, come on, man. I mean, you're really boring. Your argument
as a matter of fact, I'm not boring.
You're not a smart person, and all
actually
you can bring to the table is just your trolling. So it's not.
Yeah, I'm trolling the fuck out of you.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm trolling the fuck out of you.
Really, it's not.
Yeah, you're making it worse for yourself.
Whatever. I'm talking to Enigma.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell us your tale.
Yeah, not to you. Just shut up.
Okay, I'll just listen.
Thank you. Wow. So yeah, the idea was the purification because they were actually supposed to enter the land of Israel, as someone said here. And the idea that it wasn't just about the meat. If you read actually what it says there, they said, why aren't we in Egypt? Why did you take us out of Egypt? Because we felt good there. The meat was good there. The fish was good there. We wanted to stay slaves. What the hell are we doing here in the desert in the first place?
those were actually the people who didn't deserve anything like the revelation or getting their own land or getting their freedom.
Man, God can be crazy. No matter what he does for him, shows up.
You said you didn't listen.
You frees them from fucking slavery. They're just like, fuck off, God, you're boring.
Controlling opinion.
You're so lacking, God.
Whatever, man. I mean, it doesn't matter what you say, really.
This is a LARP. I think you guys are conning us.
It doesn't matter. You don't want to study the text. You don't want to understand what's reading. You don't want to
you just explained it. It still sounds. You made it worse. You made it sound even worse.
You don't understand the meaning of the text or the narrative.
What do I need to do
to care?
The meaning?
You just have to be honest and say, I don't care.
Is it my fault that I don't know the text?
Just say, I don't care.
Yes. It is my fault.
That's the thing about you. You don't.
I wasn't predestined to get it like you guys.
Yeah, but you don't care. That's the reason you don't get it.
Because of my free will.
Because you don't care.
It wasn't promised to you, honey. That's why you don't get it. So it wasn't promised to you, but.
Oh, all right.
No, I mean, if you have a desire to understand, you will, but you don't.
It's a shitty story, though. I think we can.
I think more time to read your script.
Fucking shitty story.
Yeah. Don't read it. Forget about it.
We can't forget about it. You guys don't let
Nobody's
us.
enforcing this story on anybody. If people have questions, they ask. If people want to troll, nobody's going to answer.
Look, I'll bring you marshmallows for your hot cocoa next time, and I'll make it from scratch. Like, I'll use cocoa powder, I'll use milk, I'll use heavy whipping cream. If you want tiny marshmallows, I will get those. I don't have any. You want to keep crying?
I think Alev knows how to fix the situation here. He says that we don't know the Tridentine methods of reading the Bible, so maybe he can come and show that to us. Whatever the fuck that means. Alev.
On Taylor's, yeah, he's a rabbi, I believe.
Hey, you brought up free will. What do you think about free will?
I don't know. A lot of things, I guess. But what do you mean?
I mean, do you think you can, prove... Do you feel like you have some sort of evidence or proof that you're making decisions? Or could you just be, everything that you're experiencing just be, part of the cause of something that happened before in your upbringing and, TV and stuff like that? How much do you think you're actually, from a day-to-day making choices, you're really free to do roam about the cat?
If you don't mind me asking, are you a Calvinist, Scott?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe you're a Calvinist?
No, I think I'm a pan.
Do you believe that God is in control of everything?
Sorry? What was that?
Do you believe that God is in control of everything? Excuse me.
Yes, I believe he's in control of everything.
But there is no free will.
I know. Yeah, I think I believe I have.
No. According to your logic, I'm not saying that there is none. Right. I'm asking you: do you think there is no such thing as free will?
I think when you distill it down, there isn't. But I think that we believe that I think we believe, and I think I believe that I do. I just think that on a different examination, where if I were, it's kind of like if you were asking me, do I think I'm a good person? I would say yes.
But when people rape children or women,
you guys, why are you talking over each other?
No, I need to clarify this because you said that there is no such thing as free will. So, what you're in fact saying then is every time a child is raped or a woman is raped or a person is killed or any of the things that you may deem to be, repugnant, that's God doing it?
He's either doing it or allowing it. But either way, it's...
Oh, no. He can eat it. He's either doing everything or he's not.
Well, no, if he's in control, he's allowing it, but I don't pretend to know if he removes
if he's allowing it, then people are choosing their own free will to do stuff.
No, if he's allowing it, you said the bad stuff. I'm assuming.
No.
You said the things that I would think are
in control of everything, and he is orchestrating everything that's happening. All the bad stuff that happens that we deem as bad, God is in control of that too. That's a very Calvinistic approach.
Well, he says I'm the Alpha and the Omega. He says I create the good and the bad. You know,
You're a Calvinist. Okay, so God is doing everything. So God is killing children, starving people.
He's everything. He's
sending tsunamis to wipe out entire, villages.
Yeah, this is all of the and he's
what does he get out of this?
He's making puppies, he's making cakes, he's having orgasms, he's doing everything. I mean, if you want to imagine those puppies dying or whatever, drowning, that's something that makes you feel good. That's the choice that you get. That's like your little mini God power. You get to focus what you want to have more of coming to your life. That's the closest thing that we are to God's. We can't fly, we can't snap our fingers and make a donut appear, but you can sit there and think about how bad or good a donut makes you feel. You go and buy some donuts, you can go to the gym. You have free will that way. You have choices.
It's just realness to me, it really does. Like, if you really believe this is real, it just sounds like delusion.
I think we're all deluded. I mean, if you explain to me exactly what you believe and why you believe, I would think it's a delusion. That really doesn't prove anything to me. I'm not looking for any validation or anything from anybody else. I'm not trying to make anybody my group, and I'm not trying to. I need no acceptance or validation from anybody. But I appreciate it.
It's about validating the experiences that we have together.
Yeah, you and I are doing that. So in a way, you're validating mine because I think we're the same thing. So by you telling me I'm delusional, you're validating what I believe anyway. Well, we all have.
My little pumpkin.
So you weren't gonna change my opinion anyway, but I enjoy your tone of voice.
God gave it to us,
Are you big friends now?
Oh, I don't know that it's a he. I don't know that he gave. That's very presumptuous.
Well, you quoted out the Bible, so you must be talking about the he.
No, I just quoted out the Bible because I said what Christians believe. I'm not a Christian.
Why quote the Bible then?
Because the Bible was given to me, and when I come in here, a lot of people are talking about the
Bible.
So it's pretty helpful. I mean, that was one of the books, I guess, that was given to me most recently, and I find it very interesting. I find the story interesting, all the characters.
What about the Satanic Bible? Have you read that?
I don't know that there's a difference, but I'd be interested. Is there a difference?
Oh God, yeah. Have you read the Bhagavad Gita?
Yes. I mean, I think
You've read the Bhagavad Gita.
Read and listened to with Arjuna and all
What's
that
it
stuff.
about? What's it about? Who's it about?
I think the main battle was when Arjuna was going to be battling against some of his cousins, and he had to give the order.
What's the story about?
I think I'm in the middle of trying to tell you exactly what it's about, but I don't have to. I mean, if you already know what it's about, actually,
well, what's the point?
I guess
He obviously doesn't buy it.
Krishna.
No, the idea is that Krishna and Buddhism and all those things are all valid if you're looking at them as not separate. If you're looking at them all as like different children of the same father, then you won't have a problem. It's only when you start to say that one is right or that like I don't know. Most of my answers are I don't know because I pretend to know that he wants this for me or you're going to this place or any of that nonsense. So I mean, I guess if you want to tell me what the Bhagavad Gita has to do specifically with what we're talking about, or are you just doing like, oh, I want to see if you know what this is.
I don't want to know.
Can you say Bhagavad Gita?
Bhagavad, whatever. Tomato.
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita.
Yes.
Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita. I'm fucking you.
I've always called it the Bhagavad. I don't know why.
Bhagavad
Gita.
Bhagavad Gita.
Many arms. Blue in color. Pretty face. Masculine, kind of. Elephant.
But that's Ganesha.
Hanuman's cool.
you read the Book of Mormon?
No. I think I saw the play. The movie.
Oh yeah, that's nothing about the book.
Is that the Robert Smith guy that goes in the cave with the seer stuff?
No, that's the lead singer of the
Joseph Smith. Robert Smith.
Robert
is from
Smith's
here.
from here.
I say Robert Smith.
That's funny, dude.
That is simple.
Did you know that Joseph Smith was a convicted criminal?
Oh, well before I was born, my father went through many different religions and saw all of the pimpness that happened when men got too much power. So, no matter what, even non-religious groups, if you get too much power up the top, the people start doing weird stuff, either with the money and or with the children. So, I'm sure he was,
Anyway, does anyone else want to talk about anything to do with Judaism?
I think that the people who continue to support the Palestinian movement, which has been completely co-opted by Hamas, are largely ignorant and quite hateful.
I agree with you.
It's sad to see. I had a friend of probably like 6 or 7 years, a guy who I thought was a pretty good friend. He said to me the other day, he said that I'm behaving like a typical victimized Jew. He said, this is such typical victimized Jew behavior. This is a friend, a person who I had considered to be a friend. And he said to me, God, Zach, you're such a fucking victimized Jew. You're such a typical Jew. And it's really sad. It made me sad that this friend of mine who I thought was my friend revealed to me that he had this hatred for me in his heart that was based on my Jewish ancestry. And it was very upsetting.
I'm going to get everyone on Clubhouse to stop using heart as an expression of emotion, because our hearts pump blood. But don't worry, people will always be sucked in by, a lot of propaganda. And at the end of the day, the only reason that people have bought into it is because of the far left, and the far left are just as crazy as the far right. I'm sorry, they are. Absolutely loop the loops. But yeah, it's sad. I hear many Muslims saying, oh, that's Islamophobic, that's Islamophobic. But then they say something that's completely and utterly anti-Semitic. Like a hypocrite. And I'm like, why?
Islamophobia. Sorry. No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done, but I'm sorry.
Go on.
I was just going to say, I think Islamophobia is the wrong term because it doesn't denote hatred, it denotes fear. And I don't hate Muslims, but I am very afraid of them.
Well, that's a form of bigotry. You know that, right?
Yeah, but you can hate what you fear. I mean, people that say I'm scared of spiders typically hate spiders. There's a very thin line between fear and hate. Very thin.
But spiders are spiders, right? So we're not comparing spiders to a whole sect of a society of people that believe in Islam.
Well, I just looked it up. The definition of bigotry is...
It's an idea. Sorry, 1 second. I would just want to clarify. Islam is an idea. It's not a person. Okay? And this is where people get their knickers in a twist, because they think that hating an idea is the same as hating a group of people. The people aren't the problem. It's a bit like how Christians sometimes say, hate the sin, love the sinner. It's like that.
You can't separate. Sorry, Go ahead. Sorry. Enigma, I interrupted you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You obviously need to speak. Go on.
I'm saying you can't separate the person from the idea. So if you're gonna categorize an idea of people, an ideology of people that are mostly from the Middle East, Muslim, that believe in Islam, that's bigotry. That's just bigotry.
No, no, it's not.
Okay. No, that's like saying.
Explain.
That's like saying you can't hate the idea of paedophilia.
Right.
Or you can't hate the idea of
exactly.
You know, somebody who is a psychopath.
Exactly.
You know.
And also, the definition of bigotry is obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, but in particular, prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. The key word that I did. Right, exactly. But the key word for me is obstinate or unreasonable attachment to this belief. I don't think that my fear of Muslims is obstinate or unreasonable. I think that if you said, I hate Muslims because all of them are murderers, I think that would be a bigoted statement.
No, you're going to the extreme. You don't have to go.
I didn't finish my sentence. No, it's okay. It's all good. It's just because you interrupted me at that moment, then the sentence lost some of its power. So let me just try again. If I said something like, I hate Muslims because they're all murderers, that would be bigoted. If I said, I'm afraid of Muslims because some of them could be murderers. I was talking with my girlfriend about this the other day, and she was like, I said, I feel like when I'm walking down the street, anybody that I see could be a Jew hater. She's not Jewish. And I'm talking with her, I said, anybody that I see could be a Jew hater. And she said, well, it's kind of like that as a woman, for me, that any man could potentially be a threat. Any man could potentially be a threat, right? That doesn't mean that she's afraid of every man. I'm like, well, how do you get by as a woman? Are you afraid of every man? She's like, no, I mean, there are some good men and some bad men. There are some good Muslims and some bad Muslims. That's why I think Islamophobia is not, basically, I am Islamophobic, but I'm not anti-Muslim.
No, there's nothing wrong with being Islamophobic because a phobia is usually an irrational fear. I mean, what we've seen that comes from Islam sometimes in certain areas.
Right, it's not unreasonable to fear this.
To be afraid of, yeah.
There is no ration, there is no reason. There is no facts that back up what your phobia.
Well, that's just retarded.
No, it's not.
Well, it is actually. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Okay, cool. You can call it dumb, but can you back up?
Yes, because a Muslim man told me yesterday that he was going to kill me because I'm Jewish.
No. We're not.
So for you saying there's no rationale for me to fear Islam, you're basically just negating my personal lived experience, even though you don't know me. We're just talking on an anonymous chat app, and you're negating my experience, which is fine.
I'm not.
You're not going to convince me. For you to say there's no rationale for a Jew to fear a Muslim, it's retarded. There is a lot of rationale to fear a Muslim.
Okay.
Hang on a second, Dominic. Do you have a fear of being pulled over by the police?
Exactly.
No.
You don't have
so do you shame every black person? Do you shame every black person who is afraid of being pulled over by the police?
Oh, I'm not black.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Dominic.
Well,
he says,
I'm black.
But you said, okay, so no to both. So you don't shame people. Well, but what you're saying is that you haven't been pulled over by the police. You're not right, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. What you mean is you're not afraid of being pulled over by the police simply because you're black. And then you said that you don't shame other black people who are afraid of the police simply because they're black. Like, I have a black friend who says, oh, I've been pulled over because I'm black, right? I'm not going to say to him, there's no reason for you to fear the police, because he does have some reasons to fear the police. So, as a Jew, when I have had my life threatened by Muslims, and then you tell me there's no reason for me to fear a Muslim, it feels like you're belittling my valid fear.
Okay, so I'm saying that generally speaking, Muslims are harmless, generally speaking. Yes, there are some types of Muslims that believe in like doing violence against other people, but we're talking about generally speaking, police don't pull black people over for no reason. Generally, but yes, it does happen. It does happen, but generally, in the grand scheme of things, it's rare, right? Am I wrong or am I right?
You're wrong.
Okay, explain to me how I'm wrong.
I can easily, really briefly, I'll go be quick, Enigma. I just looked up on Grok AI.
Oh my god.
Okay, well you might not like that source, but I mean it's just basically like an advanced. Is there something wrong with Grok? You want me to use a different
There's
AI?
something wrong with Elon Musk and his whole There's a whole conversation. So I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it might. I mean, you could say it might be wrong. The thing that I'm about to say might be wrong, and it might have been a fake statistic that was implanted by Elon Musk. This is just the AI service that I have access to. I don't have a subscription to ChatGPT or whatever, but if you do, or we could Google it and we could take time to try to find this answer. But I asked it, I said, what percentage of global terrorist attacks, you said Muslims in general are not dangerous, or like, yeah, some of them are, but it isn't a reason to fear the whole population. And again, just to be clear, we're talking about fearing the population. We're not talking about hating the population. I don't want to randomly attack Muslims. I don't think that the Muslims should be, exterminated from society. I'm just afraid of them. Like, I'm afraid of them that they might hurt me. They should not fear me because I don't hate Muslims. I fear them because I'm afraid that they hate Jews. So I just asked it, what percentage of terrorist attacks have been committed by Muslims? Give me a short answer with a number only. It says, no precise percentage can be confirmed due to varying definitions of terrorism and incomplete data. But estimates suggest that roughly 80 to 90% of global terrorist attacks from 2011 to 2016 were linked to Islamic extremism. 90% of the terrorist attacks in the world are committed by Muslims.
But you're not saying that you're afraid of every Muslim, are you?
No, I mean...
Are you more afraid of Muslim men than Muslim women? I bet you are.
I think maybe, but women do suicide bombings too. I think that my girlfriend's statement about her as a woman being apprehensive around men, I think I'm as afraid of every Muslim as she is afraid of every man. Now, keep in mind, she's dating a man, she's working with men, her friends are men, she gets on the bus, it's driven by a man, she goes to the butcher is a man. So she's not afraid of every man, but if it's circumstantial, right? Because if it's late at night and she's walking alone, like if I'm going to a Jewish place and I see a sketchy Muslim, yeah, I'm going to be fucking terrified. If I'm walking down the street and I see two Muslim women, no, I'm going to be probably less afraid to simply walk past them on the street. But
you're sexist too. They could be tough Muslim women. Don't be sexist. They could take you out.
Well, that's true. I'm an easy target.
This is reminiscent of
kind of fun too.
When white people were afraid to walk on the same side of the street as black people in America.
The last time on the same side, I wouldn't walk on the same side of the street as a Muslim man because they literally believe that if I'm not covered, that they have the right to rape me. That's their stance. Sorry. No, it's true. It's true. It's in the Quran, Dominic. It's in the Quran.
There's things I can quote in the Bible that are also. We can go back and forth about what doctrine says what. We can go back and forth on that. But the average Muslim person they don't harbor those. They don't fucking acquiesce to that. It's yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but for me, I hate Islam. I hate it.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
think
I'm an
it's
atheist.
disgusting religion.
I don't like Islam.
I think it's disgusting, and I think that the people who are indoctrinated into it, bless them, they are indoctrinated, but they literally believe what they're saying when they tell me that I'm a whore, you know, because I don't cover myself up and I don't wear a hijab or burqa. And I'm sorry, I think it's disgusting. What
Yeah, that's
right
also in the Bible. You know that, right?
I don't give a fuck whether it's in the Bible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You are what you're doing. What you are doing is you are being a hypocrite. You're being a hypocrite because every woman who doesn't cover up is supposedly a whore. But that's okay to say because we have to be sympathetic to the Muslims. But it's not okay to say that, you know, I don't want to walk on the same side of the street as a Muslim man. I'm sorry. I think it's very hypocritical.
Nicola, how am I being a hypocrite? I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any of these ideas. I don't believe in Islam. I don't believe in any of these.
You've asked me a question. You said to presume that someone is going to do something to you is an irrational fear, and it's problematic, it's arbitrary. But when I'm telling you that what Muslims believe is literally what I'm telling you, it's okay for a man to rape because it's the woman's fault, basically, for not covering up. Do you not understand? You would never understand.
I understand what you're saying.
Would you want to walk on the same side of the street as somebody who is part of the KKK? Of course you wouldn't.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying that they don't act out those things. They don't actually. The average Muslim does not verbatim act out what it says in the Quran.
Well, that's true, but that's like saying that the average black man is not a criminal.
The fuck?
Which is true. The average black man is not a criminal.
How is that relevant? What the fuck?
Well, because it's another form of racism or another form of racial hatred. People hate. Right. People hate all black people because they say black people are criminals. That's fucking racist. Because the average black person is not a fucking criminal. Some black people are criminals. Some white people are criminals.
I feel like you're making my point.
I am kind of making your point.
You're making my point.
Well, but my point is when we're talking about anti-blackness, we agree. But we use the same sentiment to talk about danger to women, which is what Enigma is talking about, or danger to Jews, which is what I'm talking about, and then suddenly you think, oh, it's not. Like, I don't think that all black people are criminals, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that the reason that people are racist is because they think that black people are criminals. I don't think that all Muslims are terrorists. But some Muslims are terrorists. Therefore, I mean, I have Muslim friends, I have Muslim coworkers, I have Muslim students.
But the racism isn't just about black people being criminals. Your thing seems to be specifically about terrorism and like violence perpetrated towards
well, right, they do different things.
Some people, you're not saying I don't like Muslims because they smell bad or because they sound.
I'm just saying I'm not afraid of a black man cutting my head off. I'm afraid of him taking my wallet.
I understand, but I'm disagreeing with your point where you said most people are racist because they think that black people are criminals. So I think you're kind of trying to speed through something really fast. I just think that's an inaccurate statement. Most people who are racist, I would not.
Oh, it's because they think black people are smelly?
No, the reason is not. Well, I'm just saying the reason is not. Many people don't like other ethnicities because they're smelly. I mean, that's unless if you grew up in New York, you know that's true. My point is that you seem to be specifically fairly so focused on the violence perpetrated possibly by Muslims towards you, but then when you brought up why people are racist, I don't think that most people are racist because they think that black people are criminals. So that is what I'm contending.
Yeah, I want to just read as well because it says why would I feel worried about being raped by someone who is Muslim if I'm not covered? In Sweden, it says Sweden's sexual assault numbers rose sharply after the Muslim migrant crisis, going from around 16,000 in 2015 to over 23,000 in 2023. It says Muslims have been responsible for some 40,000 sexual assaults in a country of only 10 million. Those are equivalent to the number of rapes that allegedly took place during the fighting in the former Yugoslavia. In one survey, over 1 in 10 Swedish women reported that they had been raped. In the UK, rapes more than doubled from 16,000 to over 36,000 during the Muslim migrant crisis. Today they stand at over 67,000 for an increase of over 50,000 or over 300%. 1 in 10 women in the UK reported that they were raped. So they're high numbers, darling. They're very high numbers, and there is, I'm sorry to say, a subconscious effort to keep oneself protected, specifically when it comes to religion in sexual assault crimes. Very important.
Okay. So they changed the definition from, so the numbers went up because they changed the definition of what is sexual assault versus like rape. They changed it. So when they changed it, the numbers went up because they had to put the category of like rape into like when they changed the definition. So it went up.
What do you know about UK crime?
What do I know about UK crime?
Yeah, what do you know about UK crime? You're telling me something about my own country now. You have to remember, I'm not talking about the US, I'm talking about the UK and what has happened. We have boatloads of people coming over here, all young men who are Muslim, and you know, there is an increase in people being raped by these men. Why? Why is that?
Okay, so to quickly chime in, I went ahead and pulled up both things that you were talking about. It literally says here, just as Dominic was saying, the definition of rape was completely changed when doing this entire report, and it even goes ahead and says that when the deduction was done, it asked, does it cover only vaginal rapes? No. What does it cover? Anyone who lacks consent of victims, and then it goes into what could that mean? If a specific yes wasn't given, a complete YES, right, then that person could have been raped. And then if they were gender neutral and they weren't comfortable around the opposite gender, that could have also considered constituted being raped. But what I don't understand in all of this, I'm not finished with my point here. What I don't understand in all of this is your entire claim here is a full religion of people, like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, all these people, right? All
Is you're telling me about a definition being changed in a country that hasn't changed anything?
Okay, wait,
put the link in the chat.
Are we talking about a people or religion? I don't get it.
Put the link in the chat.
I'm talking about, oh my goodness, during the migrant crisis, we're still in it, by the way. Basically, we have people coming over from the Middle East on boat. You get down. And they're coming over illegally. This isn't. I'm all for migration and for people being refugees, but these are all young men. And there's something very, very worrying about it. The crime rates in these areas that these people are being placed in hotels is going up. People are being assaulted, robbed, raped, and this is what I'm talking about. Now, you can say, well, the term rape has been changed, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that. What I care about is the increase in violence based upon somebody's religious ideation. And what they say in regards to this is because the woman is not covered, she's a whore.
Okay, so here's what I'm not understanding, right? Your problem is with people, not with the religions at all. Because I could go to another part, and I'm gonna be very honest here. I'm gonna be very honest here. If you go back to like 1800s and prior India, before Islam was ever in there, before Christianity, before Judaism, right? People had the same sentiment to one of the villages where like these people that don't even follow any of the religions that are there right now were like, oh, these women are horrible, they don't cover up, all that stuff, and they raped them. It had nothing to do with the religions. It had everything to do with the people, right? If you go ahead and say, hey, these people that are coming in that go ahead and have this disgusting mentality are raping our people, okay, fine, that's a different conversation.
Muslims who are born in the West do not have the same mental
these religions
intelligence.
are what go ahead and tell people do this.
Sam, people who are born in the West do not have, they believe the same thing, but they don't do anything about it based upon the laws that they're brought up in society. I have no problem with Muslims who you know, are brought up here. Even then, I do have a little bit of wariness. But what I'm saying is, when there are migrants coming over illegally, where you don't know where they're coming from, you don't know what their intention is, you don't know if they're criminals or whether they're good citizens or whether it's genuine refugees or not, there is a problem at the moment in the UK specifically and other areas in Europe where the countries have been flooded with illegal immigration. I think this year alone, from last October, I think we have like 700,000 people coming in to the UK. That's 1 in 10 people in London are illegal migrants. And 1 in 10 people. Now, the crime rate has doubled, and the people reporting the crimes who have been assaulted, have been robbed, have been raped, have been harmed, they are describing people from that background. There's a problem.
Right, and also now, Sam just wrote in the chat, so your problem isn't with the religions. And he just made a point a minute ago about, what was it, Hindus or Indians, or who was it, Sam? There was another culture.
There was another religious culture. They're completely long gone. But their entire thing was, and it had nothing to do with their religion, but their entire thing was, hey, this other village that we hate or whatever.
Right, so they raped
our whores, let's rape them.
Right, but just to clarify, I'm not hearing, what I'm hearing from Enigma, I'm not hearing her say Muslims are the only ones who rape. I don't think that's what she's saying. So if you find
but see the rude name, and I'm kind of confused what the point, what's going on here.
Okay, what I'm saying is, with regards to the ideology in the Middle East or you know, in Islamic state countries where the laws are very, very different with regards to women and women's safety and the protection of women, very, very different. You know, if a woman is completely and utterly uncovered, you know, she's not wearing a hijab, she's not dressing modestly, where she's, you know, showing her wrists or her ankles or whatever, she can be taken away and abused and raped and killed like nobody's business. You know, there was a case that was in Iran where a young girl was carted off. I think she was 24, 22 or 25, I can't remember. But, you know, they said, oh, she had a heart attack when she got into the police cell. I've got to be honest, I don't believe it. because she had no prior medical history, no family history of heart disease, and at that young, you just wouldn't expect it. Now, the reason why that happens is because all eyes are on Iran at that time. But that happens all the time. We have many women, Muslim women, fleeing Iran and seeking refuge in the UK, in Germany, in Sweden, all over. So we understand what the religion stands for. Okay, and I'm talking about pure, unadulterated Sharia law Islam.
Okay,
I'm
you're
not talking
conflating
about
two things.
westernized Islam. I'm talking about Sharia law Islam.
No, I think you're conflating two things. Here, I'll speak from
I'm not
another point of
conflating
view,
anything,
right?
Sam.
India
I'm not conflating
has
anything,
the
Sam.
most rapes in the world. Currently, conservatively, a rape happens every 8 minutes, but we know that from other statistics, it happens as soon as 2 or 3 minutes, and they're violent rapes, right?
I'm
Now,
not saying
none of this has to do
Muslims
with
are the
hijab. None
highest
of this has
people
to
of
do with
raping.
what do you say? If a
I'm not
woman's dressed
saying that,
honestly or not,
Sam.
they just
I
rape
mean, what
whenever
is
they
it
want,
you're not
right?
getting? What is it that you're not getting? You're not saying that all Muslims are rapists. I'm not saying that.
No, I understand your point.
You're not listening.
She feels like you don't understand her point, and that's why she's trying to clarify. So we should be curious and say, I think I understand what this lady's saying, but she feels like she's not being understood.
Okay.
So let's listen to her for 5 more minutes and see what she's got to say.
All right.
The rational approach is if there has been an increase in crime by this group of people that have entered the country, I'm going to be wary of making myself protected around that, correct? I'm not saying that all Muslims are rapists. I'm saying that there is a possibility, not just around Muslims, but any man in general, but extra so, when it comes to how I'm dressed, what I look like, where I am, who I'm with. I have to think about things all the time. And for you don't understand that because you're not a woman. But what I will say is when a religion says it is okay to do X, Y, or Z because, of how a woman is dressed, I'm still going to be wary of that. So regardless of whether people do it or they don't do it, the ideology behind it is still going to make me cautious. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so now that I fully understand what you're saying, I think what you're referring to is specifically the culture, not really anything else. Because the reason why I bring this up is I understand. So I'm coming from an atheist who became a Muslim, okay? And I completely understand where people kind of get off when they say these kind of things because I've lived in the redneck parts of America who have the same sentiments, right? And the thing is, I genuinely look at this scope, right? People are assholes. People are pieces of shit. Most Middle Eastern people I've met, complete dickwads, right? But when I go ahead and look at Christians, Jewish people, Muslims, like people from all faiths, all sides of the world, right? You'll find very great people out of them. You'll find very shit people out of them. Now, what I condemn specifically will always be the cultures they come from. You mentioned Iran, right? I was mentioning India. Those cultures specifically, I will 100% condemn them for the way they go ahead and treat, for the same reasons you said. But I won't conflate what they're doing with their religions. I've seen some of the, let's take Christians, for example. Let's move away from Muslims and Hindus and all stuff. Let's take Christians specifically. Some Christians go ahead and set up a lot of these international kitchens. I forget the actual word for it. It's a Greek word, but they set up these international kitchens to go ahead and feed people, all of that stuff, whatever, right? And the nuns go ahead and do a great job in caring for the kids that are having a whole problem or whatever. Now, some of these men from the same countries they come from, right? They also have murdered, they also have raped, all of that stuff, whatever. I'm now not going to go ahead and look at, say, those men who have raped and killed and all that stuff or whatever, those Christian men, and then say, those nuns in those kitchens are also as bad, right? I'm going to say, okay, I can see the bad from the good, and I can't just go ahead and blame a whole religion with their religions literally talking about, hey, feed people, do good, love thy neighbor, whatever, right? Same with the Jewish people, same with the Muslims, right? Again, I've seen all walks of life from them. So I will condemn the culture, not really the religion.
No, I would definitely condemn the religion. When a religious ideation is saying it is permissible to do something to someone to cause harm, in the name of a god or whatever, then yeah, I'm gonna criticize it. Especially, I mean, you can say, oh well, look at the good old nuns doing, they're feeding people all around the world. But what about the harm that the Pope did, 10 years ago, going to Africa and saying, don't you wear any condoms? It's forbidden. And in some parts of Africa where it is impoverished still, most of Africa isn't like that anymore. But in some, rural areas, especially in South Nigeria, going there and telling people not to wear condoms, especially if they're Christians, and AIDS is rife, that's really not a good. That can cause harm, and I blame religion for it, because you put a man in power because of this religion, not because of anything else, but this religion, and it was guided by the religion. Now, I have no problems with people believing in a God. I have no problems with that. But when they start saying God says this or God says that, or God allows this or God allows that, or if a woman intervenes, in a fight between two men, you've got to cut her a hand off, or, if somebody steals something, you've got to torture them, or do you understand what I'm saying? It's not about the culture, because the culture comes from the religion. The religion sets the culture, especially in a country that is religion led, especially in a country like an Islamic State country.
Yeah, I totally agree, Enigma. Can I jump in if I may?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah, great title. I think it's true. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and all the different sects that stem from these religions, have been a problem for mankind since the inception. Since Moses put our Creator in a tabernacle, a scroll or a book, wherever that tent he moved around, where you had to go to him to learn about God, he started the precedence of it. And then you got the Christianities. If you don't believe Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you'll go to a very bad place. And then Islam, right? All these different sects who use books written and voted on by mankind as their authority to impose a lot of nasty stuff throughout history, when we all understand, we all realize we come from something. And could you imagine a world that looked at life, nature, and the universe like people look at a sacred text from God? That's what I get bummed about with these religions. Throw them all in there. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but if I may, then in the same breath, we have to condemn agnosticism, atheism, and any other, was a social construct or any religious construct. Because, I'm going strictly off of history here, right? If we look at just, let's say, atheism, and we look at America, America killed 1 million Iraqis off of, some random intel, right? We look at India, they have either atheism or random ass religions that went ahead and killed, raped, and pillaged throughout their histories. And this happens all over the world, right? Again, if you go ahead and blame 3 specific religions for how people are, I don't see that as a way of condemning those 3 religions. So sure, we can talk about discourse within those religions. I'm completely for that, and I'm not going to go ahead and, cover up whatever people in these religions have done and how they've done it, right? But I will go ahead and say the religions are separate from the people. If you're going to condemn people, I will be with you on that. But if you want to condemn the religions for what people have done, I can't do that.
So, Sam, are you saying that all cultures and all religions throughout history are essentially equally violent because all of them have participated in violence?
If we're equating it to, if we're talking about it in the way we're talking about it right now, then yes, you have to go ahead and label it. But if you're talking in the way I'm talking about it, where if you separate the people from the religions and specifically look at the religions like alone in their own isolations, then no, I would not agree to that form. I would only criticize the people who have done those things.
I think all humans have been violent over the course. I mean, it's been, 3 million years since we invented stone tools, and it's been 300,000 years since we became Homo sapiens. But whether you start keeping track at a couple million years ago or a couple 100,000 years ago, I think it's obviously true that all humans have engaged in violence. But I don't think it's true that all cultures have always been equally violent. And I think if you're asking, well, what about the modern world? What about contemporary times? It's even more, the difference is even more stark that there are some cults, like, for example, the Rastafarians. Okay, I don't know actually the history of the Rastafarian religion, and I don't know, I actually might have to put my foot in my mouth because I might say something that's wrong. But based on my limited understanding, the Rastafarians, they connect with God by smoking weed, And the Jews, Jewish people have done violent things. There's a war right now in Israel and Palestine, and the Israelis are doing violent things. But if you read their holy book, the way that Jews get to heaven is not necessarily by doing violent things. It's more like, don't eat pork and wear a hat. You wear a little hat, and then you go to, I'm being facetious because I'm Jewish. But the point is, Christians believe that they get to heaven by whatever, accepting Jesus Christ into your heart. So really the most important thing, you got to do acts of service, you got to be a good person, follow the 10 Commandments or whatever. But really the most important thing is accepting Jesus into your heart. So we got all these different cultures, Rastafarianism, Judaism, Christianity. They all believe that they connect with God in their own different way. The Rastafarian, in order to connect with God, he smokes weed. The Muslim, and it's not true that every Muslim does this. That would be wrong for me to say. If I said every Muslim gets to heaven by killing a Jew, that would be wrong. But plenty of Muslims, you could even find quotations in the book where it says you get to heaven by killing an infidel. And I think that is an indicator that their society is a little more violent than, for example, a Rasta.
Sorry, I was typing out my point here, but I'm gonna slide the whole thing of not understanding Islam or whatever. I could care less about having a Muslim debate right now, but you were kind of pointing out my point here, right? Separate the religions from the people, right? Again, Israel, you just brought them up, right? You said the way they get to heaven is wearing a little hat, don't eat pork, all that stuff, whatever. Okay, there are amazing Jewish people that have existed throughout history that have never even harmed another person. So then why would I call entirety of Judaism evil cult or an evil religion? I would never say that, right? And that's the same way where you're talking about the Rastafarians. I actually know a couple, and I know exactly what you're saying when they're believing that if you smoke weed, that's how you connect with God, right? Again, harmless people, right? But I wouldn't blame their religion if 2 or 3 people who are Rastafaris go ahead and start harming or raping or whatever, right? It's just hey, it's just the people at that point I'm going to criticize, not the religion.
What's interesting about it all is it's all about money, right? With all these religions, even starting out, even you think of Mormons, how rich they become once you establish these religions. If you can get people to believe in some kind of an inspirational person. Moses is a great example, the warrior that he was. It's all in the Bible. Great warrior. He talks to God. He says he talks to God, gets the 10 Commandments, puts it in a tabernacle. Wherever that tabernacle goes, everybody brings food and brings stuff to. He doesn't have to go out and hunt. It's there. And then you think of Christianity. Jesus didn't come to establish the church. Yet something happened magical where he was this person that didn't start to really.
Did you just say something magical just happened?
Yeah, wait. Let me finish. Well, not magical. I shouldn't say magical. I could take that back easily. But
miraculous.
Something happened with Jesus. I like the character Jesus myself, whether he's real or not. I believe he had some great precepts that people can live by, but he didn't establish the church. People after him came and they manipulated his words, and they started this whole Catholicism where they make a ton of money. Same with the Mormons. Same with even the Quakers. Like they do in the Baha'i faith is a great example. The Baha'i faith comes after Islam, right? There's another group of people that started a religion, and it's like kings and queens. They make a ton of money off of their subscribers, the people who subscribe to their faith. And it's interesting, with information at the click of a button, that people still feel the need to pay money to these people, pay homage to these people, when information is at the click of the button. Last question I just have for the people on the audience. Have you ever read The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine, or do you know about Thomas Paine?
Yeah, I've read it.
I've not read it.
Yeah, I've read it.
The interesting thing about Thomas Paine, first of all, with his common sense and how he literally eliminated monarchical systems of government through the United States. He's the father of democracy, right? He writes Common Sense, the Crisis Paper, Rights of Man, and The Age of Reason. What he tried to do with politics, he, in my opinion, The Age of Reason, which you could just Google, Age of Reason PDF, he showed us a different path without necessarily saying there is no God. You don't have to say there is no God, but if we can all agree that there is a God, then there must be a proper path to understand this force that he's talking about, right? And so he talks about this in his pamphlet, which is Life, Nature, and the Universe. And that never took hold. Thomas Paine never took hold. And in fact, he lost recognition because of the Age of Reason. So I think it'd be an interesting conversation to talk about that awesome pamphlet that changed my life and why this conversation is so important, especially now when he's talking about Israel and Palestine and how they're still bickering back and forth over stuff that Moses said, the Jew that he was said that you're the chosen people, and so we're going to take over this whole land. It is a religious war. And here in America, who pay to keep that, everybody's waiting for the first or second coming. And these religious fanatics, I think in the end, are probably going to end up in a Mad Max movie. We're going to end up in a Mad Max movie for stupid reasons.
Didn't Moses kill a bunch of people for worshiping a calf?
Moses, it's interesting, was a very nasty individual. If you look at him like a patriarch, in the Old Testament, I can't believe that people aren't going after. They talk about dogging the colonizers and stuff like that, but where did we learn colonization from? From the Bible. Moses wasn't. And I don't mean to offend any Jew, Christian, or Muslim, right? Because they all think he's a prophet. But he was a nasty individual. If God talked to him, we're doomed. We're all doomed. If God talked to Moses, really, and that's what people think, no wonder the world's a freaking mess. Because the stuff God told Moses to do was devastating on so many levels, annihilating. What Moses accomplished in the Bible, Hitler hoped to do with the Jews. It's kind of weird, in my opinion, that the Jews are so mad at Hitler, yet their own books, and they call Moses a prophet. They call him songs, poems, and everything's, it's like he's a holy man, but in reality, he was worse than Hitler.
I just can't wait. I just can't wait until we all, as a civilization, outgrow religion. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on the claim of Moses, but wouldn't you compare Hitler to more like the Pharaoh that the Jews were enslaved under?
Now, Moses' books, first of all, the Torah, the Old Testament, clearly show what Moses did to his fellow man. People who just happen to live in land God told him he could take over. That's colonialism, right? I mean, he annihilated the Mennonites, the Canaanites, or whatever that, all these people, that the only record we have of them is the Bible. Because he annihilated them all. There's no record of them. He killed everything. Children, the young girls, keep to yourself. So we have no history of whatever race he annihilated.
That's interesting. There's nothing of that in Islam. Like, he's never done any of that. We never accuse him of that at all.
Well, it's funny. The Christians and the Jewish people, they kind of skate over this. And I've talked to even rabbis about it, and they do. Well, those were the times. Those were the times that's why people did that. And I'm thinking to myself, we were very intelligent back then. Like, very intelligent. The Egyptians and stuff like this. And I contend, like this title says, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, if we thought about it long enough, they have been a major problem collectively for true progress with not only ourselves being free, but the life that surrounds us as well, like the nature. Like, the whole Bible is to subdue and take dominion over, right? If you read the Bible, Christian types, like we're more superior than the life that surrounds us. And I contend we should be more about Avatar, like we form a symbiotic, or we could form a symbiotic circle with this awesome planet we've been allowed to exist
Symbiotic.
For a short time. Symbiotic, right?
Symbiotic. Symbiotic would be like when you form a symbiotic relationship with a robot. That would be like a symbionic.
Or another creature, another life form. You're working together. I mean, there's many examples in nature that creatures are forming a symbiotic circle where they work together to survive through this.
Well, look, I mean, I don't want to turn into like a Jewish zealot here, and not that I even really know that much about my own religion. We have Caleb in the audience who I'm sure would be willing to correct anything that I say that might be wrong. But, out of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, Judaism is, of course, the oldest one. And one of the things that you just mentioned was Moses was a bad guy because he instructed the Levites to kill the 3,000 people who were worshiping the golden calf. And you're saying that these religions are basically, in a word, like divisive. Religions are divisive and they cause us to kill each other and blah, blah, blah. And we should do like Avatar and we should have like healthy relationships with each other and with the planet. It's possible that Judaism was actually humanity's first attempt at getting outside of religion. Because the Jewish God, as I understand it, it's kind of like a revolutionary concept. The only religion that I could compare to Judaism is possibly Taoism. Possibly. And are you familiar with this, Mark and Sam and Enigma? Do you guys know about Taoism?
I've heard of it, yeah.
But I don't see it really.
Dr. Wayne Dyer, I think, talked about that.
Well, the connection that I see is that Taoism says the way that can be named is not the eternal way, and the name that can be named is not the eternal name. So Taoism says there is an eternal name, probably meaning like the name of God, or like the name of the thing that's holding it all together. What is the energy that's holding the world together? Is it God? Well, what is that? Well, Taoism says, essentially, the God that can be described is not the eternal God. And there is something kind of similar to that in Kabbalah, in Judaism, where it says that, there's this nature to God that is knowable, and then there's another side of God. There's this whole other aspect to God that is essentially unknowable. And yet, that is what created the world. that is what is governing the world. That is what is holding everything together, is this thing that is in part unknowable. And so I don't think...
So if it's unknowable, how do we know that that's God?
Well, we don't. Right, we don't. We don't know that it's God, but what I'm saying is, I don't think that killing 3,000 people is necessarily good, and I don't think if I said I want to kill these 3,000 people that in 2025 that this would be acceptable. But I think that the idea was thousands of years ago, people were going to war fighting over these different idols. I worship the golden calf, you worship the golden monkey, now we're going to fight. And then the whole thing with, monotheism is basically there is one energy that governs everything. The Taoist would say you can't ever define it, so just give up and just meditate by the river and just be grateful that you're alive. The Jew might say, I don't know what the Jew would say, but part of what the Jew would say is there's this aspect to God that's not knowable. And so I think that in that sense, it might have been good that he was trying to, not that it was good that he killed 3,000 people, but it was good that he was trying to get people away from worshiping this golden calf, because that's not really the truth. The truth is we're all connected to this kind of unknowable thing that's impossible to define, and if we really tap into that, then we can have the symbiotic connection that you're talking about in Avatar.
So what? Sorry, Danny. Just really quickly, and then Danielle, because I'm going to shut up again once I drink my coffee. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Go on, Danielle.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
What was you saying? Oh, right, yeah, I've got it.
Moses was good for killing the Levites.
So, would it be right in saying that most Jewish people now don't typically follow classical Judaism? They've made up a new...
Well, yeah, there was this thing called the Reform Judaism. Oh, I thought you were asking a question. I'm sorry.
I am asking a question. I haven't finished asking the question. Never mind. Go on. Carry on going.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to hear your question. You were saying, is it true that most of the Jews...
The question is, most of the Jews today follow a more mystical approach to Judaism, which doesn't typically coincide with classical Judaism. Now, one could then say, is it even Judaism at all, if it differs so much from the original? That was my question.
Right. I mean, Caleb can probably answer better than me. I'm not a rabbi, and I was raised Reform Judaism. So I was raised by less religious Jews. I was raised by two people who are Jewish ancestrally, identify as Jewish socially and culturally, and we did some Jewish religion when I was growing up, but Reform, so my parents let a lot of stuff go.
We're not talking about Jewish people, because there are Jewish people who are atheists. I'm talking about people who follow Judaism today.
I identify as a Jew, and I follow Judaism as it was taught to me.
A version of Judaism, but not typical Judaism. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, the phrase typical Judaism would make a Jew laugh.
I'm talking about classic.
No, I know, but even the term... Caleb, help me. Caleb, come save me. But I think that generally...
You're not under attack.
No, I don't feel like I'm under attack at all. I don't feel like... just to be clarified... No, I'm enjoying interacting with you. I don't feel like I'm under attack at all, but I think that I may say something ignorant.
Let me clarify. You're talking about... When I'm talking about classical Judaism, I'm talking about eradicating whole cultures based upon disagreeing of God beliefs. I don't know if the Bible is true in that regard. You know, I don't know if the Tanakh is true or whether Torah is true, or whether it is just a book of you know, writing scribbled by somebody who obviously had some issues with regards to power. But
Well,
I don't know.
This thing, the term.
What I'm saying is, when I'm talking about Judaism, I'm talking about believing in the 600 and odd laws that are in Torah. Do you believe that it's okay to stone your children if they disobey you? Do you believe it's okay to rape someone who is not betrothed to be married, so long as you can rape them as long as you pay the father 50 shekels and marry them? I mean, you don't typically believe those things anymore, do you?
Right. Well, so I think that the Reform Judaism movement.
Why do you think that's Judaism? Why do you think there's some kind of like pure, unadulterated, original Judaism? Why do you think that?
Why do I think that? Because if those stories were given to a chosen people of God to be followed, well, why wouldn't I think that? I mean, it's almost like
never been that way. Because historically speaking, Enigma, we know that that's not the case. Even if you just read the text of the Bible, the Israelites were practicing all kinds of stuff.
Why would you even read the text of the Bible if you don't believe that any of it's true?
He didn't say he doesn't believe that any.
Because no, it doesn't matter if it's any of it's true. It's because it's a cultural history. It's a book that the Israelites are telling about themselves, about their own stories, right? About their own quote unquote history, whether it's actually historical or not, is irrelevant. It's the same way. What I'm saying is I'm punting on the question. I don't care if it's historical or not. That's not its power. It's power.
Why would you even believe any of that?
Its power is not in its historical claims. Its power is in its ability to be able to be read throughout the generations and applied in every single generation. That's the power of it.
I don't know if that's true at all.
Guys, I'm the expert in Judaism in the room, and you were all talking out of your ass.
You are. I don't think you are the
Well, I'm 100% the expert in Judaism. I'm 100% in this room. In this room, I'm the expert in Judaism.
I don't think you are, and I agree with Mark, would ever come out of my mouth. I never, ever thought that the words, I agree with Mark, those words would come out my mouth. But on this occasion, I don't think that you do really know.
Well, can I ask really quick, because I'm just asking a meta question. My question is basically, do you guys know each other? Because I don't know anybody in this.
I know Caleb. I've questioned him on many things.
Oh, okay. Okay, but you know that Caleb is, like, I believe, professionally.
I know he gives himself
a rabbi.
I know that he calls himself a rabbi, but I don't know if you know that I have actually the Abrahamic religions at university as well. So
I did not know that. That was my point. I don't know you at all. I've never seen you before, but I'm enjoying your room, and I added you as a friend. You seem like a cool lady. I don't know you at all, and I don't know Mark either, and I didn't know Sam either, and so I am out of my clubhouse element here in this room. If you do know Caleb, Caleb is the only one.
Hold on, my friend. Hold on. Paco wrote something in the comments here that needs to be read. It says, why do people talk about topics they have no idea about? What the hell is classic Judaism, Enigma? You have no clue. You're welcome to come up and enlighten us. Enigma's right here, Paco. What are you talking about?
I mean, that was to me. He was quoting something that I said and telling me to come up. Learn how to read the chat, dude.
Right. Anyway, so if you've interacted with Caleb,
hold on, Caleb. How about you fuck off?
Hold on. I was talking.
No, you shut up. You shut up. Hold on 1 second, Caleb. Why don't you fuck off? Yeah, exactly.
Good job. Yeah, that was really smart. That was really.
All right, but it must be said, my friend.
It's about as smart as your faith, my friend.
Barbie didn't boot him down.
I did.
On his own accord.
No, I booted him out. Because I knew exactly what he was doing.
You booted him out? Why? Why did you boot him out?
Because we can.
Oh. Well, that's a really interesting reason.
Who was it that said dude? Was it you?
No, it was Caleb.
There we go. So if Caleb said dude, he could fuck off. Because I knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I've talked to Caleb before. He's a gaslighting piece of shit, and he knows it.
I have no problem.
Why was he booted out for saying dude? I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Do you want to find out the hard way, or do you just want to keep your mouth shut, my friend?
So you're saying I have to remain silent, or you're gonna boot me out of your?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Did I say that? I said, do you want to find out the hard way, or do you want me to? Or do you just want to keep your mouth shut?
What does that mean?
Because you know exactly why. You know why. Okay, it's rude.
Trans?
Oh, wow, yeah! Look who decided to come to the party!
Oh, okay.
I'll give more.
Barbie, you suck. I can't believe you booted him out.
Yeah.
I didn't boot him out, Mark. Put your pictures in.
F-word behavior.
Barbie did not.
Yeah, and you're a fucking idiot, my friend.
Yeah, and you're a fucking F-word.
Oh, an F-word? What a faggot? What, you don't have the balls to say, you fucking idiot?
No, I don't, because I don't want to
worship a pedophilic God? So what, I'm a fucking fatty because you worship a God? Aww. Well, sorry, my friend, I don't worship pedophilia, you fucking sicko. You fucking sicko. You need therapy, you delusional piece of shit.
I'll tell you what, my friend, sweetheart. If you want to follow a religion that promotes sucking babies' willies, go ahead. You're a fucking disgrace to humanity. You and your Abrahamic faith can go fucking do one.
There's a lot of other cultures practice. Okay, cool. This is why Palestinians are having their brains spilled out over the sidewalk. This is why Palestinian babies are being blown apart limb from limb. This is why Palestinian brains are spilling out into the street. This is why the Palestinians are being blown apart by bombs, limb from limb.
You are a moron. You are a moron.
Are you still enjoying the chat? My friends.
I'm glad you think it's so funny.
Fucking ignorant. Fucking
hilarious.
And Nick, so you and I never really got along, huh? You agreed with one of my comments.
Mark, I agree wholeheartedly with you on that comment. We do get on. Listen, I get on with everybody. If people want to take umbrage with me, they can. But what they're not going to do is disrespect Barbie for who she is.
Yeah, but I think that was
it's clearly a man.
Wasn't that an accident?
And clearly you're a fucking pedophile or worshiper.
No, I'm not, but you're...
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. I'm more of a woman than your mother and your whole fucking any woman in your life, bitch. How about...
Bye. And then there was four.
Mm-hmm. See what happens when I found it. This is why I keep my mouth shut.
Oh, the problem is that, Muslims are so hateful to Jews, but, I'm going to be hateful to the LGBTQ community. You have to get out of here.
What were you going to say, Mark? What is it that you want to tell me?
I think you're too sensitive about it. That whole thing.
Mark, I didn't remove Caleb. I didn't do anything. Why are you coming at me for?
I did.
Why'd you do that?
Why does it matter?
Let me tell you why.
Because it was interesting conversation. I was in here for the...
It was an interesting conversation. Mark, I don't care. Nobody's going to disrespect my best friend in my presence. They're just not going to do it. And if you think that I'm going to allow that, then dream on. And you don't have to stay here if you don't like the way that I have them in my room. That's another problem. I don't care. I don't care who shows up here, who doesn't show up here. It's nice to talk to people, but you know, if people are going to say, "Oh, I'm not going to come to your room because you did this and you did that," I mean, that's just babyish. Wait, listen, Mark, I understand you think that Caleb is good conversation. Every single interaction I've had with Caleb, he has been evasive, ambiguous, and very disrespectful. And I'm not having that. And then look what happened. The moment I dealt with that situation, you got someone else being very disrespectful to my friend as well. Am I going to just sit by and take that? No, of course I'm not. Would you do that, Mark? Would you?
Yeah, but Mark did exactly what they all wanted him to do, which was accuse me. He goes, "Why did you boot him, Danielle? Why did you do that, Barbie? Why did you do that?" Me? Why is it me? Why do you think I'm the one that's being too sensitive? I was the one that was just talking shit. Like, I didn't do anything, but Mark went right in and started pointing the finger at me. Why did you do this? That's pretty fucked up, Mark.
Yeah, I thought you did do it. You corrected me. I thought you did do it, but you corrected me.
Yeah, but you called me sensitive. I was being too sensitive and stuff like that. It's like, man, Mark, I've never been standoffish to you or rude to you or disrespectful to you. Maybe disrespectful to people in your presence, but never towards you. So for you to start pointing the finger at me and calling me, "Oh, you're being too sensitive" and stuff like that, excuse me? Like,
yeah, well,
I don't know what made you think I did.
I was wrong. I thought you did it because I was wrong. I apologize for that.
You thought I did it. You thought I did it because I was being the more hostile one, right?
I thought you got the green bean. There's only two people that had the green bean, and I thought it was one or the other, and I made the wrong.
So you don't think it's hostile or wrong for somebody to be antagonistic like Caleb was being, and like the way that other guy was being?
The other guy was starting to get a little rude, but initially when he said "dude," I didn't understand why it was so confusing because
he knows that I am a trans woman. I've talked to Caleb before, Mark. Don't act like it's not rude.
Have you spoken to Caleb before? He gave me his credentials of being a rabbi and told me
there's a difference. It's my fault. I made a mistake.
Also, I know through speaking with Caleb that his knowledge of historical Judaism is inaccurate, because this is what happens when you are taught a specific ideology. When it comes to a theology, it changes throughout the years, and the records and books and things, they all change. This is why the Talmud was introduced. They knew that Christianity was taking a lot of their, faith-based people away. And what happened was that I don't agree with Christianity in the slightest. So what happened was, in Judaism, they opened up the gates that you could convert to Judaism, especially through marriage. But obviously it would mostly have to be the man, because the Jewish lineage goes through the woman. So yeah, you could do that. You could convert. Now that wasn't something that you could do before, because people believed that they were the chosen people of God, and it's a very new idea. I think it was 1500s that this idea came into play, and it had to do with the Catholic Church and going through the Reformation and the Renaissance period with King Henry VIII and all of that nonsense. But yeah, they were losing numbers, and they were hated by many, and that's wrong, absolutely wrong. Jewish people have had it hard. They have had it hard. But they also have to remember that their doctrines and the things that they worship are disgusting. Like,
I totally
killing your
agree.
firstborn child. Killing your firstborn child, redeem your firstborn child. And then later on, redeem changed to give them money, give them so many shekels or whatever. So yeah, when we're talking about this New Age Judaism, which is very much, it's quite airy fairy, everything is kind of mythological, but God still exists. But sometimes he might not. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. But I do appreciate the fact that they have changed. They veered away from their old practices that happened in ancient Mesopotamia to now, because, they would have had to, otherwise, yeah.
It's like the Catholics too. They all change, but how many years do we have to wait for them to freaking change? How many lives are destroyed because of their very existence? Granted, they'll say they help a lot of people, the Jew, Christian, Muslim, but they're most of them. I shouldn't say most, but the fanatical ones, the zealot ones who promote this faith and make a lot of money off of it. I don't think I think they're detrimental to the human condition and life that surrounds us on so many levels. So I get the title of the room. I did join. I don't have a red flag, as you can see. I did join it. And we've talked before, Enigma, for sure.
I know we haven't always been eye to eye on topics, but that's okay to not see eye to eye. But if somebody is going to be out and out disrespectful and disgusting, especially when they're saying, "Oh, we're so aggrieved by these people," while doing it to other people, I think that's just wrong. That's why I remove people.
And he was saying the fact that he even says he's like the key authority on Judaism, it's kind of surprising because there's so many variations.
Of course. He doesn't even practice Orthodox Judaism. He's an airy fairy one. He's a New Age person who follows Judaism. I mean, he doesn't even agree with everything that's in the Talmud either, so it's laughable.
Yeah, and I must say, I always have to bring up Thomas Paine because I wish somebody would just read The Age of Reason, simple pamphlet. We're all in the same boat when it comes to whatever the hell started the collective hold of everything. I contend that it's a good word. God is a good word, especially if we want to rid the world of these Abrahamic faiths, because that's their word, right? God is mostly kind of their word. And we are dealing with something we have no clue with. We are dealing with something that's metaphysical in nature. It's either nothing at all or something infinite in nature, or I don't even know what the heck it is. But for myself personally, I think it brings joy to life to just contemplate it and just wonder of what it is. And with Thomas Paine's The Age of Reason, he talks about the true word of God being the creation we behold. And I imagine a world where people treat life and nature like a sacred text from God. And I think of that, and I think of for all these religious fanatics who impose their interpretation, because these sacred books aren't the problem. It's these interpretations of them, people's warped interpretations that, again, go against the laws of nature and whatever started this force to begin with that we call God. And so we're not obligated to believe them. And if people had the right idea of things, you could put these people in their place so easily. You're a Christian. You believe that God is, you believe that our Creator overshadowed a young virgin woman engaged to be married. Right? That's something you could say to a person and say, that's ridiculous. That goes against the laws of nature. Why do you believe such nonsense? And that's how we could teach the world, let's transcend past these silly faiths that have held us back, in my opinion. So, and I think I'm preaching to the choir here, Nicola, right? And Barbie, right? I'm preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
When it comes to that. But then when we think of atheism with a capital A, very valid stance, no doubt, that whatever it is that we come from, it doesn't play a conscious active role in your life. It's just, it is, we're here. Let's work with the best of it, a valid stance. I mean, I'm an atheist. Sometimes I get these sour modes where I'm thinking, shit, I'm going to be buried and I'm going to be gone. I had a great life, but you know, maybe there isn't nothing more after this very real life is over. But I'm not going to dwell on it. As like Thomas Paine, as a pure deist, defined by Thomas Paine, not Noah Webster. Noah Webster wrote a definition of theism. Any spiritual person who reads it, they're going to say, oh, I don't want to believe in a God that went away. So I think we can all be open to it, but we shouldn't have to put up with Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and all the different sects that stem from them. They're obligated, they have the same right as we do to believe our own truths. But when it's imposed on us, when we send money to Israel for them to hold that they're the chosen people and they get to have that property and Palestine should belong to them too because Moses said it, because it is biblical. All the stuff they're doing to us is biblical. We should change all that. We should wake up, just put these people in their place somehow.
I want to ask Paco what I don't know about Judaism.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
So if you guys read, and I was going to answer, but Caleb jumped the gun. Caleb made that comment, and then I called him out and said, why don't you come up and show us?
Oh, I see what you're saying now. You were just responding to what you were mirroring what he said. I was like,
he always crashes out.
Not like that usually, but the thing is, there's a lot that I still don't know about many faiths, but I am well versed in Torah and the Tanakh, and definitely the Talmud, and I do understand the differences between both old style Judaism to this new modern age style. Now, this is why we have different variations of Orthodox Jew, the Hasidic Jew, you have, all different. Go on. So.
No. I just wanted to say real quick that that's what the argument was over, was me asking Paco or reading Paco's comment, and Caleb was like, well, he was asking me that, learn to read a paragraph, is what he told me. And that's what started that whole little spat right there, and the disrespect, So, but yeah, I thought the same thing, Miss Enigma, but it got cleared up though, So I was like, oh, okay. I didn't really understand. It wasn't that I couldn't read the paragraph. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who thought that too by reading it. Like, well, what is it that she didn't understand? So, yeah, I'm glad that I wasn't the only one. But yeah, Paco, I understand.
No, it's all good. I'm glad he came up, because then the other guy, kind of exposed himself, because at the end of the day, they're all full of shit. They really are. I mean, they pretend to be progressive and open-minded, but deep down, they all think the same shit.
Yep.
There's a hatefulness to it. I have no problem with religion. If religion can learn to live with other people and treat other people with respect. But unfortunately it can't, because, doctrine says this is disgusting, or this is an abomination, or this is someone you should need to kill because they're an infidel or an apostate, whatever. I think this is the reason why the world is at war, because we are so divisive in our way of thinking. Why can't we come together and celebrate our differences? Okay, yeah, you believe in God, great, fantastic. I don't, fantastic. Let's move on. Let's treat each other well. Why does it always have to be, belittling, condemning, harassing, targeting, persecuting, hating, separating? Why?
Because the religion tells them to.
That's a question you should ask the religious people.
I do.
I used to be religious. I used to be one of these people. That's what it is. It's a religion.
It's indoctrination.
When we think of the word religion, it's a great word in a lot of ways. People binding together under a certain concept of whatever it is started it all. People grouping together. And the beauty about religion, in my opinion, is you can discern the fanatics, the ones who, somebody who talks about Jesus, Christian, and you can tell if he's a Baptist or a Catholic. It's kind of interesting that it's a word that you can at least get a sense of what people believe as far as where we come from or what it's all about. So I kind of like the word, people binding together. What if there was a religion again that grouped together under, okay, we come from something, none of us has a clue what it is, and the best way to understand it is through life, nature, and the universe. The physical evidence that proves this force is real in the first place, let's treat this like a sacred text from God and start taking care of it. And who cares if you believe that God doesn't play a conscious act role in your life, or God does play a conscious atheism, or God does play a conscious act in your life, theism. Why can't it be more of a mood? Why can't atheism and theism, for me, is more of a mood that I feel at any given time? Like sometimes I feel like, because I have no clue one way or the other, but sometimes atheism makes sense to me. Okay, I'm here, I still got to do the right thing, but if I'm wrong, let's just say there is some intelligence that is watching over me, let's say, watching what I do, and I'll be allowed to go into whatever realm, if there is another realm after this. How would this force feel? I think like I would feel if I created something and somebody trashed it for no good reason. I'd say, well, you're not allowed to go to the promised land. But if you're trashing life and nature and the universe, the things that I show you to prove that I am, then if you take care of it, maybe you have a hope. And that could be from my own upbringing, by the way. My own upbringing, religious upbringing, could have brought me to that thought. But I think, again, it'd be interesting if you ever, Enigma, it's The Age of Reason, Thomas Paine, PDF. All his writings are online, and I think what he did for the political movement of the day, which was huge. 1776 was huge, where we, the people, can govern ourselves. We don't need monarchical systems of government anymore. That was huge. But granted, we haven't achieved it yet. But we're still at the infancy stage of where we, the people, can take charge of our own political views. And we have the technology now. With all of us having a social security number and the internet, we don't need to send people to Washington to speak for us anymore. We can all figure out a system to govern ourselves. Granted, we've got to go to a table, figure out how we're going to do it, but we have the technology now to do that. We don't have to send all these high-paid freaking people who are not doing anything for us. So it's a good conversation. I get into it. I don't realize I'm in an atheist room until I hear everybody talk. Not that I care one way or the other, because I contend that my epistemology can stick up with the best of them. And I hope to do it politely, and hopefully you get a sense that I care about it all. And I didn't mean to offend. I certainly don't want to offend anybody in the process. But I took the title of the room as a very serious conversation that whoever set it up, Enigma, you set it up, right? It has the same beliefs that I believe. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, the evil religions. I contend, I think that's a true statement. And I think we the people can eliminate them. With the right idea of things, we can eliminate them.
I did it more satirically because, there's a lot that I disagree with. I don't agree with good and evil. I don't think that they are innate things. These are things that we've come up with to meet our needs or fulfill our moral obligations, if you so will. But these things change depending on how society changes. So good and evil don't really mean anything, but I use the word evil in there because what they call good and evil, that they are good when actually the things that they call evil is doing good. It doesn't make any sense. Especially with these deities that are supposed to be omnibenevolent, never changing and wholly good. Yeah, strange to me, very strange.
Yeah, and one thing that they don't realize that the Black Hebrew Israelites, I've been in many of their rooms. I think they're the biggest group on Clubhouse, but they make a very valid claim to their Judaism. And so I forget.
No, they don't, Mark.
Oh my goodness.
The people who consider themselves to be Hebrew Israelites don't know where they originate from. So they have stolen their oppressors' origins. That's what the Hebrew Israelites are all about.
I know, but they will say that the white man stole their
But that's not true. But that's not true. Because if you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, these people weren't kidnapped. They were sold by their own people, by the tribes leaders and everything. And it still goes on today in some areas. You have to remember, my father's from Nigeria. I know about this crap. I really do.
Well, the thing that I wanted to say about it, with that Jewish person who I guess knew all about Judaism, is even if they're not right, the Black Hebrew Israelites again shows us how dangerous these books can be in the hands of the gullible or easily led. And that's not saying that these sacred words or writings aren't valuable, spiritual on many levels, but there's many people who use them to segregate, and not just socially, but spiritually, segregate us from each other.
Hello, Al-Walid. How are you doing? Did you want to comment on something?
Good evening and peace to everybody in the room. As far as on the topic, I would say that it really depends on what the person is looking for. The person is looking for truth and some peace and tranquility in life, then maybe the topic is actually the opposite of the truth. So that's all I would say, at least at this point. It all depends on what the person is looking for. If they're looking for truth, peace, tranquility, then the outcome will be different. But if they're looking for chaos and disorder and just a waste of time, then yeah, we can say the topic is more appropriate.
Al-Walid, can I ask you a question? Quick question?
Yes, please, Brother Mark.
Yes. So, what do you think is more inspirational, the Quran or nature? What's more inspirational to you, the Quran or Mother Nature?
I don't know if I really understand your word inspirational, but what I will tell you is that for me, I study all the scriptures. Right? So for me, it's not about how I was raised, what was the philosophy of my father, my culture. For me, it's conscious, and that's why I study the Bible. I study the Tanakh, study the Quran, Buddhist scripture. I'm very scientifically educated as well. I got the business stuff as well. So for me, it's more conscious. So not really just to follow based on whatever people say.
So my question to you then, Al-Walid, do you believe everything that is written in these scriptures, whether it is the Torah or Tanakh, or whether it is the Quran, or, I don't know, the Bhagavad Gita?
Sorry, sister, your voice was breaking a little bit. One more time, please.
Sorry, which of the religious books do you believe is the truth?
Based on my truth discovery for more than a decade, after studying and researching and studying, what I've come to realize, for me, me, the quality is the important criteria, that everything has to be true, right? Because I believe if the word is from God, God only speaks the truth, and God is the author of not confusion, but order. So I found the Quran to be authentic and truthful. Now, that's not to say other scriptures don't have the truth. They do. But it's not 100% authentic and truthful.
So everything that's written in the Quran is true.
Right, if the person is thinking and has the pure intentions, meaning the person is looking for truth, not projecting, the person is thinking and is open-minded and using common sense and logic and reasoning and reflection, then it's very easy.
But what you're describing is something we call confirmation bias. You're saying that you believe it before you've read it, and then you're confirming it by reading.
That's not true, sister. Maybe you didn't listen to what I said. I said, in my 10 plus year of truth discovery journey, where I've studied the Christian scripture, the Tanakh, the Buddhist scripture, the Vedic scripture, the Parsi scripture, the Islamic scripture, and after doing all of 10 plus years of truth discovery, then I've come to the conclusion I have, and even to this day, I'm continuing my truth discovery because I like to study, and this is for me a lifelong process.
Can I ask
about that confirmation bias, sister?
What religion were you raised in?
The Islamic way.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. You already had a religion that you have a bias in already, and what you're doing is you're reading other religions with the bias that your religion is correct. We call it confirmation bias.
I'll say it again. Hopefully, Sister Enigma, you will understand what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, that they're raised in a particular religion, but I think I'll say it again one more time, if you would please listen. I said after 10 plus years of truth discovery journey, of reading the scripture with my own eyes and studying all the scripture, so for me it's a conscious decision. Now, if you don't want to accept it, that's your choice, and I respect it. I just want to make it clear, for me, it's a conscious choice. It's not a blind belief of what I raised with or stuff like this. Hopefully, it's clear now.
Yeah, 10 plus years of confirmation bias. We get it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's what I'm...
And you're almost done. You're almost done. Read The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. You might really find the true Word of God, found in life, nature, and the universe.
So I don't agree with your religion, but that doesn't mean to say that I would say that you can't have that belief system. I think you should be able to have that belief system. But how would you answer in an Islamic State country, if you don't have that belief system, then you would be stoned to death? How is it a conscious choice if it is unlawful to go against Islam?
Sister, that's where it goes. So before I answer the question, do you follow any philosophy or any religion?
No, I don't follow any religion. I was brought up as a Catholic, but after reading the books, the Old Testament and the New Testament, it kind of solidified the absurdity of the claim. And then from 18 to where I am now, which is I'm coming up to be 42 in October. So should we say 24 years?
Enigma, what day in October is your birthday?
Halloween, 31st.
I'm the 19th. That's all. That's why I asked.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're a Libra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was Scorpio.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Scorp. Yeah, okay. What was I going to say? No, so I don't have a belief system, and I don't believe that a God is needed for the universe to exist.
Okay, that's good. So, sister, how did you, just for my understanding and enlightenment, how did you come to this conclusion that there's no God, and then what? How did you come to this conclusion? There's no God and no creator.
I haven't come to that conclusion. I haven't come to a conclusion that there is no God. So unfortunately, I wish I could say that I haven't, but I have come to the conclusion that the Abrahamic God is fictitious, and that is the God of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all of those religions, and that's through reading the doctrine and seeing the absurdities, the contradictions, especially in the Quran. There are many blatant contradictions that people just look over and try to poo-poo and say, oh, it's not a contradiction when it is. And that's why I don't believe. But, if you want to believe that's absolutely fine. I'm not saying you're a worse person because you don't believe. I don't think you should be killed because you don't believe the same thing as me. But, in Islam, I think if I was to express my opinions in a country that isn't westernized, I could probably be put to death for that, for being the infidel.
Oh, sister.
Yeah, totally. That's true. Here's just a thought. Now, you believe your interpretation of the Quran. There's many interpretations. So why is your interpretation? First of all, you should know that whatever started the collective whole of everything doesn't physically write books. You know that. That's like a no-brainer, right? It doesn't write books. So if we're going to look for God, you look towards your parents first and foremost, because you said you were raised in Islam, and so you're Islam, so you believe that. But why do you believe those interpretations? Because there's many interpretations of the book. Which one is right? Which one is wrong? And how do you discern? Are you staying with your families? Like whatever your mom and father believe, that's what you believe? I mean, you said you studied all the different religions, and you found out, I studied Judaism, Christianity, and I find that Islam makes more sense. And this is make your parents proud, because here you went, did all the studying. Your parents would love you because you came back and you're like, I believe everything you said. This is great. So how amazing is that? How convenient is that? First of all, yet again, this force that we all come from, I don't think it writes books. People are inspired to write books to life and nature and the universe. They're inspired to put things down. Our ancestors wrote some amazing stuff. Poetry, it's found in the Bible. I'm sure it's found in the Quran. But so what I'm confused with is, why do you accept other people's interpretation and then call it your religion? Don't you have a mind of your own? Can't you think for yourself? Don't you understand that the true word of God is the creation we behold, and it's that simple? If there is an intelligence.
One sec, Mark. Instead of casting blame, I would be interested to find out from Al-Walid what makes the Quran true and the other books not. I think that would be a better question, because then you'll see where he's coming from, because, he may not see it.
No, but most Islamic type people, they accept both, right? Judaism, Christianity, they're all their prophets, but they, like the religions before them, they all twist it to their benefit. The Baha'i faith does the same thing. So he accepts Judaism, Christianity. He just doesn't accept it the way the Jew or the Christian understands it. Now we got this new prophet called Muhammad. Okay, peace be on him. For whatever reason you do that to a person who's just like yourself, who is inspired by God. And I'm not necessarily sure that Muhammad would like what the faith has done. I'm not sure that Muhammad would be proud of what Islam has turned into. I don't know, one way or the other, but no doubt the Christians, Jesus isn't proud what the Christians have done, and I don't know even Moses.
I think, Brother Mark, I understand what you're saying. I think it's important for any philosophy. That's why I said I study the scripture. I don't study or observe people. Because human beings, nobody's perfect. All of us are human beings. We make mistakes. That's why I never studied or pay attention to what people do. I study and pay attention to what the scripture says. Because yes, a lot of time, unfortunately, in the world today, people's actions, behaviors are totally contradiction with their scripture. So that's an important thing to remember. Now, that's one thing so that I understand about you, Brother Mark. Is it correct for me to assume that your belief is that this creation around us, that is God? Or please correct me if I'm understanding it incorrectly.
Right. I believe there's an intelligence. No, I believe there's intelligence that all of life comes from. I believe there's an intelligence. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I wonder. I don't know what started it all. I like to think that there's intelligence. It makes sense to me that there's intelligence behind the collective whole of everything. Don't have a clue one way or the other, because it makes sense to me that there isn't intelligence. But I lean towards theism rather than atheism. Both stances are valid. Both should be, I'd always capitalize when I write about atheism. I put a capital A because it's a valid stance. Just like I would with Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or deist. You got to capitalize it because it's important. People, So I believe personally that there's an intelligence behind the collective whole of everything, and I believe that this force plays a conscious, active role in our lives if we're in tuned to its sacred text found in life, nature, and the universe. Not in a book, not in one book, all books, all people. People write books because they're inspired. I can read, let's say, the Eckhart Tolle's Power of Now or A New Earth. I get inspired. It brings me. I can read Richard Dawkins' God Delusion and be inspired by his brain. Christopher Hitchens, Daniel Dennett, Sam Harris. These guys are brilliant in my mind. And they inspire me to get closer to this force. But it's all in my head. I can't prove you, just like you can't prove to me. I can't prove it one way or the other, but I love the journey. I think it brings enthusiasm to my life to think about all this stuff. And the conversation is amazing. And I think if we could stop waiting for saviors, prophets, that we the people could have been amazing way back in the day if we didn't kill the smartest of us off at very early ages. When you think of Christianity, you say one negative thing, a young kid, you're hung. If you think of how nasty religion has been, when we're all just, I was rambling.
Yes, Brother Mark, based on what you have shared so far, I really respect you for the fact that you're thinking. That's the thing I like about you, that you're thinking. And, unfortunately, a lot of people, regardless of what philosophy they follow, what the religion they follow, they're not thinking. So I really admire you that you are thinking, you are observing, you are reflecting. So I admire you for that. Second point, I totally agree with you that there is intelligence. Yes, when I pay attention, like I have a scientific background and education, so when I look around, the universe and the creation, there is intelligence. Everything is running, everything created, like when I pay attention to even the simple leaf of a plant, there's a whole factory going on in there. So I person that's thinking and reflecting and a scientific and logical and reasonable person would agree with you. Yes, there is intelligence that is going on here, that is running it, and I totally agree with you on that.
Sorry, I disagree with that. I disagree with that because I don't see intelligence in a leaf. I see oh my goodness. 1 second. I see DNA in humans, and I see patterns, yes, but I don't see intelligence. If I saw intelligence and order, then every single blade of grass would be the same size. Every single human being would be functional and live to the same age. There is no order in nature. It's random. So I don't understand where intelligence comes into it. Perhaps you could enlighten me.
Yeah, for myself, it's a great experiment for yourself. Enigma, just think of something you want in life, and maybe you've already done this. I can't even go that route because
Please don't go down the law of attraction.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We've had that conversation before, and you know I've tripped you up on that one.
Well, it's a hard one because it's something I can't prove myself, and I've just heard the law of attraction. I like that concept.
You do?
I know. Well,
that blames children. That blames children who have bone cancer and things like that. They have bone cancer because, that's what they.
Yeah.
Come on, you don't believe that.
Yeah, but first of all, that's another topic when you're talking about people, cancers, and this bad stuff that happens to us in life. But what? The word God for me is an open-ended word. It's when people, and hopefully I'm not doing that. Hopefully I'm not doing that here in this room, that I'm imposing. I hope I'm leaving it open one way or the other. Because none of us has a clue what the heck this force is all about.
I mean, you can believe in the law of attraction, but I'm still going to question it. Because I like questioning. And I like critically thinking about things. I like to see things for what they are. So when I hear about karma, for instance, which is, I suppose the rudimentary form of the law of attraction, what you give out into the universe, you get back times 3. So if you're giving out negativity, you get it back. If you're giving out goodness, you get it back. That victim blames people who are, assaulted, are in domestic violence, or raped, or killed. Well, that really is like saying, well, it was the victim's fault because they wanted that to happen. That's the bit that I have the problem with.
Yeah, totally. And I hear what you're saying about that. I like to think about karma like that, but I don't know if it's true or not. Like, if you're constantly a negative person, I think negative stuff is going to come your way. If you're a positive person, giving freely of yourself, I think chances are good stuff is going to come your way.
But there's plenty of negative people who are surrounded by wealth and things and goodness. And
totally.
There's plenty of positive people out there. Still, even though that they've had a hard life, they're still very positive. So when it comes to that, it doesn't stack up. It just doesn't. There's lots and lots of people I can think of.
I hear what you're saying. It's a whole new verbiage with it all.
But I will say, what I agree with is if you are putting yourself in a situation time and time again that is going to cause harm, then yes, you're going to get harm because you're putting yourself in that situation. That, to me, that situational example of karma, I suppose, could be relevant. Well, what do you expect walking at 3 o'clock in the morning in, where there's no lighting? You just wouldn't do it, would you? Don't put yourself in the position to be harmed. Do you understand what I'm saying? But no, probably not. But never mind. I'm shutting up now. I'm just interested in our lead. What is it specifically about Islam that makes it true?
Right, Sister Enigma, before I answer it, I think I was listening to you, and I also applaud you that you question. This is very wonderful quality of a person. I think all of us, every person should question, should observe, should think. So I just want to applaud you for this. Now, and I actually also joined the house as well. So hopefully in the future I can get the message when there's a new room, because I like the conversation we're having so far. Now, to come to your question as to what specifically about Islam, I think, sister, for me, it's not about the label. It's about the information and the quality of the information. It just happens to be upon the information, the quality information under the heading Islam. But, for me, it's not about the label, the name, or whatever. For me, it's the information and the quality information.
What information, though? Share with me your best bit of information that makes it real.
Well, let's take a look at it. One of the things as a man, we always looking to solve a problem, right? There's a problem, we want to solve it, because problem brings disharmony and confusion, disorder to a person. But the problem is solved, and then it brings harmony and peace and tranquility. So just give you one example. Like I was talking to another room, and they're talking about, a lot of ladies cannot find a husband. I don't know, sister, you know it or not, but like I got friends all over the world, and in the country, there's a country called Russia, and they have 10 million more females than males. And that was before the war started. And the country next door, Ukraine, had almost 4 million more females than males. And if you study, the country Nepal has 35% more females than males. I lived in Manhattan, New York, for some time, and because I was at business there. And if you're a single man in Manhattan, it's crazy the amount of attention you get for ladies, because there's a lot more ladies in Manhattan as compared to men. And even if the men that are there, a lot of them unfortunately don't want ladies, and hopefully you understand what I mean. So there's a problem, right? So the question as a man, me thinking, like, okay, what is the solution to the problem? So I look around the world, I study the law, I find one man for one woman. Okay, all right. And then I study Christianity. Again, I study the Bible. I respect it. I respect everybody's belief, not disrespectful.
So just to get to your point, sorry to speed you up a little bit, because I know where you're going. You're going to say, well, with Islam, you can have 4 wives, and that helps with everybody finding a husband. But what you've done, again, is what's called confirmation bias, because marriage in its essential state is a religious ceremony, isn't it? It's something that is done by people. I mean, specifically, you could have a union, a civil union, or you could even cohabit, and more people are even in polyamorous relationships, but that doesn't prove Islam is correct just because of the 4 wives.
Right, sister.
That isn't, yeah.
That's right, sister. But the thing of it is the way I like to talk is that one person finish, the other person talk. That way we can have a respectful conversation.
Okay, if you could try and keep it concise though, because it can go on and on and on, and I've had these arguments over and over and over again before. So I know already when you're going to get what you're going to say before you're saying it. You've been studying for 10 years, I've been doing it for 24. So, just like,
if I may, Enigma, if I may, you weren't, I don't think you were talking about multiple wives, were you? Were you getting ready to talk about?
Yeah, he was gonna say about in Islam you can have 4 wives. Am I right, Al-Walid?
Sister and brother, that's the problem. If you're going to project and already assume what the other person is eventually going to say.
So, was I right? Was I right or wrong?
No, you were not right. So
okay, so what was you gonna say then? Okay, carry on.
Sister, we cannot have a conversation like this.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. Carry on. What was you gonna say?
Sister, just 1 second.
No. I don't need correcting, thank you. I'm not part of your religion. If you can either continue or you can, choose not to speak, but you're not going to tell me what to do. Okay, that's something. I'm not going to tell you what to do, and you're not going to tell me what to do. Okay, so not tell me. That's how we respect each other. So you can either continue or not continue. Is up to you.
Right. So I'm not trying to tell you anything what to do. Okay, and my intention was not to trigger you. If you got triggered, it's okay.
No, you're not going to gaslight me either. So what was it you were going to say if it wasn't about, Islam allowing 4 people, you to marry 4 people because women have a problem, finding a husband? What was you going to...
So at this point, what I'm saying is if we can have an agreement that how we are going to have a conversation, I will listen to whatever the brother or sister is saying. I'll stay quiet. Once the person is finished, then I open my mic and then I answer or ask a question. Can we have
So hang on. You said that you were not going to talk about the facts that Islam, with the 4 wives, you were not going to talk about that as a solution for women not being able to find husbands. So what was you going to say? If you could just say it, that would be lovely.
Sister, I will say it one last time. That.
Oh goodness! Are we going to go round around the houses, I will believe?
We have to because he knows you're right, so he doesn't want to go there.
No, he's obviously lied. He's lied. Okay, we can agree.
Bye, coward. Bye, Walid. You're a coward. Goodbye.
Where's he gone?
Fucking idiot. He ran away. You called him out. That's where he was going, because that's where he was going.
Of course he was going there.
I don't know if he was going there, guys. But
Mark, why would he mention, right, listen, if he wasn't going there, why would he say, women are finding it hard, there's 4 times more women than men in so-and-so country, and 4 times so many more women than in another country. And when I studied this, it was 1 man and 1 woman. When I studied this, it was 1 man and 1 woman. Of course he was going there, Mark.
I mean, it would have been fun to hear him say it, in my opinion.
She gave him the floor, Mark. She gave him the floor multiple times.
Multiple times, and he wanted to talk about the matter, about how I'd interrupted him, like he was some sort of victim. Just say what you say, and don't go around the houses. Do you know what I mean? And he was like on and on and on, and for goodness sake, just say what you mean. Why are people so disingenuous?
Because he wants to preach. So when you cut him off and you ask him to be concise, he gets butthurt. That's why. This happens over and over again.
Yeah, he definitely was a classic example of somebody raised in a faith that they stick to. Yeah, he's read them all. I've read every faith, so mine's the best. And that's what I was raised in. How convenient was that? That was kind of typical of these faiths that we're talking about here at the title.
The thing is, in his religion, he thinks that women should be, taught by men. Men should, be doing everything and the studying and the women should shut up and let the man speak. Now, when you're speaking about something, I just wanted to get to the point. It was going on forever. I've got ADHD. I'm sorry. I even said to him, I'm sorry that I interrupted you in the end. Now, can you please just say it? And it was like, oh, what do you want, sister? God, fuck off.
I don't have ADHD, and that was getting tired.
Why wouldn't he just say, because he lied? Because he said, no, that's not what he was going to say. And then he knew if I was going to keep saying to him, well, what was she going to say? He couldn't go back to that. He couldn't, he wanted to go on to something different because he knew he lied. I just don't know what the problem was.
Well,
what are all these things? Join rooms anonymously.
I'd like to know what degrees he has. I should have asked a doctor, your doctor. Not that it matters, but he acted like he's so damn sophisticated and stuff like this on religious matters. And
I like the doctor, but then he was saying, that proves God and intelligence. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That doesn't prove. That was his best shot at proving that God exists. Is because Muhammad said you could marry 4 women. That's crazy.
Yeah.
When did the anonymous thing start? Is this new? I haven't been here in a while.
No, I don't know what it is either. Apparently, if you click on it, it says join rooms anonymously. Not available here yet. So I can't do it in my country, but someone can. I don't know what that's all about. Spy, most likely. It's probably someone who's a hater. I've got nothing to hide.
It's a good way it's a good way to listen in rooms without being known. Then you can have a bunch of pictures in your profile, and then you can see who's looking at your profile. That's it. I just did it. I have it as a 1-week trial. I'm not going to pay $5 a month for it to keep it.
Oh, is it a new feature?
Yeah, it's a new feature you can get. Yeah. It's not. I don't think it's worth the $5 a month.
Of course. Well, why would you want to come in a room anonymously?
Just to listen. You can't text in the chat. You can't do anything. So, like, if you were able to text in the chat anonymously, that'd be kind of fun, right?
No, that'd be disastrous.
I suppose that would be fun. But
yeah, of course it would. Yeah.
I think it's more fun to come in as yourself and just study.
Oh yeah. I don't have to hide.
I mean, if they did that, think of the bigots and the racists. That'd be like their dream.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It'd be a mess.
Yep.
Racism doesn't exist. Come on. Race doesn't exist, racism doesn't exist. And people are going to go, Mr. Nigma, you're an absolute arsehole for saying that. But as a woman of colour myself, I don't think that race exists at all. There's only one race, the human race.
Okay, so we'll call it then colorism.
Colorism and xenophobia. Well done, Paco.
There we go.
Well done, colorism. Because we're all shades of brown. Every single one of us is shades of brown.
It reminds me, I was in Brazil 2 years ago, and there was this girl from England, and she was so translucent that she got a burn. And mind you, she was wearing a lot of sunscreen. And like the day later, she had like this big boil on like the side of her leg. It was horrible. Brazil's hot, by the way, in case you guys didn't know.
Sorry, she was translucent. What? She was.
No shade of brown. You just said raw shades of brown. She had no brown at all.
Are you saying that she was lacking in the melanin department.
Very much so.
Right, yeah, but she still would have had some melanin. Otherwise, you know, the sun's rays would have killed her off long ago.
Well, I feel bad for her.
The only people that don't have melanin that really need to put sunscreen on all the time are people who have albinism in Europe and England. We call it albinoism, but I know that in America you call it albino. I don't know why, but yeah. Do you know in Africa they kill people who have albinoism?
What?
Yeah, they kill them. They think it's certain parts. They think it's a curse on the family.
Yeah, totally. They take their hands off, and it's some kind of a spiritual thing. Yeah. Albinos in certain African countries, if you look into it, it's scary for them. If you're born albino, there's mojo that works if you can get their hands or their feet or something from them.
Mm-hmm. In some of the rural areas, you'll probably be chopped up with a machete. Anyway, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, are they the evil religions? What is evil?
What are you asking me?
Anybody.
Oh.
Anybody. Sorry, I was saying at the same time.
Well, all of them, if we're talking about a creator that might be, they all go to books written and voted on by mankind for their authority. And a lot of the stuff that they write about in these books go against the laws of nature and nature's God. The very laws, or the very God, that they use to prove God is in the first place. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, they always, you don't believe in God? Well, then how did we get here? How did everything start? They always go to the God of nature. But then, after they say, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, right, we might come from something. But then you have to believe their prophets, their people, their interpretation of these ancient books that are our books too, by the way. We have a right to our own interpretations of them. They belong to all of us. And to say, just because you're a Christian, that the New Testament is yours, or a Jew, the Old Testament's yours, or there are books too. And we can at least, everybody has the right to believe their own religion, but we have a right to say, virgin birth goes against the laws of nature, so we're not obligated to believe it. Resurrecting from the dead, we're not obligated to believe it, because it goes against laws that we're all bound by, whether we like it or not. The laws of nature are the laws that none of us can get around. And if somebody's talking about it being supernatural, oh my God, I saw Joe being healed from this person, and he tells you the story. Oh my God, Christianity must be true if they went to this healing service. We're not obligated to believe it. We're not obligated to believe anything that comes to us secondhand. So, life, nature, and the universe comes to each conscious individual firsthand. We have the right to interpret it as we see fit. And I like the word God, don't get me wrong. Yahweh, not Yahweh, but is Allah, the one true God, if we're talking about the physical laws that proves whatever is real in the first place, with a capital W, right? I have no clue what started it all, but I know I'm here. When I contemplate this very real room we're a part of right now, there's 5 of us here. I got here from my mother. It's just amazing for me, and you, I would think, how the astronomical power of all odds of being here blows my mind all the time. Like, that I need. Luck or chance could be in there too, because who knows? But I'm here, and I think it brings at least, and I'm older.
Sorry, Mark. Sorry, darling. I wanted JCC to answer the question as well.
Sorry about that. I ramble, so
Well,
when I do ramble, cut me off. That's
No. It's. I just want to. I'm sad that JCC left. I'm gonna bring him back.
yeah. He might be mad at me. I've been in rooms with him before. I hope not. I have no ill feeling.
It's fine. People who are mad, just your version of mad and our version of mad are two different things. Mad in the UK means crazy, like lost touch with reality. But you mean angry, don't you, when it comes to mad?
Yeah, totally. I meant angry.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I can't find him now. I'm sending out invites now. Danielle, are you still here, my lovely? Do you want to change the topic? Should we start a new room? A new house? Anybody? Danielle? Wake up? Oh,
I'm here. I'm cooking them.
Yeah, she's probably gone to get food as well. Apaya, how are you doing? How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are we talking about this topic?
We were. I would know if we were fixing to change, but do you think that Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are the evil religions?
I wouldn't put it exactly that way. Because not everyone who follows those religions is necessarily bad or evil. But I will say, historically speaking, and even to present day, there, many adherents to these religions, end up, not many, but let's just say some adherents to these religions end up doing things that are bad. And I'll just keep it that way. And there's, especially coming from India, we were onslaughted by those who are Muslim Turks, things like that for almost over 1,000 years, and then later on, not just the British, but the many European powers tried to attack India simultaneously, and especially in Goa, there's a huge history there with Xavier. People call him Saint Xavier, although he tortured people to death for not being Christian, for not accepting Christianity under his rule. So, there's a lot of, I guess you could say hypocrisy amongst the religion, even Mother Teresa. I'm not saying, she's good or bad in the absolute sense, but in a sense of how many resources she had available due to donations and etc., and how she ended up taking care of the children that were under her care. There's a lot of controversy there. There are people who say they benefited from her care, and there's other people who aren't alive to tell their story. So there's a lot of controversy there. Unfortunately, my opinion of at least Christianity and Islam is more of a land grabbing religions from a whole standpoint of view. It's about land, power, control, and subjugating the population who is either indigenous or otherwise. At least that's what's been historically happening. And even there's a dark history in America as well about injustice towards either natives or those who not belong to a certain race, etc. And this went both ways, and a lot of people are suffering. So, yeah, I would say some people in these religions don't have the best intentions in mind for the rest of the world, and I think that's more not necessarily quote unquote reflection on the whole religion itself, but the religions or religious institutions have a certain level of responsibility in keeping their population, I guess you could say, productive and
law-abiding, or not even just law-abiding, but just, for the benefit of themselves and for the society as a whole. And I think that in many cases, um, at least the point of view I'm looking through, that hasn't happened. So these religions do have ways to help the society in general, and I think a lot of Christians are engaged in charity and other good work, which is actually very good. And even Islam has that like 3% donation rule or something that'll help the people poor and needy. So like there are things within those religions that are good, but historically speaking, when it comes to land grabbing and wars, it's yeah, it's been a little difficult. And unfortunately, I would say the religious religions of India get the short end of the stick, where people in general don't know about them or don't recognize them because the conversation stays amongst these three religions, or at least these two, Islam, Christianity. So yeah, that's where I stand with this topic. But yeah, that's you, Enigma. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm trying not to label the entire religion or anything like that. It's just certain sections of those followers, and unfortunately end up causing a lot of harm. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense what you're saying. They all teach and preach social and spiritual segregation. And it's amazing. They all put certain individuals as their prophets or their saviors, and they start a whole new kingdom where they make a lot of money. Even these evangelicals here in America, right? In their own right, they're making a ton of money off of their parishioners, and they can care less. They could save everybody with the money that they're making, but of course they don't, because they love that standard of living. And I contend all of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, the whole premise that one person that spoke to God, and that you have to listen to that one person. You don't even have their writings in each case, even Muhammad's case. Baha'u'llah, with the Baha'i faith, they like to brag that, we have every writing of Baha'u'llah. But guess what? Thomas Paine was on the planet before Baha'u'llah, and I contend that Baha'u'llah learned a lot from Thomas Paine. What does that mean, Mark? I think what they do, these Abrahamic faiths, is they eliminate many awesome people who were just as important as any of their saviors, any of their prophets. And they killed them off at very young ages. Right when they started to sound off, we bumped them out, so we never have their writings. So I contend that they're evil, or bad, not good, especially when we realize there's a far better rational way of understanding this amazing force that the billions of us are rightly honored, the sacred title of God. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. I agree with you on that very much. And because of this whole idea of just making money off the general people, the depth of the knowledge that stems in, let's say, Christianity, for example, is not being shared with the people. Like you said, there are like really amazing historical Christian personalities. Especially in history of Europe. But I guess you could say they're not much necessarily talked about as much, or they're not learned from. Their time, place, and circumstances not really an issue, and not really a thing. And this othering of the whole world, if you're not part of this quote unquote group, then you're not one of us, and therefore you're subject to all types of injustice, and we don't care what happens to you. That's the type of mentality that unfortunately tends to permeate through. So, anyways, that's another thing I wanted to say. Let's see, I'm having some hard time with connecting my phone to my card. There's a lot of this othering that happens, and I don't know if the
if the European world did not know that the world is round, or if North America existed or not, I don't know. I do understand that history can be rewritten, and I think some of it has to a large extent. So, yeah, I mean, just looking at North America itself, there's been a lot of injustice that has happened up until.
Look at all the unnecessary wars we've all fought throughout history. Here's one positive thing, though. Here's a positive thought that I like to think about. If history didn't play out exactly the way it did, we wouldn't be here. You and I, we wouldn't be in this room. So at the very least, I'm grateful for the nasty history that played out between all of mankind, because we all had our share. I can't wait to the day where we get it right. We should learn from these mistakes. Religion, people binding together under a certain concept of whatever it is started the collective whole. I think there's a religion there. I think Thomas Paine talked about it in its Age of Reason. And the fact that he's not a prophet in somebody's freaking book. Because he knew so much and he changed so much.
Oh, shit, it's still going.
If my kingdom them certain animals and then they find themselves in crazy situations, that doesn't mean that that man cannot find himself in that same type of situation with a monoracial woman. That's not what that means at all. But what it does mean is that when it's a repetitive thing for you as a man to date these particular type of women and you repeatedly find yourself in these situations, you got to start asking yourself, is this my flesh that's pulling me towards this individual, or is this what I genuinely like, or is this really good for me, etc. So yeah, that's just my opinion. So you mean like when a man, like when an African man marries an African woman, but has a white mistress? Is that like what you're saying? Falling flesh to your desires? No, it's kind of, it's a really good example of what she's saying. Yeah, and so because at the end of the day, right? So this is the last thing. Yes, Fatty, you're right. Like love is actually a choice. Love is a choice.
Brooke, listen. What you said sounds nice, right? Sounds all well and good, but I think it's a difference of perspectives, right? The way men see it and the way women see it is completely different. So I could say the same thing for black women, but I don't think it's a flesh thing. In terms of like, oh, black women are like, their average weight and height is literally a running back, right? So we can say all of that, but I don't think it's about control. I just think people fuck. Like, people want to fuck, people fuck. Like, move on. Like, some people are messy about it, some people aren't.
But Jamal, I would be okay with naming that Black Americans have a very, very, very unhealthy habit with food. Now, we have seen the last decade that changed tremendously. Yeah, they're big too. But like we've seen this change tremendously within the last decade, I would say. But I don't think that it would be wrong to say that. Maybe you don't want to say it because it would be uncouth, I guess, because of who you are per se. But I'm saying that I would not shy away from the fact that Black America is a slave to their eating habits. It is about giving into your flesh. And so all in all, I say that to say, once again, Shooks, you're walking a fine line. I could talk for hours. I can talk about this for hours. What's the fun? But I want to be very clear.
I got a question.
Hold on, let me finish. I want to be very, very clear.
You just went on a long diatribe.
I'm talking to the room creator as a woman. I want to be very, very clear, Shook. I want to be very, very clear, Shook. You're calling in black women. One sec, Eddie. You're calling in black women and asking us why we shame our men. And this is a heavy topic because it's not at surface level as you'd like to make it seem. But go ahead, John.
So,
and after your statement, Jamal, love her to explain what the fine line is because she kind of lost me.
I'm confused about that, but Brooke, so
Shooks knows what I'm saying.
You said something about they keep finding themselves in this predicament. The woman, right, or the black woman that keeps getting Mikamakамut, is it their fault that they keep finding themselves in that predicament also?
Let me see how big this room is.
Okay, just by you saying that, you ain't gotta.
I can answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I can answer.
But I don't want them to click you and then say.
Can I finish? Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
It very well could be. What type of men are you consistently seeking? What is your intention in these men that you're choosing? What is the character of these men? What are the similarities? Right? at some point, we got to start being honest. And the reason why I simply asked is how big is this room? Even though this is a smaller room right now, and there are people in here who will weaponize what I say and intentfully take it out of context and try to use it against me. That's why I asked. But it very well could be. It could be a character flaw in that woman and the men that she is intentionally seeking. Her picker is off, and it's more than likely the character, or she doesn't know when to leave. And after so many times, you're supposed to learn from your mistakes, what you could have done better, etc. So yeah, if you're 19 years old and it's still happening to you in your 40s and it's been 8 different men, I am going to start to question you. But that doesn't leave the man absolved of any accountability in that statement, Jamal.
Yeah, and I don't think, any of the statements you made, like, leaves, like, the woman absolved. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a predicament, like you said, and I think you acknowledged it, that it doesn't have to be, like, a white woman that puts you in shit. Like, look at Tory Lanez, right? Look at other men, that we know. So it doesn't always have to be a white woman. I see it. I don't see it as a racial thing, like, so that's just the difference between, the way I see it, the way you see it.
And I hope that I'm actually interested in if this conversation stays here, if black men who are extremely adamant about procreating with other with black women, if they come in here and say some things, because I'm a woman and I definitely have my opinion on why you say that, Jamal, but I think it would be better heard from a black man who holds the same position ideology wise that I do, because my opinion ideology wise is not my practical, isn't the way that I live practically.
Can I speak to the topic? Sure, look. Can you give me 1 second? Because I really want to know. Mega, when you said fine line, can you just expand on that?
I think that you know exactly what I meant, and I said that woman to woman, and you didn't question it until her.
No.
And then you questioned it, you know exactly what I mean and what I meant by that.
No, because I literally.
No, baby.
You were there.
You're an intelligent woman, Chuck. Use your context clues. From me to you as a woman, woman to woman, and the conversations that we've been having the last couple of days.
This is not
You're walking a fine line with this.
This
That's
is
all.
not.
You know
No,
what I mean by
if somebody interprets this as a fucking diaspora war, then I can't help. I can't always dumb myself down to the low IQers. Like, I'm actually over that. We're just having a conversation. All women. Like, I've just seen a few of my friends get attacked over the last few days, and I'm just curious. Why?
Well, I would actually say it's low IQ to think that this is a surface level conversation. In fact, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I think that Pepe summed it up already for you. And he's not black, and he's not a woman. Pepe summed it up in very few words in the beginning of the room. Because this isn't a surface level conversation like you're trying to make it seem. Now, I know that it can go, I know that it can stay there.
Damn.
But I'm saying that when you call black women
I'm black.
to the forefront,
Hello. I'm part of
when
the
you call black women to the forefront, I'm saying that you're walking a fine line with this because it's not going to stay surface level.
Makeup. It's contrary to what you people think on here. I'm black. I'm part of the conversation. I can have this conversation. If anybody's offended by it, if they think it's surface level, then you can leave quietly. Simple as that. Like, the whole, like this is not a diaspora. This is literally a question. It happened this morning. Again, like, it's a question that I have. I see it constantly. I don't care what my friend's preferences are, or a guy that maybe I'm into and he's like, no, I don't want to date such and such woman. I don't care. Okay, bye. I'm not for you. And I see some women attack those men, and I'm like, Why?
Well,
Yeah, I can speak to that.
You asked me a question and I gave you an answer.
Thanks, Makeup.
Hey, who
You're
wants to
welcome.
speak?
Okay, I can speak to that. So, to the monoracial, unambiguous black women, specifically if you are brown or dark-skinned black women, and the ones in any communities who like white men or love white men, I think the reason why is white men seem to portray a perfect balance between showing their getting in touch a little bit with their feminine side as well as still maintaining their masculinity without being threatened about their masculinity. Well, they're at the top of the hierarchy, racial hierarchy, so they're not really gonna be too threatened because if you're at the top of the racial hierarchy, you're already there, right? You're already.
Ain't no such thing as a racial hierarchy. Women are the alpha predators in society.
No, shit. So.
And black women, specifically white women, do share the same personality traits, the same pathology.
100%. Why'd y'all kick her?
Wait, who moves her down?
I don't know who the
No, don't do that. I want to take care of you.
She's a dumbass.
She was about to wake it up. She was getting it out. Like, I told you. I just told you.
Stop yelling. Make up.
She was getting.
Eddie J. Hold on, Eddie J. You gotta relax. Like you're just blurting out and yelling and cursing. Can you?
Dude, shut up. I ain't said nothing, man.
Hell nah, man. You tripping, Eddie. I don't know if that's a man or a woman in your PTR. You already had me second guessing you, but
can you bring the young lady back up that was talking?
I just did right now.
Okay.
I don't know if she. Oh, I can't bring her up no more. It says she's been invited.
Who is it? I'll bring her up. What was her name?
She had the Kevin Samuels stream.
Triana, she's the
Tariana.
I sent her an invite. I sent her a few already.
Who's even playing with people?
Maybe she's still.
Yeah, that was whack. I'm not gonna lie.
Talking or don't know she's talking, but I just.
She was about to wake it up regarding how a lot of black men and white women.
I was doing clothes, doing laundry, and I had my phone in my pocket. It wasn't me. Y'all stop moving people. I don't know who would even.
No, for real, please. Like she was actually like
she was about to
literally.
And I was listening to her.
Yes.
She was up down.
No. She said black folks are too emotional. No, come back up because you were about to cook.
I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know who they're. People have been studying this. A lot of people have written books about this and have studied this. So I don't even know. There's no point in me even. I'm not even an expert, so I probably shouldn't even.
No. What, like, you made a comparison of black men and white women. I want to hear, like,
yes.
Like, I feel like you were about to cook right
Wake it up, friend.
Black men and non-black women have a lot of similarities in pathological traits. They have a pathological traits where they function and navigate similarly in society, in world, similarly. They navigate together. They may not have the same struggles, as far as if you're talking about like other systematic issues, but they navigate specifically in society in similar ways. They have the same pathology. They think very similarly a lot. So I will never shame black men for being with white women. If in fact, I actually I promote that a lot. I love to see white women making pounding jam and ache and egusi and jollof rice. I love to see that white woman pound that pounding jam and do that labor. As long as a black woman isn't harmed, I'm fine with it. Let that white woman make that egusi and fufu and wache. I'm good with that. Yeah. So, but black women who are woke, black women who are strategic, evolved, black women who are mature and they're awakened and sovereign will never shame black men for being with a non-black woman or their type. If you are shaming a black man for being with their type, you need to grow up and you need to get the F over it. That means you're not woke.
That means you're not sovereign. That means you're just not evolved. It's 2025. It's the 21st century. Get over it. You don't have to think like the group. You don't need to group think. Think as an individual. You are your own person. Um, that random black man that you see that's with a non-black woman, that's not your. That's you didn't birth him. You don't know him. Okay, let him be with whoever he wants to be. You're not his slave master. You're not his. You're not his. You're not his owner. You don't own him. Nobody owns anybody. You're free to date whoever you want to date. And a lot of African women navigate like this anyway. African women and African men, Caribbean, which is probably the reason why white men tend to like to go to Africa a lot to marry, because and Asian men are doing it too. The Asians, the Chinese, they're making movies with black women, interracial movies with black women already. It's a little bit low budget, probably, but I've seen those clips and I've seen that, and even people are talking about it. So
Todd,
they don't have that struggle. They don't like those African women are not going to sit up there and have the same trauma and the same trauma bond or trauma dump and struggles. They're surviving, and that's all they care about.
Let me ask you a question, Todd, just based on that, and I really appreciate your statements. How do you feel about black women that say they want to preserve their lineage by judging who someone else procreates with?
Wait, how do you judge?
Exactly.
How do you? Exactly. That has nothing to do with you.
Well, exactly, and that's my point, right? But you will see.
How's that preserving your lineage? That's his problem.
That's the whole point, Ty, and that's why I don't understand when black women look at other black men and say, "Oh, look at you with that biracial. Oh, look at you with that white girl. Oh, look at you over there." And they're so pro-black that they think that that's going to preserve their lineage.
Bye, John Core. Bye-bye.
Yeah, because they drink the Kool-Aid. They have drunk the Kool-Aid for years, and they have been in that stagnant mentality, that myopic mindset, that one-track mindset where they feel as though they can't breathe without another black person. And so they kind of like, I guess because they had been triangulated for centuries, they've been triangulated. If you go back to the Black Moors and how they whitened up Egypt, I guess because they felt like they've been triangulated and they were sold. So they feel this inferiority complex, but it's like, no, you can't, that's his problem and his business. And really, preserving what race? I mean, technically everybody comes from us, right? Africans, right? The original blacks, right? And then technically you can't, the majority of the world is black and brown, either way. So you're not going anywhere. I think a lot of people, like, I don't want to specifically in America, I think they're very concerned about that. And it's like, you got to get over it. You got to grow up. You got to get over it. People have been race mixing for centuries. The Moors were race mixing with the Arabs. They sold their own women, and they were mixing too. The Black Moorish. People have been doing this for centuries. It's not going to change. It's not going to stop. You cannot. Better men before you have done it. You can't stop it. You can't fix it. You can't end it. It will never end. Even if they try to take it away, someone is going to find a way to sneak around and still mix with somebody. And also, they will never take away interracial marriages. For those who have been seeing the fake propaganda around the internet about the interracial marriages ending, it will never happen. And I'll tell you why. The one thing that men love the most in this world, besides money, is their options in women. And you will never tell a white man who he can sleep with and who can be with. He's not going to have it. He's not having it. He will fight for it. Men love their options in women. And they're not... What men love their options. You can't tell a man who to be with, who to procreate with, who to sleep with. Men are never going to allow you to do that. So that old interracial marriages being overturned, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. They're just going to find a way around it.
I just want to say this one thing. It was, in fact, a white man that fought and took it to the Supreme Court for him to marry him a sister.
Before that, it was black men before that, but they were denied. They were turned back.
There were 4 instances before that. They were denied. Let me find it. Let me find it. Yeah, no, that is true. Oh wait, I just have a question real quickly for Shooks. Because you said in the chat that it happened. To Herm's question, you said that it happened in here before she got here. Who said that regarding Herm's statement regarding being able to look at somebody and say at somebody else and say that you should be preserving your lineage, blah 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 blah. Who said that shit?
Were you alluding to that with your question, Makeup, in regards to the biracial thing and procreating him?
Absolutely not. In fact, I actually said when Herm asked me the same question that he asked her, I agree. You can't do that.
Alright.
So what do you? So.
Alright, Makeup, my bad.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
my question.
and hold on really quickly. And this is what I meant, right? I'm gonna go down because I was actually in the audience and you said bring Makeup up. I want to hear from her.
Makeup is a question.
And I don't know if you. Hold on. Right. I think that you know exactly what I meant when I said you're walking a fine line with this topic, calling in black women. And I think that you didn't question it until Herm and Jamal did, because woman to woman, you know. So I'm gonna go down.
You're right, Makeup.
I'm confused.
And that's okay. You should be as a man, but Shooks isn't confused.
You're right, Makeup.
I know.
Alright. I don't know if you guys. We all confused.
Go ahead, King Martin, and then
Yeah.
Pepe. I think he wanted to say something on the topic. I think.
Yeah, I just got to the room late, so I'm not sure if this point was brought up before. But I know in this app we usually talk about interracial dating. The women usually, especially the black women, they kind of use it as a step up, or they'll say that that's kind of an upgrade for them in certain aspects. And I understand why it's an upgrade for them, but it'll be a downgrade for if a black man decides to, interracially.
My nigga Ye in the building. What up, Ye?
Shucks, baby. Assalamu alaikum.
So,
well, I guess, like, to tie with what you said that most of the world is black and brown. That's true. And the population in Africa is growing at a much faster rate than the rest of the world. But if you ever looked at it from like a white perspective, we're 7% of the world, and if we go even like further, the whitest of white people, like the Scandinavians, the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, they're maybe make up 1% of the country. The world. Do you see how maybe it would be in their best interest to gatekeep and prefer to marry amongst themselves?
anybody want to answer that, Quark?
Sounds like she's not even.
I can't even get into the mind of a Scandinavian, blonde-haired, blue-eyed person. I can't even tell you how they think. So, Pepe, I apologize, but I can't even help you with that. Let me ask some of the brothers. Yeah, you just came in the room, right? Have you heard any rhetoric on Clubhouse where black women, it's like they're upset when black men